Welcome to the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships, coming at you live from Gold Coast Wake Park. I'm Kristen Beat, joined by John Dreiling. Big day here today. The final day of Wake Park competition in this division of competition, as we've seen throughout the week. 4 days, the fourth and final day today. John, it's been exciting, to say the least.
It's been incredible being out here, seeing all the action, seeing the beautiful weather and everything that Gold Coast has to offer. Having the Australian Wake Awards last night, I mean, the culture in wakeboarding here has just been so incredible and so welcoming to all of us. And yeah, it's really an honor to be having the World Championships out here.
So first on the dock today, women's wake skate. They're actually combining two different classes, women's wake skate and amateur wake skate, but there will be two world champions titled today, but three different riders on the water for two different classes. Each will get 2 runs as we move towards the final. But before we hit the water, let's go ahead and get a look at the course.
Hey guys, I'm here at Gold Coast Wake Park, the host of the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Let's go check out the layout. All right, let's go. On the back straight, on the left, the OG unit step down with a transfer, and on the right, the new rooftop step down with a transfer as well. Then after that on the left, a little incline box, and then on the right, the new Stucky feature by unit. So many lines, so much fun. Onto the home straight, on the left side, we got the unit wave kicker. And on the right side, we got the Gold Coast XL kicker. Now, after the motor tower, on the right, we got my custom feature that I designed for Gold Coast Wake Park. On the left side, we have the unit banana incline rail. On the right, we got the bump to kink pipe transfer. And then coming over to the left side, we got the curb to fun box transfer. There you have it. That's the setup for Worlds. Hope you guys enjoy it.
What do you make of that course, John? It's pretty exciting, pretty unique, the Stucky feature, the only wake park in the world that has it. You also have the Busty Dunn feature, which is his signature feature. He competed yesterday and the day before that. What do you make of this course layout?
Yeah, well, like you said, not only is the Stucky feature the only one in the world, Busty's, it's the only one in the world, as well as the hack that we have on this transfer box that's mixing and matching a few different features, which makes it very unique. We've never seen that before in video or contest, I believe. So a lot of unique features. That step down actually in the back on the right is also, I think, the first in the world. So it's like every single section across the park has a feature we have never seen before, and they all arrived 3 weeks ago. So it makes it really fun for people to, it makes it very fair for competitors, and it makes it, very interesting to see. Sometimes these riders have rode a long time, and if you're looking at the camera, we got a sprayer out on the water, so she's just going to spray.
That is Miss Mary Jones out on the water. Now, that is surprising to me because on our sheets, we had women's wake skate up first, but maybe she is just doing a spray lap for the women's wake skate divisions, you think?
Yeah, definitely.
So they enlisted Miss Mary Jones in the girls 10 and under to go out there and get all those obstacles ready for them. How important is it to do a spray down lap for some of these riders? Because I know yesterday some of the younger riders were complaining, I'm sticking, it just feels a little dry. And, those spray laps really help those riders have an equal shot at the obstacles, right?
Yeah, I think, especially with the weather being beautiful, which is always what we hope.
That's a good
it's
thing.
Pretty hot, and the features we're used to when riders are all riding at the same time. Normally 5, 6 to 8 people are riding at the same time in a public day. The features are getting wet all the time from riders spraying them themselves or just hitting them, and so you're used to that slipperiness. It's almost like wax for us. We don't actually wax the features like other sports do. We just wet them with water. And so the water does evaporate on a day like this. So for sure before contest we spray. We may be seeing throughout the day a handful of sprayers come out between heats to try to kind of keep that even. If half the feature, for example, dried up and the other half was wet, that's very inconsistent. And so as a rider, you're just used to having it wet the whole time.
Will riders ever wax their boards?
Yes, some of us wax our boards. I don't.
Did you not like doing that when you were riding?
No, I still wax my board, just not at cable parks personally. I think some people do, but I, prefer if we're gonna hit concrete or something like a different material. But the plastic is very slippery, and it's so much easier just to spray. Wax does come off over time, so you have to keep waxing your board, and then you might get used to it being waxed, and throughout the day it changes,
and you don't like the.
Yeah, with
the inconsistency.
Yeah, exactly. But like for example, if we're riding certain filming clips, we might hit a concrete feature or something. We might wax both the concrete but also our board, or different materials. We do different things for. But yeah, we can see the first wake skate on the water. Now the run has not started yet. So for those of you just tuning in for the first time today, the run starts at the kickers, which means almost a full lap. They go around and they start on the kicker hits. And as we mentioned, we're putting guys and girls running at the same time, but they will be judged separately. The reason being, on a wake skate, you fall a lot, and it takes time to get back to the dock. And we want to kind of keep the show moving and keep it entertaining for you guys out there. So
I know the answer to this, but explain it for people at home, grandma, grandpa, who might be watching. Why is it that the wake skate division, we see more people end up off the board? Is it just the inconsistency of the sport? Is it where the sport is at?
No, it's just the nature of the sport. So as you can see, it might be hard to tell, but she's not strapped into the board. It's like a skateboard versus snowboard. And so if you watch skating in general, they fall a lot more because it's just really hard to keep that board on your feet. And so that's super impressive to see her, do a shove. So the board's leaving her feet and just to kind of catch it. And you can imagine it's a lot harder to be coordinated with your feet than with your hands. And so it is just a more technical thing, especially another factor in wake skating is the wind. You're going 20 miles an hour. It could not be windy outside, but it still feels windy when you're riding. And when that board leaves your feet, the wind can take it.
Right.
So if the board gets tipped a little bit, this doesn't happen as much in skating because you're not going as fast, but it can really get blown away. And so I think
there's a lot that goes into the geometry and the physics of what's happening out there. And so the tricks become, I think, all the more impressive when you take that into account. Yeah,
it's definitely something that's maybe less flashy to outsiders, but when you understand, it's very impressive, and it has a lot of respect in the wake sports community because of how technical it is. And she's riding absolutely great. This is Chelsea Robertson, and a really solid full run. As we said earlier, the board leaving her feet, that's called a shove, and the board did a 180-degree rotation, and she, her feet she jumped in the air, the board stayed under her, spun, she kind of caught it. How hard you throw it, again, keeping it flat so wind doesn't take it, the water, catching it at the right time. It's very technical. Hopefully we'll get to see a replay of that. But here, just super solid on the rails. And, another factor while we're on wake skating, if you come off a rail a little early, your board could dip off the rail and come off your feet as well. So, if you just came off a rail early on a wakeboard, you just jump off the rail. But here, you can't just jump. The board won't come with you. So, it gets it's just a lot more technical of something. And that being said, because when you fall on a normal day at a cable park, you have to swim back and get back in line.
Yeah.
And if the line's long, it makes it that much harder to learn tricks on a wake skate. For us as a wakeboarder, if we don't land the trick, we might still be on the board.
And you can just continue the progression of your session.
Yeah, you can keep trying. You might hit your butt. You might just come off a rail early. If you come off a rail early on a wake skate, it's really hard to not fall. And so, yeah, here we have now
amateur wake skate.
Yeah, so we're under the
Blair
men
Robertson.
now. Yeah, we're under the men now. This is Blair. So this is judged separately from Chelsea. And yeah, if you guys are also just tuning in for the first time, if you're on YouTube, if you pull up the Rideline WWA app, you can see some live scores coming in. And they're a tail grab. We'll actually pull up the score so we can update you guys as we go.
Yeah, I do love that live timing. That makes things so great to
Yeah,
follow and gives us something to kind of follow throughout the event as well. We can see where people are at. We can see what adjustments they might be making.
In these first two divisions, we may only be able to see one of the two just because we're kind of running two simultaneously.
Right.
So we may have to wait until the next division to really get all those scores compared. But here, Blair off to a really good start, full pulling all the rails, getting a solid kick rate. There's some ollies. So these flat water tricks are actually a little easier than what we saw Chelsea do because the board is staying on his feet. So the more the board leaves your feet, the more technical it gets pretty much. But yeah, still hard to jump around and keep the board with you. So still some good tricks out there from Blair. And a backside 180, landing blind. Of course, anytime you have to handle pass also gets more technical.
Now, each of these athletes will get 2 runs. We already saw Chelsea Robertson out there. We'll have Blair Robertson in the midst of his first run out there. Now, I'm curious. Relation?
There's a shove, by the way, that we saw earlier, hidden behind the kicker, but he did, the board did leave his feet. And I do believe they are married.
Oh, that's so cool.
So that was actually part of running them together. Chelsea came up to me and was like, hey, they were actually scheduled at different times in the contest. And she's like, can I ride with my husband? And I was like, that sounds awesome.
Better. Let's
do
this. Yeah. That's awesome.
So I was like, we can definitely make that happen. She came up to me a few days ago. And, yeah, so I think they're probably having a good time out there, creating some memories together.
Yeah, and I mean, that is what at this level, I think, for a lot of participants, this sport is about creating memories, having fun.
Yeah, so Blair going down to the very end of his run, but a lot of riders on a wake skate specifically too, you can try those flat water tricks anywhere. So they just try it right at the end, maybe something they aren't that consistent with or haven't done before. Typically, judges don't penalize them for a fall like that at the end of the run because it was just kind of an add-on, a bonus trick in a way. So it looks like we might have had a little malfunction or something there on the start. I'm not sure what happened, but
now would that, if that is Michael going, would that be considered his run if he didn't get into the water well, or will you guys give him a second go?
It really depends on why he didn't get in the water. The operator could have told him to let go for some reason, and he didn't realize in time, and he went off and then let go. He could have, something could have been in the water, rope that he got around. But if it was his fault, which it looks like it must have been, then technically, it kind of depends what the reasoning is.
It looks like Chelsea is getting set. And that is right. A lot of the wakeboarders, because you are strapped in, can just jump off the dock. They have to start like a bended start to get onto the water, which again complicates things. And if you're doing both classes, a wakeboard and a wake skate, you kind of have to remind yourself, I'm sure, of the differences between the two and setting yourself up for success off the start.
And Michael rode a wakeboard last night. And coming out here wake skating, I'm curious as well. Think about practice. You have everyone has the same amount of practice, and then you end up having to split your practice up between wakeboarding and wake skating. So it does create some challenges. As we get very close to the event, we start doing individual practice sessions. So we'll put wake skaters at a separate time, so those riders do have an opportunity to ride both and practice on both. However, leading up the week before, everyone just kind of gets to ride at the same time, and it can be exhausting, trying to, your body does get tired pretty quickly holding onto that rope, and it's a lot of strength and muscle just even riding around like we're seeing now. So it's a lot of to balance and juggle when you're doing both wakeboard and wake skate.
Yeah, and I think mentally to kind of switch gears has to be very challenging as well.
Yeah, and muscle memory, everything. It feels similar when you're riding, but then when you do a trick, you have to do things completely different. You can't even jump off that kicker, for example, because if you jump, the wake skate won't come up with you. You have to just let the kicker push you. And so, yeah, it's just very different muscle memory.
Chelsea Robertson looking so smooth on that Busty Done feature.
Yeah.
Yeah. Busty well. What went into the design elements of his own feature?
So it's pretty interesting, actually. The middle part, that rail part, is very similar to a rail he grew up riding in the Sunshine Coast. And it's pretty much the same, just there it's in the ground, so as the water level changes, the height changes, but it's probably normally a little lower. But I think that having that rail was something we don't see much. It was homemade, and he probably had, memories and good times on that rail with people and was like, we should put this in other parks. Yeah. And then adding the transfer in the box. I mean, Busty's a pretty technical rider, and he likes longer rails you can lock into, but also the stepping up options. There's quite a lot of options, and it is pretty unique, actually. A lot of times some new rails can look like other ones, but this one, aside from that one rail back in his childhood days, it's pretty unique to the wakeboard industry, and so it's really cool. I think that was the inspiration, if I had to guess, though, was that rail growing up. And here, Chelsea, going for the shove.
You know what, though? That was a pretty good attempt.
That was actually was really good attempt.
Pretty good attempt.
The board stayed with her.
Right.
That can be good and bad, because obviously you have to have the board to stay with you, but you could.
Did she pop? Well,
that's the first hit.
That was the first hit.
You could land on the board, which makes it pretty dangerous as well.
Right.
People underestimate because maybe the amplitude isn't as big, but it's very easy to...
You're still detached, and those boards can hurt you.
Yeah, you can hit your face on the board, your arm on the board. So here...
That was... Yeah, she went to go do the...
close, but thankfully, she didn't run into the board.
Yeah.
It just got slightly behind her, but she did intentionally throw it in front of her and spin it around. And so, yeah, really good attempt, actually, and already had a solid first run. So I think made sense for her to try to do something a little more risky.
Yeah.
Pretty flawless first run.
Why not? It's the World Championships. You go, girl. You go for it. Love that for her. And, of course, she is the only competitor in women's wake skate, so she will naturally be the world champion, a pioneer, and a ceiling pusher for all women out there.
Yeah, but being the only one, she still rode. She could have just
gone
easy,
really
right?
Well.
But doing the shove on the water, I mean, that's something I don't see women do very often. So I think she's, still an incredible competitor. And a lot of these riders, their goal is just to have a plan, go out and see if they can do it with the pressure, with the, in the moment. They only get 2 tries. And so I think it's confident to say she did exactly what she was planning to do in that first run. And they're just going down
Blair Robertson, her husband.
But same thing with him. I mean, he had a super solid first run, so that was an intentional step up. So I think both of them probably, achieved their goals there with that first run, doing what they had in mind. And
it's that XL kicker. That XL kicker will get you.
Yeah, and so Michael...
It's too tempting to go big.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, it's really hard on a wake skate to go. The only way to go big is to go faster and to edge harder. Whereas on a wakeboard, you just jump higher. You will also go faster, but you have some options there to tune things. So
Michael going on the course now. And Michael, of course, missing his first run in the heat due to what we can only assume is a false start or something to that. In racing, we call it a false start, but a DNS did not start. But this will be his first and only run in the amateur wake skate division. Michael Goen on the course. Now, you said he competed yesterday in wakeboard.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I believe in the 40-plus division. So, yeah, he's still doing it. And we love to see people of all ages out here. That's one of the coolest things about the World Championships is we have divisions from 10 and under to 50 and up.
To 50.
And so to see all different ages come out, compete, come together, and just support each other. I could just hear out the window cheering and everything.
You can hear the family and friends.
You can see the smile on his face right now in the live stream. So it's really cool to see just everyone kind of coming together and cheering each other on. And maybe they don't always get to ride, together with people. Oh, just going down. Looks like he tried shove or something on that. But he's
It's so
stoked.
easy to make a mistake, as you said, in skateboarding, if you watch the Olympics or if you watch X Games, I mean, those guys, nearly every single run, when they land it, it is celebratory because you don't have clean runs as frequently as you might in wakeboard or an attached sport. So you can tell Michael going a little upset there, but having fun nonetheless. And that will wrap up our wake skate divisions. Chelsea Robertson, Blair Robertson, and Michael Goen. I will venture to say that because Blair Robertson had 2 complete attempts on the course, that he would very much likely be our world champion in amateur wake skate.
Yeah, I think
Safe to say.
the scores, I think, already just came in the app too, and I think they were on par with that. Michael not landing a trick there with falling on that first attempt, but yeah, so looks like we're moving on to the under 10 girls.
This I'm excited for. The final for the girls under 10 park division. We saw these young ladies make the transfer from the semifinals yesterday. Miss Mary Jones from the UK, Sissy Travers, Mia Marks, Jasmine Lang. Mary Jones, the number 1 seed, headed into this final all the way from the UK. She is a little adrenaline junkie. I was talking to her dad yesterday, and he was telling me that she bungee jumped at 9. She skydives. She's skydived. She skydove at 10. And it's like, okay, well, now she's competing on the world stage for a world championship in the girls under 10 park division. What a little ripper.
I didn't even know that was legal. It's not legal in America, at least, to skydive under 10.
There's no way.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And bungee jumping is even crazier to me because when you're skydiving, you are at least strapped with someone. You have someone there with you to guide you through it and comfort you.
You have a parachute.
Bungee jumping, you're by yourself, and then after you jump, you're just hanging there for a while. So it's very alone, and
just fearless.
At that age, it's pretty crazy.
She's actually over talking to her dad right now, who's on the dock. He's super supportive, as all the parents are at this age, just encouraging their kids to take their passion to the next level, whether it be soccer, baseball, basketball, or in this case, wakeboarding. We'll always want to see your kids happy. So, and every single one of those girls out there smiling. I think that's also maybe Courtney Angus. That looks like Courtney Angus down there. She is a coach to a lot of these girls on the dock yesterday, and I'll let you pop in and call these tricks when you see them. I think this might be a spray lap, but Courtney is a coach to nearly every single girl on the dock down there. And one thing she was telling me yesterday, that she tries to advise them to develop a routine for the course. So she wants them to create spots where they cut the course or where they plan to turn. Also, when they hit the rails, spots where they plan their entry and their exit on and off the rails, so they have a consistent kind of format or choreography to their run. And at this age, it's hard to remember a lot of things. It's hard to remember at my age too. But I think that is something that might help them out on the course. As an adult or as a pro competitor, John, is that something you guys do as well?
Actually, yeah, very much so. It's easy to get lost out there, and in the sense that when you're not by these features or like super close up and you have to start your cut beforehand, it's really hard to tell how far you are for something. So you basically have to use landmarks. One example is the cable above head. So you say, hey, do I start under the cable, to the right, to the left, and by how much?
Yeah. And
then also you could use a landmark on the shore. Some riders are more feeling. I'm definitely more of like the landmark type person. And there you go.
Jasmine Lang off the XL kicker.
A 360, really rad. But yeah, the way you cut in completely changes. Like these rails, actually, it's really interesting. You can't move across them like you can on the water. Once you're on them, your trajectory's set. So they're super solid, full pull on this, front side 3 off. But to do that, it's all about the approach. And so you have to kind of use your surroundings and strategically. And there, another one, super solid full pull. That
center rail is so high too. Is that what we were talking about earlier on the Busty Dunn feature? Like how it was a little higher than...
It's taller than the one he designed, like he had rode in the past.
On.
A lot of, it's nerve-wracking the first few times, and but a lot of kids love the feeling of being that high off the water. It's a really cool feeling.
Yeah. As we get older, we don't appreciate that feeling as much when you're young.
That's, these girls, as you said, they're adrenaline junkies, and that's, at least over her head by a couple feet, if not 1.5 times her height. It's pretty crazy to see.
Probably feels like she's on the moon up there.
Yeah, and wow, super solid run so far. Getting to the end of these rails is one of the most challenging and underappreciated things in the sport, and she just did it on all 4 of them, and that's going to be a huge factor in her score. It's definitely going to be a really solid score from her. Let's see if she can finish it off. And there, the toe side 360, so super amazing run right there from Jasmine Lang. Pretty confident. She did everything she wanted to do out there. Everything looked flawless. It was very impressive. The fact that she's like really locking into these rails, making it to the end of them, as you're seeing in these replays. That's something that you could try 4 or 5 times to do your run, and it might happen 1 out of 5. And so, that's the main focus, I think, for a lot of these riders, is to make it to the end of that run, or to the end of that rail on all the rails, and you have 2 tries at it. So she just did it on her first try. Super impressive. And
yeah, Mark's hitting the course now, and all these girls so impressive, John. Like every single stinking one of them are just warriors out there. So cool.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. Is extremely hard to learn how to wakeboard.
It's so hard.
It's a lot of muscle, and they're
what are we doing out there, girlfriend? It's too early for that kind of wildness. Someone had her coffee. She was ready to get after it.
Yeah, so that's a scarecrow, a front flip with a 180. And they're full pull across that rail again. That's usually the difference maker between all the podium positions. But, I mean, these girls are in the finals for a reason. And they're super confident, super locked in. And I guess the coaching from Courtney seems to have really helped because, as I said, a lot of times that's the thing that makes the winner of an amateur division versus maybe a second place is learning that approach that Courtney was teaching them. And it's cool to see her supporting all of the women and just really focusing on the future of women's wakeboarding. And it's very bright, I can say, after watching these women take some laps out here.
One of our partners, Nautique, 100-year anniversary from 1925 to 2025. They are a partner of ours, along with GM Marine, for the Gold Coast Wake Park Championships.
And they're going blind landing, and oh my goodness, I'm honestly blown away.
I'm blown away by this group of girls.
This is so
it's super competitive,
challenging,
isn't it?
To make it all the way across these rails. Both of them have done it. It's definitely goes underestimated, and just going down on the toe side 540. So still a solid run. They're very technical on the rails. Landing blind is something you don't see a lot of people do. Going upside down, I mean, at this age, there's just a lot going on here. The handle passes, everything. I mean, it's very, very impressive. And as I said, just getting up on a wakeboard is very impressive at this age. It's, it can be nerve-wracking. You have other people on the dock watching you try to learn. That might have some experience, it takes a lot of muscle, it takes a lot of balance and technique. And so the fact that they're out riding, doing flips, all of that is pretty wild to me. I mean, I was terrified of a flip when I was a teenager learning to wakeboard. So can't imagine at this age.
It's funny to see how resilient these kids are. Sissy Travers on the course now. She takes the inside kicker. I have nieces, one is 7 and one is 4, and they get on the trampoline and they are fearless. And that's actually where a lot of these young women, even pro women, learn and kind of practice and exemplify tricks first is on the trampoline. It's a little more forgiving, but it's hard to commit to even that. And so to see these girls then move it to water and see the process kind of come to fruition in a competition like this, I mean, it's not like they just got out there and haphazardly through the trick. There are months and months of training and preparation and visualizing before they even put it to water.
Yeah, and as you said, I would imagine all of them have done, if they're doing flips or anything, they've done them on a trampoline first. If you fall here, you have to swim back. You can get a lot more reps on a trampoline quicker. Mm-hmm. If you fall, you just get back up. And, you can do it in most any weather. I mean, depends if you're indoors, right, or outdoors. Right. But, it's these girls definitely, I mean, I would say years to get to this level, this was not in a few months. This was years. And at that age, I mean, they must have started so young, and they got to be pretty dedicated too, not just once a week for a year, like it takes a long time to even get to this level. So
And here they are competing for a world title. Time for that XL kicker. She's setting up for it. What are we going to see?
Man, she's hidden behind the kicker because of how
she's
big
so little.
it is.
She's so little.
And there, the Scarecrow landing it clean. She started off with a 360, a handle pass on the other kicker. So having flips and spins shows that you have a variety of skill sets. There's the 360. And judges, you know, I always tell young riders, the key is to show as many skills as possible because the judges don't know what you can do or can't do. And she did that very well in this run.
All of these women, just nice, clean runs. We haven't seen a fall yet. This is their first time through the order. We will now get a look at Mary Jones. After this spray, she is the #1 seed going in. She was really disappointed yesterday that she didn't take the win in features. And I think, if anything, that maybe motivates her a little more today as she starts things off that XL kicker. Now, did that trick count, or was that trick a part of her run?
Yeah, that was the first trick of her run. That was the first trick of her run.
So she went big with that XL kicker to kick things off.
Yeah, we're going quick between riders, but yeah, super solid transfer on that one. So leaving from the kicker on the side, and here you'll see a transfer the other foot forward, actually. So
I like that she's using this feature because no other girl in the competition in this division has used that elbow feature.
Yeah, I think that's something that judges are always looking for, is showing some different variety or showing to use the course differently. We call it composition, the way you're kind of representing your riding, almost like the art form of it, the way you stylize it, the trick selection. I mean, if you think about it as a painter, it's like what colors you use, you know?
Right.
That actually is a big factor. And in the back, flat water tricks do count. So those 360s on the water are going to just help add points to a score for sure. And transferring there again. So 3 transfers in a run now. It adds more going on, more to think about, more to aim with. And yeah, so she's starting off super solid right there. Mary Jones, this is her final hit of the contest.
I think very nice. Very well done.
Going for the flip there. So super awesome run. I think she started with a 540. So having, again, a flip and a spin. Super good, solid, well-rounded run right there.
Yeah, very clean. Every girl in this division has been clean. Now we'll work our way back through the order, starting at the top with Jasmine Lang. 2 runs, correct? 2 runs?
Yes, 2 runs. So
okay.
This is run number 1.
We will start with Jasmine Lang shortly.
And the best run counts. So, you know, you can't mix and match.
But with everyone getting such a nice, clean run in their first run, do you think we'll see them make any changes or go? I mean, if you're Mary Jones or Sissy Travers, do you make any adjustments or do you just try to clean things up?
Well, as I said at the beginning, a lot of these girls had very, very clean runs, which is it's impressive for the whole heat to have such clean riding. You don't see that very often in any age.
No.
So that's kind of what you want to do. You really want to put down a solid run so you can risk it a bit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Maybe try something, Cindy, like a trick that you've not landed 100%. Well, maybe not landed, but a trick that you haven't landed in competition yet.
Sometimes people do, and you know what's funny? One of the girls was talking to Courtney. I'm not sure which one, to be honest, or if it was in the next division up, but one of the young girls was talking to Courtney about trying a trick that is pretty risky, and I'm curious to see. I think it's in the 11 to 13 girls, but some of them may try a trick they've never tried before because, you know, it's all in the spirit of progression, having fun on the water, and so if they really do feel like there's nothing else they can do, why not try something new? And if you landed it, incredible. If not, you know, sometimes that adrenaline and contest motivation is what you need to try something you were scared of. And once you try it once, it's so much easier. So they may try something just that they want to work on for the next contest. And I think that's really rad to see. So the run does start when she hits the kicker. So this is kind of just making her way into the start of the course. And I think originally she was waiting for scores, which we do have in. Let me reload them.
Yeah, let's check that Rideline app. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, you'll want to download the Rideline app so you can follow along with the live scoring.
This is Jasmine Lang. She's currently in second, but that heel 5 will do a lot for her score. That is probably the most technical hit we've seen in this heat so far. And so on the kicker hit, at least. And so super solid there. And there, the front side 360, locking into that rail, doing it every time in semis and finals, which is, as I mentioned before, extremely impressive. And there you go, the 180 off. And so another factor in this age specifically is, landing right foot forward and left foot forward, showing that you can do things both ways. If you think about baseball, people only bat one direction, but in action sports, in board sports, we ride both directions. And so I think that showing that you have that skill set, especially at such a young age, that takes a lot of time.
Right.
Basically relearn the sport twice.
Well, and I think too, anything that's counterintuitive, whether it be your balance distribution or your preferred stance, has to require counter programming. And that's an element of thoughtfulness during your run that just complicates things a little further, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's you lean on your right foot one way, you got to lean on the left. And if you've only done it one way for so long, that is really hard to reprogram. So
Jasmine Lang.
And that was a 360 in her first run, I believe. So was the first kicker hit, I think. So both kicker hits stepping it up. So it looks like she may have had this pretty planned out. She said, I'm going to go pretty safe first run, get a good score on the board. It put her in second place based on the first runs. And now knowing I can turn this up, I can turn that up. And, I think she did exactly what she needed to do and, what her plan was, and that's really the key here. The better you get at competing, it's a very hard skill to learn, and as I said, it's impressive that they're all having full runs because it took me years to learn how to, what tricks are the right tricks to try, how consistent are you, to know yourself. You have to be really self-aware, right?
Right.
To say I can do this every time, or sometimes you might have some false confidence and think I got this trick every time, and then you try it and
you
the
don't.
pressure. Yeah, because there's a lot of factors going on, right?
Yeah.
There's pressure. There's, conditions are different every day. And so there we have Mia Marks.
Mia Marks on the course right now. Mia Marks.
Spinning off that first rail and then doing a solid transfer on that pipe. And so wrapping up right here. This is putting that handle around her is really just to give her arms a break because, as I said, it's a very physical sport. And adding these flat water tricks in the back, these do count for a score, and these are also another very technical aspect. When you're on the water with waves and things, it's not as smooth and consistent as a rail is. The rail is always the same, whereas the water changes throughout different conditions. And so it might look easy because these girls are very talented, but it's definitely a technical riding out there we're seeing.
Everything about, I think, the way these girls approach the sport is just so cool.
So I believe she actually fell on this in the first run and landing at that time.
Landing it now, yeah.
So that should be an improvement for her. And I think she's the only woman who did have a fall, and so she's currently in fourth, but she's very close even with the fall. So now having the flip and the spin, this should be an improvement for her. So she must be really excited about putting that run down. And this is called the handle pass off that rail, which is almost harder sometimes on rails to do at the very end. You have less time. That rail is very low, and so super technical riding right there. I'm interested to see where the score comes in at.
Sissy Travers entering the course now. She's ready for her second go. See what she's got.
Here, starting off Cece's run with the Scarecrow. So it seems like a lot of these girls are
very comfortable with the Scarecrow.
Yeah, I mean it's a technical trick. I think it's a good contest trick. They realize it scores really well, and it's not that easy.
No.
But I think they're not doing it because it's easy. They're doing it because it's actually hard, and they strategize and planned for months for this moment, and they worked on that trick with riders like Courtney, and they're the 360 across that rail. So that's very challenging, being how high it is. And if you come off early in the middle passing the handle, you could fall. So it's a very high risk. Oh, no, just going down on the ollie backside 180. I was about to comment that would have been the most technical flat water trick we would have seen.
Yeah.
So definitely going risky on that one. And she looks a little bummed, understandably. But her first run was an incredible run.
Yeah.
And she's got to be proud of that rail hit she just did right here that you're looking at, because this is an impressive trick. And no other girl has done that in this division on that feature. So here you'll see her go down. That's a blind landing, which, you know, your hand's behind your back, and it can be very hard to hold that body position. There's a lot of tension. And so, yeah, I mean, that's impressive how close she was to landing it. It's one of those things that is maybe you use it a lot at a higher level, but it's one of the last fundamental things you learn, because it takes so much strength and time to develop that muscle and body position. So
As we're waiting for the next rider to hit the dock, let's go ahead and get a score check. As of now, and mind you, scores are still coming in from these second runs, Mary Jones still leads with an 82.67. We have Jasmine Lang with a 69.17. We have Sissy Travers with a 66. And Mary Marks with a 61. So the only athlete, the only rider to enter into the 80s is Miss Mary Jones, still left with room to improve. And as we saw just now with Cece Travers, she went for it because she knew it was her second run. She had a good, clean run already on the books. Why not go for it with a flat water trick? That might bump her up a little bit. So I'm curious to see how these other girls maybe make some adjustments and do the same thing. Looks like Mary Jones out on the course. Mary Jones out on the course for a spray lap. Okay. Out on course, Mary Jones in her second and what will be final run of the day, hoping to claim that girls 10 and under park world championship.
yeah, so currently in the first place, but we are still waiting on a few run 2 scores. So that could change. But she had a super solid first run. I'm very curious what she's going to try, because I think she might have something up her sleeve.
Bust something new out, right? Let's see what Miss Mary Jones has got. She's a fan favorite, too. A lot of fanfare surrounding Miss Mary Jones. She's all the way from the UK in a division stacked with local Aussies. So she's come a long way for this title, and I think she would be awful sad if she left without it.
Locks in once again. There it is. Oh, not quite as she wanted
So
before, but
I mentioned earlier, doing a lot of transfers. That shows kind of how challenging it can be to do a transfer.
Yeah.
And trying another one, stepping up. So looks like
That run probably won't outdo what we've already seen at this point. But
maybe not, but that
let's
was
go off the kicker. Let's see what she's got.
Let's see what she can finish with here.
and that was really impressive. I mean, a 720 is a pro women level trick. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know if she's done that before. Maybe she thought, hey, my rails, you know, my run already isn't going to improve, so I'm going to try something crazy here. But
Yeah.
it shows the potential. She definitely could do that trick. I mean, with some more practice, it's
Now, coming up on this rail, what were you about to say when you kind of saw her frustration there?
I was going to say, she didn't try that trick in run 1, so she definitely tried something a lot harder, and yeah, it took her down, but
Mary,
she
have you done sevens before?
or it didn't take her down, but she didn't get onto that. And
That's the first
I hear
time.
right now the announcer's outside asking if she's
Oh.
tried a 7, and I think she just said it's her first time trying it. So
Today's a good day to do it.
Nice.
Conditions are nice, the vibes are high, and I think we'll be seeing that through a few of the divisions. So as scores are still coming in, it is Mary Jones' title to take, as she has the only score that's sitting in the 80s, but we will get you guys a final calculation on that. We're going to take a quick break before we move to the boys park 10 and under. Look forward to watching Cruz E-Boy and Joshua Taylor battle it out for that title. We'll be back shortly.
Park division. Rob the dog for the fellows first. You know this guy.
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique GM Marine PCM, Gold Coast Wake Park, and Roswell Marine. Things are just kicking off here in the boys park 10 and under division. We have what looks like Hudson Burrs hitting the water for his first run. I'm going to lay out here and let you guys listen to the live event call until John gets back in here. We're taking a little break still, but Hudson Burrs on the water, Nate Hooper, Joshua Taylor, and Cruz E-Boy all in the boys park 10 and under division. Hudson Burrs on the course now. Looking pretty comfortable out there, figuring out his lines. Oh, big air. Big air on the back stretch there.
yeah, so that hit is called a rally, which is a really technical and scary move to do as they transfer up off the water, using all the rope tension to create that lift. It's very
It's demanding.
it's extremely challenging. It's very risky, and you're going way faster, harder. It's more high risk and I guess a little more dangerous, but that's really impressive to see Hudson throw. And when I coach, I don't really encourage kids under 10 to even start trying them because it's so it can be really gnarly, you know. So it's really impressive to see these guys going for that. And I mean, he did absolutely beautifully. And so, yeah, I think that type of trick is usually what differentiates the kids in this division, whether they can do those sort of skills or not.
There's definitely, I think, a few tricks, a few skills that separate the Groms from the boys, let's say, the boys from the bigger boys. And it's funny because when you go down to the dock, they have their coaches, they have their friends, a lot of the older athletes who kind of mentor them. And at this stage at the World Championships, all these guys kind of have the same stuff. It's just who can execute it the best. And I was also told, for the most part, Cruz E-Boy is one to look out for because he will go into a competition. He will make that same trick look like it's being done by a professional.
Yeah, his amplitude and intensity is what is so impressive. He is so small, but everything has more speed, more height, more power than the typical rider. Now, I haven't seen all these riders ride. They may carry that as well. I'm just familiar with Cruzy Boy's riding, and I know he definitely is a very powerful rider, and he's fearless. I mean, that's really, evident in his riding. He's trying double flips out there, which, probably weren't even done on the cable when he was, born. And they're very new tricks to be doing. And, I mean, really impressive. But it looks like we're waiting a minute for the scores from the judges and these riders just relaxing. This is part of competing, though. It can be challenging when you have these factors like judges taking time to put scores in and stuff, and you're ready to go, and you're like, I want to do it, and then you have to like turn it off and wait, and then turn it back on, and
the adrenaline, keeping yourself in a place where, for the most part, you are plateauing, where you're consistent, where you don't have the adrenaline highs and lows, and that will save you from exhaustion throughout the day, as that is the case with many sports. You don't want to wake up super revved up and wound up and then unwind right before game time. You kind of want everything to be a plateau, or so I'm told in sports.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's interesting. Different humans have like kind of different numbers you want to be at with adrenaline. Sometimes if you're too excited, you can edge too hard or have to be too intense, and sometimes if you're too relaxed, it can be easy with the nerves to drop a handle or make a careless mistake in that sense. And so finding your sweet spot is something that takes a lot of time and awareness, and at this age they haven't had a lot of time to try it out and figure it out. But again, it's just so impressive that that's kind of what we say when we say like putting it down under pressure with the nerves. It's like trying to keep that adrenaline at the correct level for you, and even knowing what that feels like. You
don't want to completely blanket it. Like, you want to thrive on it, I would imagine, a little bit.
Yeah, and some riders like me, I like it a little lower. And, the Stucky boys who are really talented, they like that pressure and that adrenaline and everything, and that makes them perform better. And so everyone's a little different.
Nate Hooper on the water now. Nate Hooper just kind of taking his spray lap out there, getting things going here. We'll also see Joshua Taylor and Cruz E-Boy in this final. 4 competitors battling it out for one world championship. Mr. Nate Hooper getting set up and getting ready for what will be his first run of the order. Getting everything a good spray.
Man, it's crazy how little these guys are.
Aren't they tiny? They're just so cute.
But when the camera's not this zoomed in and you just see them riding, they don't look little. They just look, like you said, some of them look like a pro on the water. And so it's really crazy to see when they're just riding around how little they look. And we saw Scarecrow in the women's division a lot, right? This is, we call an elephant. You do a Scarecrow with a 180, but then you bring it back to your original stance. And so it's kind of a fake out in a way, and it's just a more stylish way to do that trick. And they're shaking off, coming off the rail a little bit early, but shaking it off and getting a super solid hit right there. So another factor competing, right? When you make a small mistake or, things don't go completely to plan, being able to just shake it off and keep going. And he seems to be doing great at that right now. And they're a back roll off the flats and seems pretty happy with that one. So, doing super solid out there. So those are called air tricks when you flick off the flat water like that. And the physics is really complicated. I'm not going to get into it, but it's what I was referring to earlier as very technical and hard to understand as a young kid, as I said, because the physics is complicated. It doesn't really make sense in your brain, but it works. Sometimes you just got to trust it.
I know a lot of these guys at this age do quite a bit of film study. They watch the pros. They're out here taking notes, and they watch a lot of the YouTubes and the Instagrams and kind of see what the other guys are doing and draw from inspiration for that.
Really, really big back roll right there off the XL kicker. So super solid way to end his run. Nate Hooper has to be very happy with the way he rode in that run.
Nice, clean first run of that heat.
So solid there. That rail super long, challenging to get to the end.
Let's get a check on the Ride Line app. See where Hudson Burrs and Nate Hooper are coming in. Hudson Burns with a 63 on the board.
Joshua Taylor. Do you know if Joshua Taylor is related to Casey Taylor?
I could get that confirmation for you.
I'm curious because Casey Taylor last night, winning Women's Park Rider of Australia and New Zealand last night at the Australian Wake Awards.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, with that riding, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Jumping from one rail to the other, I really can't believe we just saw that.
From a boys 10 and under. From a boy who is less than 10 years old.
Yeah, really impressive riding. So they're also like we call this hard way when you come in facing the rail and spin, with your tail going up and over the rail. And that's because it is harder. And there, he looked like he wanted to try one of those air tricks I was talking about and hesitated and didn't do it. So I'm really curious. Maybe he's thinking he's going to play it safe this run and think about it for next run. But maybe he felt like he didn't get the right edge. Again, the water conditions can change from minute to minute. And so sometimes that adds just a factor to it. But really good run. Everything he's trying, he's doing flawlessly. I mean, the execution's really good. And linking this up, wow. Linking
Very
that up
nice.
from the left to go,
all the way to the far right instead of taking that outside line
yeah,
that we've seen so many riders do.
Yeah, and
not taking the inside kicker.
Just going down. But
just barely. How disappointing must that be? Well, I mean, I guess you'd rather get the tricks in earlier on, but you're at the final, you're at the field goal line and just drop the lead there.
So to me, he really stands out on the rails. And so we can talk about this for a minute because rails, kickers, and flat water tricks are 3 separate sections. He dominated this rail section, but unfortunately he went down on the kicker section. So he'll have some points in some areas, some in another, but it's cool to see some of these riders kind of have expertise or strengths in some areas.
But yeah, it seems like he definitely was very confident on the rails. Is that because maybe they just grew up riding a lot of rails, or
it could be the influences.
Style thing?
It could be the influence around them. It could be what they enjoy, so they do more of it. It could be what they had at their park around them. And
what?
Cruisy boy, wow!
Just sending it, but that was not the result he was hoping for. He's got to be pretty upset about that. Was that on his spray lap?
No. That's called a whirly bird. It might have been hard to tell on the thing, but the handle goes up over around his head like a
whirly bird.
Yeah. And we call it an olay when you're not upside down, but he's upside down doing this olay. There you can see it again while he's flipping. So he's flipping, spinning, and having to get the rope up and out of the way over his head and kind of lasso it around.
Next level though, but how disappointing. I wanted to see the rest of that run. I wish even though they fell, they could continue that run and just at least get that course time. But
well, Cruisy boy, I think has a second chance, and he's a very talented rider. So
he'll come in a little more conservatively, probably.
Yeah, maybe
he sends it again.
That was just nerves because he overdid it. Like he did the trick right in the air, but he went a little too intense with it. So he kind of went. That could be kind of what we're talking about with adrenaline. Maybe he got too excited and kind of went with too much intensity. Also, as we said, Cruisy Boy is a very intense, powerful rider, and so maybe next time he just takes that in his mind and says, I gotta go a little less intense on this next one.
So if you're wondering some of the fanfare around Cruise E-Boy, he's like a social media darling. So he has like 98,000, which is a billion to me, followers on Instagram. He's just got so much going on. And he has these viral videos, him pulling off and landing pro tricks, basically. just a little media darling. And that, I think, is such a sign as to where sports are at now, and how much you can grow your following and grow what you're doing in your sport thanks to the advent of social media. So Cruz E-Boy, a little celebrity in his own right because of that.
Yeah, and definitely, speaking of that, a favorite to win, I would imagine, and going down first trick, so that really puts
potentially
a lot
an
on the line.
upset. Yeah.
So, but yeah, Cruzy Boy, I mean, I didn't even realize he's, what we would call Instagram famous in wakeboarding. I mean, he's got a massive following and a ton of fans at such a young age. It's wild to think about 100,000 people, tuning into his content on a daily basis. And I'm stoked on that as a wakeboarder myself to see that he's getting the sport in front of so many eyes. Probably a lot of those people don't wakeboard. They just see a young kid who's really talented and impressive. And they're going with the nose grab roll to revert on that first kicker hit. So we're back to Hudson Briss, who currently is in the first place position right now after run one. So he's feeling pretty good and adding a handle pass gap in the middle of that rail. Really impressive, doing that backside 270, coming in on his heels. 180 into this transfer, front lip, 450 off. So kind of tick-tocking around, spinning different directions. Really solid run here. And this is probably the air trick. Oh my goodness. That's called a Vulcan, where you go not just, I believe that was an improvement from the last one. I think in the last one he did this hit, a crypt. So really technical, a little sloppy and loose on the landing, but oh my goodness.
He's busting it. He's busting now, baby.
I think he's the youngest person I've ever seen in the world do this trick. Front to blind.
That's pretty sick.
These flat water tricks take more strength than every other trick. So at this young of an age, it's crazy to think that has those kind of tricks in his bag. And as we said, specialties. Clearly, air tricks are his specialty right here. These flat water tricks is where he's shining and coming in, going down on the backside 720. But he looks like he was trying to put on a show for everyone. He didn't just step up one hit. He stepped up a lot of hits. He really wanted to show what he was capable of. And he's already sitting in first place, so he might be feeling pretty confident going into that run and saying, you know what, I just want to show people what I'm capable of, and not playing it safe, not playing it very strategic in the sense that he, being in first, he could have only stepped up one thing, but he's went all out to just show people what he's made of. And so whether he landed that or not, I think he's very proud of the way he rode. He showed that he's capable of doing that trick as well as the other tricks in his run. And so, yeah, he's got to be really proud of that. And seeing that front to blind off the flats is wild. Really, really impressive.
Out on the course now, Nate Hooper making his rounds. This will be his second run of the order, his second and final of the boys 10 and under park division. If you're just joining us here on the Rideline app or on YouTube, we are moving right along on the fourth and final day of the Wake Park World Championships presented by WWA Nautique GM Marine. So many kids out here, just the future of the sport, having fun, enjoying, doing what they love. Getting a little spray lap down there.
Yeah, so looks like scores are coming in for Hudson. It doesn't look like he's going to improve, which, as we talked about, stepping up the air trick section a lot. But
what do you think about that? It seemed as though his run was so static.
We got to keep in mind it's sections, right? And on the kicker section, he's missing half of his points he could be getting.
Right.
So even though, and he still had a good run on air tricks and everything before, so that improvement on air tricks just probably doesn't make up the half of points he would lose on that kicker section. And that's the thing about the kickers. There's only two of them. So they're 35%. Each hit is very heavily weighted. So falling on that last hit, it is really hard to come back from that. And again, his first run was incredible still.
Yeah.
So, I think it makes sense. He still had a really high score. Actually, his second run still would have put him in first place. Just didn't beat his own first run. So, And there we saw the air back roll, a little cleaner. He's jumping around, hopping around, grabbing his board. He looks like he's having a really fun time out there. Spraying, kind of creating his own wave to ride through and barreling himself in a way.
Nate Hooper. No, he did cut the course interestingly, right? He's not just sticking to those outside lines. He's trying different lines.
Yeah, but trying different things. Unfortunately, he not putting on what he was looking for there, but, you know.
And that's such a tell to the judges, though. I mean, is there any sort of, very nice, is there any sort of coaching or kind of, I don't know, nuance of the sport to which you don't give those tells to the judges that maybe you're disappointed in your run, or that they don't want to see you kind of collapse into yourself that way?
Yeah, I mean, some riders, you know, I think he maybe realized this run, even, you know, that hit wasn't as good, this hit wasn't as good as run 1. I think maybe at that point he realized it doesn't matter. It's not going to be an improvement. However, yeah, there's a little bit of strategy, but you're also just really emotional. You know, all these kids are so passionate, and so sometimes it's hard to just like fake it. Like, oh yeah, I meant to do that. You know, and it really depends on the situation. I've definitely seen riders play it off. You know, I mean, if you like kind of miss a grab, you definitely should play it off every time, because you don't know their angle, and maybe they couldn't see super clearly, and they might give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you get, you know, so. It really depends, I think, on the mistake, on how obvious the mistake is.
Right.
Whether you want to try to fake it, you know, or just play it off like, yeah, that was good. Yeah, so my guess is that, it just came in. Nate's run is not an improvement, but it was close to an improvement because he did step up a few things, a few harder tricks, but not quite the execution that we saw in his first run. So we're coming down to looks like Joshua Taylor getting ready to start his run right here. Again, really good rail rider. Wanted to try the air trick but didn't. So I'm curious if he's going to throw it out, because he had some good solid rail hits.
Oh, a little sloppy.
Going for that scarecrow. Yeah, actually that was kind of similar to the first run. It was not perfect in the first run either. Yeah. But this is where he shines to me.
And the rails.
That hit's really impressive. And then again, we call it course management, like the way you choose to come around the course. And that is a really interesting line, because both of those features are the less utilized features. And he's using them both, but he's not just using them. He's actually doing technical tricks on both of them.
He knows his audience, that's for sure.
And that was the trick that, he, you know, thought about trying and run 1 and didn't. So it definitely was on the edge of his comfort zone. I think he's happy he went for it. Those tricks are scary. Maybe he rushed it a little bit out of the corner, but he seems like he has a smile on his face and he has a great attitude about it, and he's just happy to be out here. And again, still, you know, he's in the 3rd place right now, but really shining on the rails, probably has the best rail score, and it's really cool to see each rider kind of showing their uniqueness and what makes them so special and what earned them the spot into this finals.
The drum roll for Cruz E-Boy, who is going to take his second and final of 2 runs, which will determine whether or not he will be a boys Park 10 and under world champion here at the Gold Coast Wake Park. You know, I'm really curious to see what he does. I'm so curious. Does he go for those same tricks? Does he make any adjustments just to get a clean score on the board? Where is he at? I mean, at this age, they're not battling for a, season-long Super Bowl championship. Maybe he does go for the super showy run, and he...
You never know with this kid. That's why I think his social media does so well. You just never know what you're going to get from this guy.
Or do you start training your kids young to start playing for a title per se, where you play to finish second? If this is the Olympics, you want that silver medal,
I think Cruzy Boy has some goal in mind, whether that is to showcase incredible riding or win the contest.
Are we gold or go home? or are we locking in for silver? You know, what mentality is Cruz Eboy going to take on this run?
Yeah, but if I'm a
The
betting
fans
man,
love him.
yeah, if I'm a betting man, it's that he's going to go all out.
Yeah.
Just because that's his personality from what I've seen, is he's just an all or nothing kind of guy. I mean, that's what
Checkers or wreckers, some of the best athletes in the world have been that way.
yeah, that's what makes his intensity and that his riding is that way. It's just
It's
all
so
out all the
contagious
time.
and so viral.
And yeah, maybe he won't win every contest of his career because of that, but also might help him out a lot on social media, which he
Right.
seems to be shining. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely different personality types in a way, but he's
Okay. He's lining up for that XL kicker.
oh wait, is he gonna go for a double flip? We saw him do earlier. No, so he's playing it safe on that hit. I think he wants to see how his rails go to decide
Yeah.
what to try. Maybe he tries that kicker hit again if
Sure.
he feels like he needs it.
Yeah.
So he might be actually playing it pretty strategic here. Really impressive right there. Yeah, that's a really technical rail hit. So I'm curious. I think he might be actually very strategic right now
Yeah.
with that 270 on, 270 off, locking and adding an
Ooh.
air trick early on in the course,
Yep.
which means he probably has a lot to come.
Boom. I love how.
Yeah, 2 in on that straight, which is a lot of course management. You got to be quick. I mean, 4
He
now.
seems to
5.
really love these air features. He's just busting them out.
Well, I think he is being very strategic. All of those were not crazy, but he's just like, I got a lot of these.
I want to rack up points.
Yeah, he's racking up.
I have a lot of cards on the table.
And that really impressive to show that he's landing backwards on the rail, both directions, kind of looking over his left shoulder, looking over his right shoulder. Yeah, so solid.
Very
So I'm
nice.
curious what he does on this last kicker hit because he did do really good on. He's probably winning the rails, probably winning the flats, and so he doesn't need to go crazy on this, but he might be doing the devil.
Oh.
And so I guess
But he went for it. He went for it, but he did get a pretty good run in.
it's funny. It's a little bit of a mix, right?
You hear we hear the live event outside, and they're we're a little bit delayed in here, but to hear everyone's reactions to just a cumulative echo of
a little bit of mix with the like it felt very strategic.
yeah,
And then at the end, he could have just done a very safe hit, and I
Yeah.
think he would have won.
right.
With a safe hit,
But he's a
easy hit.
gold or go homer.
And he did the devil in the contest already this weekend. So it's like he's already shown us he can do it, but he's like, nah, I just want to put on a show for whoever's here right now.
Listen, at this
watching.
age, boys 10 and under, this isn't the Olympics. You're not fighting for a medal. You're just trying to get contest experience, right?
Yeah, but you know
Competition
what?
experience.
Like we
Extra followers, which he certainly is aiming for.
we talked earlier. He that kicker is worth a lot, but
Yeah.
he was fabulous the rest of the run. So it's not to say that he doesn't have he has a chance at even winning this, but definitely getting on the podium with the rest of that run. I mean,
As of now, according to my Rideline app, we have Hudson Burrs with a 63. We have Nate Hooper with a 43. We have Joshua Taylor with a 34 and Cruz Eboy yet to be scored. Again, that is, we're still waiting on more scores to drop.
so yeah, I'm curious. It could still put him in the first spot because it was a really good run. He's just missing one hit, so it's going to be
Interesting to see what again, the judges are rewarding the risk and the creativity. It feels like a little bit more this weekend, and he had a lot of very technical tricks.
well, in those flat water, okay, so you got to keep in mind he's missing a hit on the kicker, but he did so much more flat water tricks.
Yeah.
And so
That
he
could
actually has more
compensate.
tricks than the other people, even missing the kicker hit. But they're not all evenly weighted. The kickers are weighted more than the others. So, oh, wow. Actually, I thought it did it, but it put him just in second, just below Hudson. So, as
Hudson
we
Burrs
said,
will be our
he could have gone very safe on the last kicker. I think he knew he could have, but he wasn't worried about
He's
that.
not here to do that. Cruisy Boy wants to get Sunday. Good on him. All right, that will conclude the Boys Park 10 and under division. Up next, we have the Girls Park 11 to 13 as they're getting strapped up. Maybe we'll go to a quick break and then pop in with the Girls Park 11 to 13 division. See you guys shortly.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back to the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia, here for the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique, GM Marine, PCM Roswell, Gold Coast Wake Park, and Nautique Central, your local Nautique dealership. We are upon the 11 to 13 Girls Park Finals. Aurelia Jones on the course now.
Yeah, so starting off, going for a grab on that kicker, not getting connected with the board as much, but landing clean, super solid. And there, the 450 off of that Bussy Dunn feature, getting up and across that. So solid there. She seemed, whenever riders ollie like that between tricks, makes me feel like they're very happy with what they did. They're like jumping out of excitement, you know? And they're transferring that feature. So putting the rope around her hip, which means she's taking a little break on her arms. And doing some ollies back there. The flat water tricks do count here, so now she's going to add some in. There's the backside 180. So we saw one woman try that in the under 10s and go down. And as I mentioned, that's very technical right there. And so now coming in for the features on the back straight. Call this the step down rooftop rail, going front board to front lip, 270 off. So managing to kind of, wow, super solid full pull on that rail. Long, skinny pipe, very hard to get to the end of. She made it look so easy. And here, coming on her toes for her final hit of her run, there's the Scarecrow. So super solid run. Great way to start off the 11 to 13 Girls Park.
A super competitive division, no less. I remember yesterday, these girls were neck and neck. A lot of really talented young ladies looking to advance their opportunities in the sport. Let's get a replay of that. A beautiful run there by Miss Aurelia Jones. I'm always really surprised by the international presence at some of these events. In this group, we have a young lady. Well, actually, all the girls in this group, according to our notes from Australia, I don't think that's accurate because I was leaning into saying that we had somebody from Thailand. I'd like to say Brabim is. But
Yeah,
she's from Thailand.
She's Thai for sure. She doesn't live in Thai right now. I don't know if she's in England or in Australia at the last 2 years.
I think our Google Doc got a little spread because I remember yesterday she was from Thailand as well as Petit.
She's definitely Thai.
Yeah. So a great international presence. Let's see here what Miss Caitlin Bean has up her sleeve as she'll enter into the course for the first time today. Yesterday they had their semifinal, and today, go big or go home. It's the finals, baby.
Now coming in on her heels, transferring up. You could see on her face, I was going to say, I could tell judges, it doesn't affect her score, but her nose kind of tapped the side of the rail, which normally you would get out of control, kind of shaky, but she did it flawlessly. It doesn't hurt her score that she touched it, but it made it, she was surprised, I think. She's like, whoa, which is funny, but she handled it like a champ and just made it through that rail to the end. And that's what makes transfers technical, is that you're coming from the side of it. You can run into the wall. And yeah, so she still super solid hit right there from her. But I love seeing all the emotions from the drone when they look back or, do something good, or, maybe things didn't go as planned. Mm-hmm. And that super technical 270 on, bringing it back a 180, and then pretzeling off, which the word pretzel is a board sports term for just other direction. We saw it there as well, because you kind of get twisted up. Your momentum goes one way, and you're like, oh, nope,
pretzel.
Going the other way.
Hence the word pretzel. Now, John, where are you from in the States? That was nice.
Wow, heel side 540. One of the more technical tricks you're going to see, I believe, in this division. At least a super solid one that's going to get a lot of points on the board. But I am actually from Orlando, Florida, so it's kind of the mecca of wakeboarding.
It seems to be that case.
Yeah, all the boat riders are from there, but not too many cable riders were from there when I was growing up. But now we have such an incredible group of riders that grew up there or have moved there. So the Stuckey boys, who each won the park and the features division, they're brothers in pro men. They are from Orlando, and it's been really cool to ride with them the last 12 years, watch them grow up. Used to babysit them when they were little kids, and now to see them out here winning the world championships and actually in the judges booth right now judging this division. So, once they're done competing, they always like to hop in, help out. Their whole family is just super helpful at investing into the next generation of riders and trying to offer a hand of support. And so, yeah, super cool to see them get involved in not just their own riding, but in giving back. So,
Rabeem out on the course, getting in racing we call it a hot lap, but getting her hot lap in as she gets ready. I remember yesterday her run was just explosive. Such a good run. She just executed exactly what she needed to do. And
yeah, she stands out a lot on the kickers as well. We've seen really impressive riding from her over the time, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these riders like Cruzy Boy. When they have harder hits on the kickers, it's also higher risk. So you never know what could happen. And here, is she going to play it safe? And there,
not even
the Indy Scarecrow. So really solid hit there to start
super
off the run.
Super technical trick to start off the run for this division. Really well done by Rabeem.
Board slide to front board, 270 off. Again, transferring, which, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of risk involved there. Going board slide, transferring kind of the other direction, to the right, to the left. These are all things judges love to look out for. And a back roll off the flat water. So I think she's the first girl we've seen in the contest do a air trick. And here going for another one with the crypt. So, yeah, very physical, demanding tricks. Doing it really well right there.
Very disciplined. You can tell that she's super focused, super tuned in.
And I like this line. She's the only one I've seen the whole weekend do this line, and it's a very creative way to hit that feature, to kind of come off the side, redirect your momentum.
Yeah.
And, sometimes it might not be the hardest hit we've seen done, but it's different. It's very different, and that gets rewarded as well. So being creative and showing your own style. And they're the heel side 540. So a really
nice,
solid,
clean run.
very strategic right there from
Yeah.
her, having the flip and spin, kind of seeing what the other girls are doing and just slightly going bigger or adding a grab to something that someone else didn't grab. And so those things she knows differentiate her. And yeah, I mean, we saw even heavier tricks in the features only run, so we know she has more in her bag, but you know, playing it strategic based on what she saw, and I think she's just put herself in a really good situation.
Alessandra Howe hitting the course for what will be the final run of our first order. We will start again from the top of the order after Alessandra. Miss Howe. The 11 to 13 girls park in front of us on a beautiful glassy day here in the Gold Coast. Temperatures just right.
I was about to say, right before you said it, that, you know, I'm realizing now it's the last day of the park contest, and we've been
Yeah.
blessed with such beautiful weather.
Great weather.
That's the one thing you can never have control over, right? And we got lucky this weekend, so it's been incredible.
Count on that.
To be honest, every time I've been to the Gold Coast, it's incredible. So maybe they just have really great weather.
Maybe they
all the
just
time.
have really good weather. It's like the San Diego of Australia. Do you know what's funny? Alessandra, off the XL kicker. I was kind of comparing Australia last night to my family at home, and now that I've visited nearly the whole country for different projects, I feel like Melbourne is very similar to San Francisco, and Gold Coast is San Diego to a T. Perth reminds me of the Northwest. A little, you know, more woodsy, kind of outbacky. And then, yeah, I thought Gold Coast was San Diego, and it's one of my favorite places in the world. So obviously I now have all the feels for the Gold Coast. It's beautiful. I'm going to come back here and visit more often.
Yeah, and I love the Gold Coast. It's been incredible every time I've come. And it just has so much to offer. I mean, we're looking at mountains right here. There's the beach, you know, there's obviously rivers and lakes and things for wakeboarding, and just a cool lifestyle, you know, a lot going on, a lot of outdoors people, and
people wake up really early here. I have noticed that. 'Cause, like, I'll go on my runs and they are crowded, and at home if I were to go running at 6 a.m., I'm not trying to elbow anyone for traffic here. Like, I have to get in line to go on my run. It's super active community, super early community. But what surprises me about that too is, for being such an early community, the coffee shops don't open here until like 6:30.
I know.
And I'm
Being jet lagged and waking up at 5 in the morning, I was
you're
like,
like,
where's coffee? Nope.
thank you. Everywhere is closed until like 6:30 in the morning.
But it is funny, like, it gets dark around 6 at this time of the year right now, and I think that people just really value being outside and being in the sun and in the good weather, and so, you know, they wake up early to take advantage of that. And it, like you said, they don't just wake up early, they get outside early, and you know, it's really cool to see people taking advantage. I mean, you know, getting out surfing super early in the mornings before work and that type of stuff, and it's cool. I love the people here that I've met, and everyone's so friendly.
Okay. We are back to the top of the order with Alessandra Jones. She'll be making her second and final run in the 11 to 13 girls park division. So Aurelia Jones will kick things off for us.
Don't get lost in the thoughts, and others, they get to talk to themselves, hype them up before they run, and they enjoy the warm-up.
I can hear Gavin Stuckey on the mic right now out there. You know, we have a
we gotta bring him in here. We have a third headset. Get him in here after he's all done. We'll let him help us carry this for a little bit as we move to the 11 to 13 boys park, which is coming up next.
Yeah. All these riders, you know, everyone in this community just loves to step in and help out in different ways. Like we said, Courtney on the dock, Gavin on the mic, his brother Trent judging right now.
They're so passionate about the sport too. Like, they want to be here on an off day. And I'm sorry, but if you go to any NFL locker room or any MLB locker room the day after the World Championship or the World Series, there is no one there. These guys are still here.
Yeah, and actually, you probably don't know, Trent, for example, is competing on boat this weekend.
Yeah.
Gavin, there's a cable contest on Friday in Mackay that a lot of the riders are flying to. Like Gavin's flying there tomorrow, so he could be there practicing, which is very important on cable because every
Right.
course is different. But he said, no, I want to stick around, see through this contest, and help
Yeah.
out until all the kids are done. You know, it's
Yeah.
a lot of times, you know, people stick around for the pros, but they don't always stick around for the kids.
The
you know?
pros stick around for the kids. It shows their involvement in the sport and what they're doing, and that is just so special and so cool. I would venture to say they might be a little tired after last night's award ceremony, though, too. They're probably not eager to get on a flight for 7 hours.
We're all a bit tired, you know, but that also shows how professional these guys were.
Yeah.
We were out riding Trent and Gavin were riding, filming at 7 in the morning this morning out here after the award show because, you know, a lot of these guys, they did go out and go to the awards and have some fun, but, you know, they still take it pretty seriously, you know?
I had an interesting conversation with Shannon Starling last night, and there was Aurelia Jones closing out her second and final run of the day. But we were talking about the golden age of wakeboarding, and obviously growing up watching Rusty and watching the Bonifay brothers, and Shannon was describing to me, you know, the previous years of wakeboarding that he was a part of, and how these tours, there was like these wild children, and he said now they're all athletes. They're not. They are disciplined athletes. They don't go as hard, and it's not such a loose program as they used to be in. And you can see that. Like it just isn't this idea that these action sports athletes are rock stars. They are in their sport, but certainly not outside of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always like a little bit of a time and place, right? In the off season, you know, they might have a little more fun, but I mean, these guys are so motivated right now. The whole community is so motivated on just pushing the sport.
Yeah.
You know, we see what snowboarders are doing and skateboarders are doing, and we want to be pushing ourselves just as hard as them, right? And so it's not just comparing us against each other, but just about sports in general, and really showcasing wakeboarding in an incredible way. And so, like we saw earlier, Trent doing a never-been-done trick in the contest, a double KGB, and everyone in the heat cheering for him for doing that instead of being bummed that he just landed something crazy.
That is the culture of these sports. Big ups for Miss Caitlin Bean out there.
Yeah, that was really, really big, starting off really strong with the frontal. And we saw a lot of scarecrows. Scarecrow is a frontal with an extra 180. It's actually an easier landing because the way you land facing the cable is a little easier on that trick than facing away. And so that is going to be a solid start to her run right there. Full pulling that rail. She's, oh wow, she's about half a point away based on run ones from second. So she's
fighting for silver right now.
Yeah, and I mean, she just needs the smallest improvement from her first run. So
surface tricks, ollie tricks.
Again, Miss Caitlin Bean out on the course.
Between corner 1 and corner 3. Here she goes on the toes in approach to the rooftop. What she got for us here? 2-7, 180.
On that Wake Park feature.
Very, very nice. Stays lefty
Now she approaches
on the way
the
through.
Stucky feature. Let's see the line she takes. I like that outside to inside line that quite a few of the athletes in the women's division have been using.
and spinning onto that box too, where there's a rail in the way you could run into it. These are very technical things the judges are going to reward, and so, oh man, just going down. I was, based on my memory, I believe that the rest of that run was definitely an improvement, and so. Yeah, we'll see what the judges score her, but having a fall at the end of her run is
not ideal.
Yeah, might not be enough to actually improve.
Let's have a little look at some scores, shall we? Because we have the Ride Line app, which has been created by
And
WWA.
next up, we will be looking at Brabim when she gets on the
what it
course.
is that you can watch live who is in what position on the leaderboard, and therefore what the podium may well look like later this afternoon. So currently we have got just
Brabim enters the course.
come through for Caitlin for her second run, but at the moment Brabim is sitting in the top spot. Aurelia in the second, Caitlin in third, Alessandra in fourth.
All right, let's take a look. This will be the second to last run in the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships for the 11 to 13 Girls Park Division. We saw these ladies compete in features yesterday. This will be their second day of competition. Many of these ladies had their semifinals and final in features yesterday, as well as their semifinal in this division, in the Park Division. Now, their final in the Park Division. It could be their final of the weekend. So, a final chance to kind of put a stamp on it and show the world what you've got and what you came here for. Miss Praveen.
Yeah, so she's the current leader right now. We saw an incredible run, but we know, as we said earlier, she does have more technical tricks. So here, starting off her run differently. She's starting off with the 540, I think, to leave space for a heavy trick at the end, maybe a more difficult trick on that XL kicker, and going board slide to front board 270. She's so consistent. I feel like I haven't seen her miss that trick the whole weekend.
How good was that? She's got Ollie the safety here. She's got a 270 transfer. Same
Now that's a different line than she used originally as well, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, she used the bend in her first run.
I'm not sure, but I do know that was new. That was very technical.
She went for it.
So she's still happy. She still knows she's sitting in that first place. These riders have their scores on the dock, so they know where they're placed at. So yeah, I think that would have sealed the deal, but she's still in a really good spot, and there's only one rider left, so we'll see if she can hang on to it.
Our only rider in this division from Thailand, the other three representing Australia. Aurelia Jones still in second, but Rabeem, the only rider to hop into the 80s with an 81.95. And Alessandra Howe will be the last young lady in the Girls Park 11 to 13 to hit the course. So we'll see what she's got. This is clutch time. Time to elevate what you already brung, kind of perfect what you got, and put it to the judges. I love looking out the window. We can kind of see what's happening in real time because we're a little bit delayed here. But it's always kind of fun to see what is going on outside this very cool air-conditioned cubicle.
Rider in this category of the morning in our 11 to 13 Girls Park Division, Alessandra Howe. We are then going to move.
So you can hear the live event commentators speaking to Miss Alessandra Howe. She is from Australia, representing her home country in her home country for the World Championship as she approaches the XL kicker.
She is the last one on the dock. That means she is the only one that can change the leaderboard right now. There is a lot of pressure on her, but she's maintaining those nerves as she goes in with the backside board slide. Getting the backside
feature
270 off
with a backside slide. I'm hearing the live event, guys. I was trying to fool you.
That's Gavin Stuckey on there. I think he's going to hop in at the end of this heat in here.
A really nice show call. It'd be great to have...
How good was that front line?
She seems happy with that. She's tuning out there. So.
You know what? If that's what you've got and you're presenting it well, that's all that matters. You know, in motocross, sometimes you're the second place rider, but if you can go out there and be that second place rider on that day, that can be enough. And that's okay.
Let's see what she's got. Probably having a little look at the rooftop, I would assume.
Alessandra.
No, here we are. I am absolutely wrong. Goes for that transfer into the step down rail.
Off the step down rail, making her way over to the Stuckey feature as one of the Stuckey brothers enters into the rail.
Super solid, getting to the end of that rail, spinning off of it and landing blind. So really solid hit, coming in for her final hit.
Off the XL kicker, let's see what she's got for us. But she went for it. Give her some snaps. Well done for Miss Alessandra Howe. And that will close out the Girls Park 11 to 13 division here at Gold Coast Wake Park. I find it hard to believe anyone will be able to surpass Rabeem, as the scores have all been dropped from their second run. So it seems as though Rabeem from Thailand will take the Gold Coast Wake Park World Championship for the girls 11 to 13 division. A beautiful look at the Wake Park here. We're going to take a second and bring in a third member of our broadcast group. Gavin Stuckey will join us. So we're going to take a second and kind of dance in here for a little bit and bring you back in.
So 5 riders in this final. The most stacked of all the finals.
World Championships live from the Gold Coast of Australia. No rush here. We're just hanging out in the booth. Gavin Stuckey and John Drayling. We're making our breakfast orders, kind of dancing around a little bit, figuring things out. I found out that this morning, despite being all done with their competitions, the Stuckey brothers decided to hang out and spend a little time with some of the amateurs coming up, which is super cool of them.
All fighting for
Pretty cool that you guys are both here.
Yeah, so Gavin Stuckey, the current Wake Park World Champion
And
in
Wake
Pro
Skate.
Men. And Wake Skate World Champion in Pro Men.
We're getting there.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, but you know, I'm sticking around for these 2 days. Gonna give back to the sport a little bit.
Really, or were you just tired after last night's festivities?
Right
No one wants to board a 7 a.m. flight after staying up after midnight. All right, we are looking at the boys park division, 11 to 13 out on the water. Cruz Barnett. Now, Gavin, you mentioned wanting to get back to the sport. Have you been able to talk with some of these younger amateurs throughout the weekend?
Yeah, of course. Any questions they have, I'm always here for them. Like, I love it because I think that's the easiest way to get better is to ask whoever you are inspired by or you look up to, and you see those guys, and like, not long ago I was that Grom and I was asking questions, so I love giving back, and anything they have, I'm going to answer it to the best of my ability.
The direct coaching, always super valuable, and a lot of these young riders kind of looking up to you in a sense and trying to mimic what you do even at the youngest of levels. Cruz Barnett, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys call some of these tricks.
Cool, so Cruz coming in, going box rail the front board on the Stuckey's feature, which is named after Gavin and his brother Trent, with those two rails coming together to make the Stuckey's rail. And there they roll to revert, looking like going for a mute grab on that one. So that'll do it for Cruz Barnett's first run. And stand-up run, making it to the end, that's always a goal. And being the first rider on the dock, getting some points on the board, and putting pressure on the other riders.
How important is that early on in a competition, Gavin? And for you, John, as well, when you were competing?
I'd say there's a preference. Some riders like going off the dock first, some like going off last. It all depends on your mindset. Personally, I'm going to go out there and do what I came to do, and I'm not going to change anything, so it doesn't matter. And I actually really like going off the dock first, but it's important to get that first run down because it can change the vibe of the entire heat or the entire route. And I think it all comes down to that mindset. So if you can go out there and lay it down on the first go, you can use that momentum into the second run. If not, if there is falls that you could fall in the first run, and you gotta kind of hype yourself out and say, hey, look, you can do this, you can go out there, and you still have another chance.
John, when you were competing, it seems as though there's this great community on the dock, but y'all want to win, right? Like, is there this like secret, like, hey, I'll give you a high five now, but later, like, I want you to fall?
No, see, that's the thing. We want to win, but we also want to win landing our run and other people landing their run, you know?
Yeah.
We'd rather everyone land their run and the best rider win, as opposed to just winning because someone
Harley
makes a
Egan with
mistake.
massive ups off that XL kicker.
Yep, matching the first run there. They both did mute half cab rolls. Harley looks like he went quite a bit bigger, so he has the amplitude on his side. So it all depends to the rest of the run because not one trick can change it. But like John was saying, you know, you never want to win because someone else falls. You want to go out there, you want to do your best, and you want to see everyone do their best.
Really,
You know,
though?
At the end of the day,
Do you think Nick Rappa and Corey Tunison feel that way?
No.
not at
Sorry.
all.
We're talking about Wake Park.
Let's be specific.
Hey, I'll give an exact example. Gavin's brother was in a different heat and is his biggest competitor in this
Yeah.
contest. He
You were fighting after because you couldn't understand why he wasn't.
Gavin was
Yeah, I heard that
he's on the
story.
dock. He's helping his brother. You know, they're strategizing, and of course it's in his best interest, results wise, that
Right.
Trent
You
doesn't
don't
make
want
it.
one of the fiercest
So-
competitors in your division
But
to.
I mean, we saw firsthand that's not the case. They actually do want everyone in that finals. They want the show to be amazing for the people on the dock because in the end, the sport is small,
Right.
and we have gained so much from participating. We want more people to have that opportunity to see the sport, participate, and get as much out of it as we got.
Right, that's such a unique perspective. I mean, more recently in Supercross, even with Chase Sexton taking the MX Outdoor Championship, you kind of wonder, well, was he truly the champion, or if Jet had stayed healthy, would it have swung the way that it swung? But I think it is very unique to see water sports approach it the way that you guys do. You want your competitors there, and there are no excuses being made as to, well, you have to stay healthy or you have to finish the run to be in there. You wanted your brother in there regardless, which is super sportsmanlike of y'all.
It also feels satisfying when you know everyone rode good and you still took the top spot, right? Because then you're like, yeah, I did, you know, do what the goal
I
was.
am truly
to,
the best.
Yeah, be the best rider at that park at that moment. Doesn't mean you're the best rider ever or whatever, because every park is different and it might favor different riders. But you know that on that day and on that setup, you happen to have the best tricks, and that's a pretty cool feeling. I haven't had that feeling too many times, but Gavin seems familiar with that feeling.
But I mean,
Had it before.
That's the reality of contests. You know, there's injuries. There's going to be people that don't come. There's going to be all sorts of situations. But if all the guys are here and you can go out and do your best, you know, oftentimes you see someone really enjoys the setup, maybe more than another rider, and it's like, oh, they get a chance to really show what they can do. And that's the reality is if you can go out there and do like you and everyone else is here and you can still take that top spot, it's like a relief and it's like a pat on the back because that's the best possible thing that can happen. But at the end of the day, we're all traveling to the same events. You know, a lot of times we're staying at the same places, so we're all friends together, and you don't want to see your friend fall. You know, you want to see your friend do your best. So that's how it is, and that's how I see it. So it's on the dock. It can be a little bit weird, you know, your friend, but it's a contest. But after the contest, you know, it's normal. It happens. There's going to be more contests. If you fall, you fall. If you know, if your friend wins, your friend wins. But there's going to be another contest.
Gus Gannon on the course right now in the boys' park, 11 to 13. This is their first run of the order. They'll get a second run as well in this division final.
Yeah, so we just saw Harley put down a full run. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like he went for a rally and then almost changed his mind for a back roll. Unfortunately, catching back edge. There you see the hand up. He's all good. He's going to get another chance. And that's what I'm talking about, that mindset. So now he's going to be there maybe like, oh, should I try this trick again? Or should I hold off? You know, and that's what it comes down to, is maybe that could be the difference between second and third or first and second. So we'll see how Gus can react to that crash. But the rider before lay down a hammer of a run. He did really good, and maybe those nerves got to him. So congrats to Harley for laying down that solid run, and we're going to see what Gus can do in run number 2.
When you talk about the nerves, both of you in your previous pro histories, how do you kind of work through them? Is there something you guys do? I know certain athletes will do jumping jacks or say mantras. What's your guys' go-to?
I imagine everyone has their own, you know, way to do it, and as I said earlier, everyone kind of has a preference of how excited or how much adrenaline they ride their best at, you know. For me, I know that most of the time I'm trying to calm my nerves down, and so in my case, it might be a calming music. It might be stretching.
What is that calming music?
Well, it changed over the last 10 years, but I don't know. It's like I like rock music, but maybe I'll play something more of a ballad or something as opposed to like a hyped up rock music.
You
or
listen
something.
to Nickelback, it's fine.
Definitely.
Sorry.
Not Nickelback, but you know, and for me, it's like I'm not even listening to music as much as trying to tune out my thoughts, get stretched out, you know, take a minute. I tend to love to take a lap around the park and just take into, like, for me, it's kind of a ritual to take in the moment, because all those nerves, you know, you can look at them as a bad thing, but also to me, it can be a really cool thing. It's like you don't get to experience that much. And so to take that moment to kind of appreciate that situation also calms me down in a way, and says these nerves aren't necessarily a bad thing, they can help you out. That's what I do. I'm curious to hear what Gavin does.
Do you listen to Nickelback too?
So typically a lot of riders listen to music, and
that's how you get the nerves gone.
And I used to do that, not so much anymore. I do think a lot of riders have a preference. Some guys like some more of EDM or something upbeat that's gonna get them excited, ready to go out on the water.
You guys want the juices flowing?
Exactly, and other if I do happen to listen to music before I ride, it's gonna be something slower. Because I noticed that if I am too hyped up, then when I take that music out, I'm not in the same mindset. And maybe I'm thinking about something else, or I'm looking forward, and my mind is super amped up, so maybe I'm excited for what's next and not what's about happening now.
Right.
And you need to go step by step. So personally, I'm a big Lana Del Rey guy.
Wait, is this an inside joke? I feel like I'm outside of the inside.
It's true, I think.
I think because he knows that I listen to Lana Del Rey. It's very soft, easy, calms the mind.
It's like white noise.
It is. It's super easy.
Exactly.
Typically, I do not listen to music. Unless
but if you do,
if I do, it's gonna be something like that. I know a lot of guys stretch. Some guys have a ritual. I know one rider in particular likes to go to the bathroom before they ride.
What rider is that?
I'm not going to say, but that's just that's what she does. And then
I think to be fair, that's a lot of riders. I think we call it like a nervous pee or something, where you have the nerves and you
behind the Supercross gate, they have to put like 6 porta potties out because there's 10 guys who have to pee as soon as they get to the gate. Mind you, like the trucks have bathrers.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but that's
like
just the thing.
It's the 2 minutes before the gate drops that they will run out with their pants still undone and get on their bike.
A urinal on the dock could be an invention here.
Luca Adib Semi out on course for the boys park 11 to 13 division. This again is their first run of the heat. We are joined in the booth with John Drayling and Gavin Stuckey.
So to point out that last kicker hit, we saw the first 2 riders do a roll to revert, which is only a 180 and with a back roll. He did a back mode, which is a full 360, a full spin with the back mode with the back roll. And so he took what they did and added an extra spin to it. Right, that's the trick right there, and that is significantly more difficult. So I'm curious, maybe that was his plan. Maybe he saw what they did and knew he needed something to step it up a little bit. But
were either of you riding like this when you were at this age?
I wasn't even wakeboarding at this age.
I definitely.
Gavin's like, yeah.
Gavin
I was like throwing down.
Gavin probably won this division when he was 11.
I was definitely worked my way up through the ranks. I think I've been competing in WWA content since I was 9 or 10, maybe 8 years old. So I've definitely been through all the divisions. But yeah, see, look at there. He did the back mob. You could see him shake his head after a couple of those rail hits. Maybe it's not what he wanted, but you never want to let everyone else know that's not what you wanted.
So that is a challenge. We were talking about that earlier. Is there a sense of, wait, I need to stay composed because I don't want to tell the judges that that's not what I did because they might not know that that's not what you did?
Of course. And there's judging, and then there's judging against the rider itself. And you really, if you are like that and you're like, man, I really wish I didn't do this, and you're shaking your head, that tells them that's not what you wanted to do. So there's another roll to revert there, which is the same as 3 of the 4 riders in this division doing roll to reverts, and Luca standing out with the back bump. So maybe he shook his head after those rail hits, knew he needed something more, and he did the step up on the kicker. So there he goes with the box to rail and then the back 3 out. That is a tricky line. It's a very high hop up to that rail, So you'll see a lot of the higher divisions do that, and that is a very common line there. You see the hard way 180, and then the back three out. The back threes were different directions, which you'll see more come into play in these later divisions, and that was a pretty good air trick for this division. That was a backside 313.
That was a really good air trick for this division, yeah. So, so was that. So, really standing out. We talked earlier with the young kids about, you know, some of them at this age have really shine in one of the aspects.
Like one is really good at rails, or one is really good at the XL kicker, but putting together like the whole package, that's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, that takes time, but I mean, he's really shining on the flat water tricks there, and so everyone might have their specialty and that sort of thing, but the key is to ride your best in your specialty, but also ride your best in the others, and kind of stay on par with everyone else in the others, and maybe kind of outshine them in one of the categories at this age. Obviously, as you get older, you try to get more well-rounded. But
our Thai riders have really been coming in hot to this Australian Gold Coast Wake Park. Petit, also from Thailand, as well as earlier in the day we had Rabim, who put out a fire run. Super competitive athletes making the trip from Thailand.
Yeah, it's not that far, is it?
no, it's actually, yeah, it's one of the, it's close, but
Everyone from here like spring breaks there, I've heard.
yeah, they're
Or they
Bali.
spring break outside my hotel, as I heard last night.
Yes, for sure. That happens too. Service paradise. But no, Thailand actually is one of the best places to wakeboard in the winter for all of us as Americans as well, either coming here or going there. And so we've both been a few times, and it's probably my favorite park in the world is in Thailand.
Really?
Mostly because
What
I
park
have
is that?
It's Thai Wake Park. It's outside of Bangkok. I have a lot of good memories there. To be fair, it's the first park I guess second park I went to internationally, but I just had a really good time. Made so many good friends. The food's amazing. The people are nice. But the park is also very good. So, you know, these guys probably coming from that park, I would imagine. And there's a lot of good talent out at that park and pros that live there or go spend winters there. Our winters, Australian summers. So.
Yeah, Thailand has actually brought a life to winter water sports because, you know, a lot of these European riders, their park closes for the winter. Maybe from October, November through April, they are unable to ride. And if they do, it's going to be super cold, and it's going to be in around that October or April time. Other than that, those parks close. The lakes may even freeze over, and they don't have an option to ride. So Thailand is kind of the limelight for winter water sports right now, and that's where you see a lot of these riders go to in the winter, either there or to the Philippines. However, I think the bigger one would be Thai Wake Park, and it's been like that this year, last year, for many years now, and I think it's gonna stay like that because of how useful it is for these Europeans in the winter.
Yeah, and it's cool, like, to have such a cool community of riders to kind of get together and, you know, spend the winter together. And as we said, you know, we don't just see each other at contests, we pretty much live life together, traveling around from event to event or just filming and things like that. So
How much has social media changed the game for you guys? I mean, Gavin, you might be too young, but certainly for John, not trying to age you at all, but it feels like, especially in the last maybe 5 years, things have really ramped up with an emphasis on social and maybe even less on, you know, traditional, not rewards, I guess, but traditional scores coming in, like Cruise E-Boy we mentioned. Maybe it's more important to have the big landing for your social than it is for a competition.
Yeah, definitely completely different than when I first became a pro. When I first started competing in pro, Instagram didn't have videos yet. And so, yeah, you can post some photos, but
we forget how life was.
It's pretty crazy, right? And so, you know, our sport is very video focused, and you know, we had web edits that we would do, which we still do in the sport, but that was still a priority. I think action sports has always had a big focus on kind of both media and contests, because there's the aspect of progression means when you do a trick first, it might not happen in a contest for many years.
Right.
Like you might try it for weeks and only do it one time.
Right.
And so
Arista True with the 900 more recently.
yeah, so video clips are really important to document those moments and put that out to the world that this is where the sport is at. And so that's always been a thing. However, sponsors definitely value things differently. I mean, I would say, not to get too technical, but social media actually has very good analytics, and so
Yeah.
it's a little bit
They can
easier
see
for
a
brands
direct
to see your value. Contests used to be the only thing that was black and white. You got first, you got second, and the media side before, it was hard to value. I personally love the change it's gone to because it allows different riders to shine. It allows you to kind of take your career into your own hands because you're not as dependent on like a magazine like it used to be or something. And so you can kind of forge your own path and do it your own way. However, I will say, like, a lot of people think, oh, it's just about social media now. That's very much not the case. A lot of riders respect the contest side of it, and also you have personal goals, you know. So being a world champion or something like that, it still means a lot to us as riders in our community. And so I think even though social media might have a little more direct value to brands, I think that we still as a community value the events, and sponsors kind of value what we value, you know. Kids, it's all about kids looking up to those pros, and you know, that's the best thing for the brands and the sport and stuff, especially, you know, with the pros currently. They're all such a good influence, which is really rad. But to see, you know, the kids look up to that world champion, and that also impacts sales. So I don't know, it's completely different now to say that. However, the fundamentals of like media and contest be two pillars that you ideally are good at both, is kind of been consistent still.
I think there's a bunch of different ways or conversations you can dive down about how social media affects things. You know, you can say, oh, like maybe this person has this many followers, they have a bigger name, they've been around for a long time. And if you're super close with that person in a heat, maybe the person with a bigger name gets the upper hand. And that could
Does
be
that
the
happen
case.
with judges?
And I think from time to time it could definitely have an impact. Maybe it doesn't look that way, but I think in the back of the head, if it's super close, they're probably going to give it to a bigger name. And there he goes with the front side.
Egan
Pretty
with a really
stoked.
beautiful trick down there.
There he goes. And
I
then
think what
Oh,
Gavin,
he's stoked. He's so excited.
he's very excited. That's cool to see.
Liquid Force rider.
I think what Gavin's referring to is that it's like you're trying to not do it as a judge, right? But we're humans, and there's a natural bias. And in the pro division specifically, sometimes these guys are doing tricks that we've never seen before. And so as a judge,
you don't know how to exactly.
yeah, it's hard to put it. It's
on a
not black and
barometer.
white, and so sometimes I will say, if you're like, this rider's an incredible rider, and you know that, and you might assume that trick is like it might influence you in a way to think that trick is hard, and it could be and it could not. But obviously that's not intentional. We try to avoid that, but that's just the nature of subjective sports and human judging.
Gus Gannon on the course now, and I'm going to let you guys know that Gavin Stuckey needs to eat, so he's going to eat on air, which is something I've done before, and there's no shame in it. I, however, am shamed to say that I ate a corn dog once on air. So there is some shame in that. There's no shame in him eating a burrito. Burritos went downhill really quick. So Gavin, Corey, I think brought in your burrito over there.
There's a mute button here if you need to.
Gavin, your burrito is, or maybe something is over there. Well, anyway, so I don't know what the
I think
breakfast.
it's a bagel, hopefully.
Okay, I don't know what the breakfast situation is. I'm going to put you in charge of that, but I feel bad because you're probably hungry. So if he departs at any point during this or he's eating, just please give him a little grace for that. He's been working so hard for free.
I think there's like there also with social media, it's changed incredibly. Like in the past, you'd see a lot of brands put more emphasis on the riders, and now that social media has such a big role in how it affects people, and like the people that used to look up to riders now are on social media all the time. So the riders do put out on social media, but the brands can put out themselves on social media. So that's changed the aspect in the game enormously, because now social media ads maybe is taking the budget where the riders would have the budget now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different landscape, that's for sure. I mean, we could go down rabbit holes forever, but I personally like it. You know, I think it's a cool thing for the sport. It pushes the sport quicker. When something gets landed, it comes out immediately. And yeah, so I think it's you always got to find that balance between working on something for a long period of time in the world of like everything coming out immediately, but I think it's been overall positive personally.
Yeah, if you look at someone on the boat side of things like Thomas Sherman and how much of an impact he's changed the social media game. He's out here making videos almost daily at this point, posting Instagram videos daily. And it's shown because now I think he's close to 100,000 followers. You know, that's one of the biggest in our sport. You know, he's racking in millions of views every month. And this is huge to get more eyes on wakeboarding.
Gus Cannon with a super decisive run. Everything, I think, going to his liking.
Yeah, seems super consistent and clean riding right there. So he definitely looks like he did everything he wanted to do, which, as we said many times, that's the main goal of this, you know?
Yeah.
2 more riders to go in our 11 to 13 boys category. We are flying through the heats as we speak at the moment. We are going into 14 to 17 girls park.
You don't like tomato? Sorry, we're having a very personal. I wasn't muted. We're letting people all in. So Gavin Stuckey doesn't like tomatoes? or like anything that grows from the ground. No, I pull the tomatoes off. I'll eat a tomato plain all day long. I don't like it in other things.
Yeah. Is it a breakfast burrito? Yeah, I don't like tomatoes in breakfast burritos
I
either,
will say her
personally.
breakfast
If it's like
burritos
chicken,
are fire. The props to whoever has the food trucks out here. My homegirl, she's originally from Carlsbad, which is like 10 minutes from where I grew up. But she is like throwing the most tastiest burritos.
Where did you grow up?
El Cajon, California. So maybe not 10 minutes, maybe like 30, but she's from Carlsbad.
I really want to go to Carlsbad and Encinitas and all that.
It is. There are a couple great surf spots. Like if you keep going north, there's Trestles, which is maybe another 30-minute trek, and then there's a lot of people do Lagoon. I think it's in Carlsbad for wakeboarding. I wouldn't know because I'm not. That
I mean,
cool,
I don't know
but
where it is, but that's a place people wakeboard.
Yeah, Carlsbad. There's a lagoon up there.
They do wakeboard in the lagoon.
Yeah.
A lot of people in our industry.
It's like a saltwater lagoon.
Live in Encinitas, actually.
Okay.
Like companies and things like Liquid Forces out of Encinitas, and
actually, that does make sense.
And they grew up riding in the lagoon. I know.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is exactly, but
during the summer and like 4th of July, that place pops off.
It just seems like a really cool action sports place. I mean, I know Tony Hawk lives in Encinitas and
Kelly Slater a little further up the coast.
A lot of those guys.
Surf Ranch.
And they have Pood Skate Park in Encinitas that I skate more than I surf, but I'm pretty trash at both of them, if I'm being honest. But I like to pretend, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm the same
around.
way. Like I used to surf pretty frequently, competitively in college, and since putting my board away, now I'm just garbage and I'm trash and I can't drop in on anything. And I recently upgraded to a long board when I do go out. So we did a trip to Costa Rica last year, and I popped on a 9-footer because I spent an entire day disappointing myself.
Yeah. Gavin's an incredible surfer, actually. As a wakeboarder, for me, it's like if the weather's good, I'm usually out wakeboarding, or at this age, I'm too sore
to paddle out. All right, so on the water, we have got Luca Abid Sami, our final gentleman. Oh, sorry, no, we've also got Petit coming up after that. So this is the replay of Luca Abid Sami, and then we'll be seeing Petit after this for the final run of the Boys Park 11 to 13 final. Just working through these. I hope you guys are appreciating some of the side stories and being able to watch your loved ones and follow the live timing on the WWA Rideline app, so you get a little taste of everything. Yeah, fun day. Good shot.
If you don't enjoy our stories, hopefully you know where the mute button is. I'm just kidding.
There are sometimes I appreciate watching sports on mute. Like I will mute.
Oh yeah, I mean
outdoors frequently.
I just tend to be in a place where I can't listen to it a lot of times. Like
Right?
I'll
So you
be
just mute it?
like
Yeah.
live streaming a finals or something, and just to see what's going on. And that's cool about the sports. Like, you
There's
know,
a trash can over here.
You can watch it without audio, but then like typically, you know, especially with video projects and stuff, the music can add so much to it as well. So. So some scores are in, and it looks like We're going to the last rider, but Harley currently in the top spot. Gus.
Harley Egan had such a clean run.
I'm
I was
sorry.
watching it when we were out there.
I didn't look at this rider.
Petit.
Petit is officially the winner of the heat. Like, this is a victory
No,
lap.
is this really?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know it, I think, which is
We don't
interesting.
know it
but
sometimes.
toe side 900.
That's right. He's the only athlete, even prior to this final run, to be able to drop a score of 78.45. The next closest score is 74.73 by Harley Egan. So Petit on a victory lap. Both riders from Thailand in the 11 to 13 divisions taking a win. That's a major up for them. Congrats. Well done.
Yeah, so good. Front lip. I mean, he's showing why he's in the top spot right now. I mean, I don't know if he knows he's done enough already, but, I mean, these flat water tricks, I think, are just really stand out. That trick is, we see pro men do both of these tricks in their runs, like we did out here this weekend. I think Gavin Stuckey did both of those hits in his run. However, the difference between Am and Pro, I think, is the switch in reg. So Gavin did one regular, one switch. You know, he's doing them both regular. However, really impressive. What are your thoughts on that, Gav?
Yeah, I think that's the main difference. Is obviously we see these guys can do high-level tricks. They're both right foot forward, spinning counterclockwise in the backside direction. So to the outside of the cable. So as we progress, you'll see the higher divisions. There he goes hitting the crowd hyped here. What are we going to see? Something big. Going for the Crow 5. Wow.
And you know what? He did toe 9 on the other kicker. So this is actually a really good example. So that would have been really cool because they're spinning opposite directions. And one's a flip and one's a spin.
That's right. And then back to the air tricks. Like, you'll see the air tricks you can go so deep into different kinds of air tricks. So you have to the outside of the cable, to the inside of the cable. You have toe side, you have heel side, and you have which way they spin. And then you can go into the roll base, the rally base, S-spin. You have fronts. There's so much. And that's what the combination that you see in the higher divisions is really what sets it apart. Because a lot of these guys, a lot of people can do very high caliber air tricks. But to be able to get the toe side, you know, an inside air trick, you want to spin both ways. You want to do them both feet forwards. You want to have like different variations. Example, you want to be able to do a rally base and a front base, which are super different. And if you can combine all these things together, that's what you see in the pro division a lot more, and that's what stands them out.
Is that Crazy Boy back there?
I think that's his brother. That's Blaze.
Blaze, okay. Yeah. I think he's doing a spray lap right now.
Now, does Blaze compete as well?
Yeah,
he does.
He does compete.
Why is he not competing?
I don't know. I don't know what age he is in. And he might have. He
he
competed
younger?
this weekend.
Oh, he did.
So he might not have made finals, or he may have only competed in the features format. Although, if that was Blaze, I mean, that shows he can do air tricks really well. So, but yeah, as Gavin was saying, some of these amateurs, especially as we get older,
I was going to try to blow him out.
are going to start. As we get older, they're going to start doing pro level tricks. But that's the key. It's just the pro level trick. But to have the pro level run takes becoming more well rounded. So it's not just about having a bunch of even pro level tricks, but it's about having a bunch of different kind of pro level tricks. So it's about
expanding
showing
your portfolio a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And so, it's like playing lead guitar and rhythm guitar or something. We look for you to be able to do all of it, and at least in a contest, we want to see, we want to reward the person who can do the most.
So, Gavin, your brother Trent will be competing in boat later this weekend. Have you guys talked at all about how to strategize that competition or what you guys are looking for?
Not really. He did one other boat event this season, and this is like his real true boat event. He just started riding boat like about a year ago, and he's been taking it super seriously. And it's kind of his own thing. He rides boat a lot more than me. He'll ride boat without me multiple times per week, and it's something I kind of just let him do on his own. So I don't know what exactly his game plan is or how he views it differently from cable. Typically, I'd say he has his mindset pretty standard, pretty dialed in for cable, and I just let him do his thing. We don't really ever talk about it. So I'm assuming for boat, he's going to kind of take a similar step. But that is true. I've never talked to him about how he's gonna approach it or anything like that.
This is kind of his debut boat contest, so he's been known as extremely dominant park rider, and I think it's for him. It's probably a new challenge. He's won maybe every contest on cable at this point, at least once, and so I think it's something new to try to challenge himself to, and I mean he's been getting good at it super quick, and I'm super curious as well, like what he's gonna throw out and what his strategy is. If he's just gonna try to put down, because on boat it's really interesting. There's the tricks are really risky. There's a lot more falls in boat as well. Essentially everything's like a kicker trick, which is where we're seeing everyone fall, and so there's like 8 of those as opposed to 2 in this run, and so boat has a lot of different strategy where you just decide are you going to try to play it safe or kind of go all out.
The girls park 14 to 17-year-old ladies out on course right now in this heat. Marley Falzon, Isabella Tan, Macy Lee. Is there 3? Just three in this competition. So everyone will go home with a medal, gold, silver, and bronze, but only one will be a world champion. We'll continue watching these ladies. Marley Falzon from a super boardy family. Her dad and her brother both competing. Really nice off the XL kicker there. Back to what Trent will be doing. Will you be in the boat with him?
So there's another cable event this weekend that I actually go to tomorrow. And then I'll be up there. It's in the Northern Australia in Mackay. So I did book my flight though, so I come home Saturday night. The boat is Saturday and Sunday for the pro men. So if he makes it through that first round, I'll be here to watch him all day Sunday and support him. And I think from what I've seen, I've been on the boat with him a couple times recently, and from what I've seen, he has the run to hang with the big guys. It's just a matter of that experience, because that is super valuable in this sport is contest experience. And he has it fully in cable. I think he's done every contest. Like John said, he's probably won everything. He's done it since he was, 8 years old. So I think it'll be interesting.
Why is that experience and contest experience so valuable, do you think?
So I call it wakeboard IQ is what I like to call it. Because if you know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, you're going to constantly be on the top, If you make some weird or unusual split-second decisions, that can be the cause that doesn't lead you to that podium. And the more contests you do, the more you understand this ethic or like technique. And then it just becomes natural, and it's like second nature almost.
Yeah, and I think that there's the wakeboard IQ is one half of it, right? And Cruzy Boy maybe he already has it and just wanted to do the double, right? But as a pro, you would know I only need this hit and it's good enough to win, and kind of like knowing where things score, what the strategy, but also adapting to parks is something that takes a lot of time too. So being able to ride a lot of parks or in a lot of different conditions and knowing what will work in that condition and maybe what other people or what's going to work for other people in that condition, and that takes a lot of experience, a lot of kind of paying attention and things like that. But so I guess there's like those two sides of the adapting to different conditions and parks, as well as the wake IQ of Gavin was explaining.
On the boat side of things, it kind of brings in another aspect with the conditions, because as we've seen, we've had some slight winds here. However, on cable, you're not relying on the water like you are on the boat. So these winds can affect the wake, huge. It can be a huge difference between what trick you want to do and what trick you actually do. And I think that's kind of what plays a role the most in boat, is you can tell by these conditions that, I'm not going to be able to do my full hard run that I've been working on, and I'll have to do this, but this will give me enough to make it through. And I think that's where it's going to be interesting to see if he can transfer that over to the boat side.
Yeah, because he definitely has the wake IQ. It's just the condition experience and things like that is a challenge. And again, adapting to different boats, different wakes, all that takes time. And as we said, he just started a year ago, and he's already doing pro-level tricks, but it takes a lot of practice to be able to do them in all conditions and stuff.
Isabella Tan in her first run of the order for the girls park 14 to 17 division. This is a finale. Oh, really nice air trick there.
Yeah, so doing the roll to
big
revert.
amplitude.
And this is what we're talking about, inside and outside, doing the rotary the opposite foot forward. So she did mirrored tricks right there, which shows some variety, shows, you know, you're basically relearning the trick twice. It sounds the same, but it's definitely not the same. It's completely opposite. And so that is the differentiator we were saying in a lot of contests. It comes down to not just the difficulty of all the tricks, but how they compare to each other, if they're similar or different from each other.
What are you guys kind of noticing about what Isabella Tan is doing on this course right now?
Well, as we talked earlier, I think she's specializing in air tricks right here, and you know, they're solid kicker trick, but I think she stands out in air tricks a lot. And yeah, we were talking about, I'm curious what makes that between riders. I think a lot of times it does depend on the park they grow up at and what they have to train on when they're starting out. And who's around them and who their influences are and what everyone else is doing around them. Because, you know, if everyone's doing one thing, you're like, oh, that looks fun, I want to do more of that. And it tends to gravitate towards one style or another.
We also see her being very clean. You see like this heel side, front side 360. You know, she did not butt check. You know, it was off the top of the kicker. It was very well executed. And maybe on the rails, the difficulty wasn't super high, but she's executing it very well, and it's just a nice full run. And I think that's where she shines.
And our final rider in the order, Macy Lee, hitting the course.
Macy's from Bly Bly, I believe, Sunshine Coast, local girl. That I've seen her do front sevens actually, so it'll be interesting to see what she does in this run. I don't think she needs to come out swinging. You know, this is where that trick, like what trick you're gonna do, comes into play. So I think what we'll see is probably the 540. But I do know she has 720s and can do them pretty consistently. So it'll be interesting to see how she uses the course to her advantage right here, being last off the dock.
I heard she also gives cornrows out. Is that true? I heard she gave Gavin some cornrows.
I think you would say braids cornrows. I don't know if you give cornrows, but so she braids
cornrows. I don't know how all this works. You know, Gavin's the expert in that one.
That is fun though. Good for you guys getting cornrows out there.
I was trying to convince him to get it for the awards last night, but he didn't end up getting it done.
Just another testament to the community of this sport.
It's a process, dude.
A lot of downtime.
Takes a
lot of downtime.
And just going down. So as Gavin said, she has some pretty heavy tricks in her run, and that one just taking her down. But there's still a second run, and she has a lot of potential out there. But being last off the dock, she's going to get the opportunity to see what the other girls do in both of their runs and know where their scores are. But she's also going to have the pressure of having one run already, you know, kind of a wash at that point. Probably not going to put her in the top spot, and you know, having to do it all in one try.
Previously, Isabella Tan with a 57.58. Marley Falzon with a 25. She'll be eager to get back out there and hopefully put a better score on the board. Marley Falzon.
It's really anyone's game between these three girls. They all have their specialties, they have their strengths, but to put them all together when it counts is something special, and it's what it takes to be a world champion. So we're going to see here if she can lay it down when it counts and when the pressure's on, because it's anyone's game between these three.
After this Girls Park 14 to 17 division, we are going to take a quick break and let you guys listen into the live event call for the Boys Park 14 to 15. So we will be stepping out and letting our friend Brad Smela join in after the Girls Park 14 to 17 second rounds.
Then we got to get Gavin in the judging booth.
Yeah, Gavin's got to go actually throw some
do
score.
some work.
He just looked surprised. He was like, wait, what? I thought I was going to get to go to the beach.
I thought I was going to get a massage after this.
Oh, he said he was getting a massage.
A little spa day.
And after this.
I think he might need, he's competing, right? He's got to go do
Well, I
athlete
meant
treatment.
maybe at like 6 tonight you can go to a massage.
Are you his manager?
Pretty much. No,
Listen,
that's
I
Mama
tell you
Stucky.
when you get a massage.
No, I have to call his manager and complain once a week.
Shout out, Mama Stucky.
I have heard that like out here there are some good massage places. By our hotel, actually, they kind of look a little shifty, but I've heard they're like really great. There was a gal who was leaving yesterday saying she was gonna go get one of the Thai massages by the beach, and she's like, "It's down an alleyway. It's kind of dark."
John knows a thing or two about Thai massages. They're a good time.
Okay. You seem like you're implying something that's not very true here, but I do only get massages in Thailand because I am just cheap, and they're
like
they're
$2.
affordable there.
They're not like a $300 massage at the hotel.
Probably
It's
should
like a
get more
$2.
massages for my wakeboard career's sake, but
Prolong your performance a little bit.
It's okay. That's what wifey's for, right?
We're gonna mute Gavin Stucky. You're muted. You're muted
we're
today.
talking about back massages. Arm massages. Actually, this is a good point to bring up. We
Are
get
you flexing
cable
now?
elbow. We get cable elbow really bad, which is similar to tennis
Arm
elbow or
pump.
golfer's elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get tendonitis from all the vibrations in the cable, and you're always hanging on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, actually, we always have to I bring a scraper with to massage it and stuff. But
Actually,
you always
we can
have to
even
kinda
see here, she has KT tape around her shoulder. She's probably going through something similar. A lot of riders get it up in the upper back because
Right.
it's all, this tendon's all connected. So she probably is going through something similar. I know Joey Battleday, he's massaged on the regular. He's ice bath, sauna. He's a huge recovery guy. I just got into cupping on the back.
Oh,
Have you ever done
I
that?
got into that
I've
this
done
past
that,
year.
Oh my gosh, it's so nice.
Yeah. We did the TheraBoots, or I think they're called TheraBoots last year, and it's a game changer getting home from long travel and being able to do the compression therapy. It's awesome.
Yeah.
That, and you pair it with cupping, boom, you are an anti-inflammatory walking billboard.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys on the boat side.
All
super
of them
into
have-
their recovery.
Yeah,
Ice
you see them
baths.
you go to a contest, they have the marks from cupping and stuff. I do ice bath and that sort of thing. Usually things that I can do by myself because I feel like I'm too busy to schedule going in somewhere and doing that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
get the massage gun. A lot of us travel with that, especially
The
for
Theraguns,
for
yeah.
the arm
Yeah.
and things like that, because you can just reach around and.
Yeah. We've got out on course Miss Isabella Tan. This will be her second and final run of the day.
Currently sitting in the lead.
Yeah.
She's
The
quite a
only-
bit ahead, but Macy, we saw her go down. Her first few hits were in a run were pretty proper, pretty perfect. Just going down, kind of unfortunate in a weird way to fall, just going off the rail early and still trying to get that rotation out. So she can go out there and lay down a full run and put up a very good run and put some points on the board. So we're going to see her try and up her run two right here, just in case Macy goes out there and, lays it down.
Yeah, starting off solid with the front roll, but not quite getting to the end of that rail. Sometimes, knowing you have a full rundown, you ride way better because the pressure's off. But like Gavin was saying, some people prefer the pressure. I'm definitely one that prefers the pressure off. I like to lay down a good run, and then usually I ride better the second run. But yeah.
So pressure doesn't make diamonds with Johnny D.
Johnny D doesn't make diamonds at all, I think.
Now, do you guys both train with him?
With
I'm Johnny D.
Oh.
That's my nickname
that's
in
your-
wakeboarding,
Oh, okay.
short. But yeah, they train with me.
yeah.
Well.
John's a life coach more than wakeboarding. He's there for me. Life is an investing coach. He's there for me.
You gotta get him on the Roth IRA young,
Isabella Tan out there on course. Just putting down a really nice, clean run, as you guys said earlier after her first run. Really clean. Off the XL. Oh, I jinxed her.
Yeah, but that's okay because she had a super solid first run, and some of the rails I think were better in the first run as well. So she might have been
Right.
trying something. I can't remember. I think she may have done that in the first run, but she could have been trying something to make up for some of those mistakes on the rails. But either way, she's sitting in a really good position right now, with that 57. So
That's what we call the commentator's curse. However, She's going for the front 5 here. She did a front 3.
Oh, she did do a front 3 earlier. Okay, so she did try to step it up.
She was trying to step it up. She knew it was coming after. Maybe she needed it. Either way, it did not hurt her. She already had points on the board, so maybe she was like, you know, might as well try a front 5. I can do this.
Final
Last rider of the heat.
rider of the heat, Macy Lee, in the girls' park 14-17 final here at the World Championships. Currently still leading the competition, however. Checking out on the ride line app is Miss Isabella Tan.
And it looks like as these scores come through, it's going to be Isabella Tan's first run that counts because of that fall off the kicker there. You know, she was trying to step it up, but unfortunately, it's going to be her first run. Still at a 57.58. She leads the pack, and she's in a good spot.
Yeah, but Macy Lee definitely has the tricks, and we'll see if she can just put them all down when it matters right here. And starting off with the Scarecrow, so a super clean start to her run. I have a feeling the kickers, though, are the easiest part for her. She's definitely dominant on the kickers, so we'll see if she can keep it up throughout the rest of the run.
You know, keeping it a little safe there. Earlier we saw the rotation off. Now she's just playing it safe, trying to get through the whole run, not the rotation off.
And that's the trick that took her down, but same thing, deciding not to spin off. So that one looked pretty intentional. So we'll see what she has here. And so now we haven't seen this part of her run yet, but there the roll to revert to the inside. And I'm curious if, yeah, so just the one air trick, which I think we saw Isabella Tan do, an outside and an inside air trick. So she's definitely going to have to start stepping it up on the features here if she wants to, you know, secure that top spot.
There's the rotation off she was looking for. She does have the upper hand on the kicker right now, potentially with the rotation on the front roll compared to a straight front roll. And then, like John said, she is missing one air trick compared to Isabel Tan. So we'll see what she can do here to seal the deal and try and make that gap, you know, very common, or or very noticeable.
Yeah, so there the heel side 540, which is...
We get tired in the booth sometimes too, Gavin. More often than we'd like to admit.
I'm just tired.
Yeah, Gavin, as I mentioned, was out here filming at 7 in the morning this morning after the awards show last night and supporting the Australians. So he's had a long week.
And you guys stayed. Like, I left at the first open opportunity to leave because Brad isn't in the booth. He's like, me too. It got late really quick.
To be fair, I mean, like we said,
it was so cool though.
Especially with the pros, we travel with them a lot. They're a lot of close friends, so we want to be there and like celebrate with them. And it's fun for us.
Listen,
for sure too, so.
Back when I was not 35, I used to also partake in those things. But now that I am plus 35, 8 o'clock rolls around real quick.
Yeah.
Especially with the time change and the jet lag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like last.
I was going to bed at like 4 o'clock out here. My husband was like texting me.
Oh, you were the opposite. We were waking up at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
At least I was. I think Gavin too.
Okay, that will conclude the girls' park 14-17 division. And we are going to let Brad Smela join us here in the booth for the remainder of the day. So we're going to take a commercial break. We may not be back in time for the boys' park 14-15, but you guys can listen in to the live event call. We're going to kind of take a little break here, so enjoy. Bye.
Absolutely perfect. Almost looks like it's perfect for an event as such, no? Blades out there. I think, yeah, a little bit lower for those cruise boys. Out there. Right out the obstacle for the 14-15 boys. So a 4-man final. The part format here. We've got Will Killer, Secretary, and Jessica. All 4 of these gentlemen absolutely throwing down today. Some features out there. I don't know if you saw it, Tanner.
From open road to open water,
Hazy subdivision, I reckon.
we're inspired to push higher with confidence.
Insane level of
We
riding,
revel in
especially
our
for all day on.
achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. since even a
Flames out
century
there
of
just enjoying
experience is
themselves.
only
Look,
a
again,
start.
just got the
Our challenge is to invent a
private
bigger
cable,
future
right?
for advanced propulsion
Mate, what more could
technology.
you ask for?
To imagine and try and
Even a
test
little bit of a
until we
break in
build
the
something
sunshine as
worthy
well.
of
Not that
adventure.
that's a good thing,
So that
but
together we can
we've had
empower a new
glorious weather
generation to
all the
push
way up
higher
until this
and
point.
harder. Because there's so much
Still very
more to
nice. No,
discover when the
wind
drive comes
conditions
from
should be
within.
pretty good for you out there.
And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower.
How much of it is improv and how much
GM
of it
Marine.
is? Oh, a little bit,
Keep
not much.
thunder
though.
at the
Yeah.
heart of
Had lots
all
time to
you
practice
do.
for it, prepare for it, so very ready. True. Do you think that adds to the pressure? All eyes are glued to the water. This division's about to go most. Yeah, here we go. Into the scoring zone. Here we go. Around corner 4. Into the kicker. Elephant roll. Again, as of yesterday, we saw a couple of those. Not quite a front roll. Looks like it's going to go scarecrow, but it doesn't. Into this double pipe here. Very nice stuff there. Goes board slide over both pipes, drops down into the corridor. Goes back. Stays left and forward. Ollie's that safety. Big old transfer back to Seb off the top. Lovely stuff. You'll be happy with that opener. Yeah, a very good opener. Not many people didn't have an honor this game, so. I don't know if it's switch, but could be blind jury, could be regular blind judge. Still, either way, flipping difficult to do. Right foot approach into this rooftop. Goes to serve, and he kind of tip-top sits back into 50-50, goes back, spinning all over the place, getting all over the nose and the tail of that board. How good was that? Comes up from the corridor to the top pipe there, comes down front board, back to serve out. So impressive, so technical. So tech. Left foot heel edge, up he goes. Hey!
Yes! Oh, stop it! Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to KGB. He had a very interesting way of doing that. It was more of a spin than flip. Yeah. Very sick. Unconventional, if you will.
Lovely stuff. Will Schiller will be very, very happy with that. Putting a run down to kick things off on first of our 14-15 boys.
Next up, we got Gold Coast local, Zach Rizzoli and Green. He's definitely out here every time I'm out here. He spends lots of time cutting laps at this place. Very excited to see what he can throw down.
Can't blame you really. Look at the place. What a place to spend your time, eh?
Absolute gold.
Sunny most of the year as well, I would assume.
Yep, definitely. Winter on the Gold Coast is like absolutely nothing compared to other places in Australia. Pretty much don't even have to put a wetsuit on.
Alrighty, so Zach out there at the moment, just making sure everything that he is about to hit is nice and slippery. Again, nothing worse than hitting someone and getting stuck on it, right? So the uncontrollables, nasty ball coming in. Does that happen? Absolutely. Here he goes, opening things up. Toe side edge, toe side, backside, 360 to kick things off. Maybe getting a little bit hung up on that kicker there. But goes into the busty rail, goes 50-50. Lovely stuff, holds in that 2-serve and then comes out 2-serve. Up he goes.
goes. Big old transfer. 50-50 back, 360 out. How about that? How hard is that to do, Tanner?
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty hard spot. You've got to get the cut so perfect for that. It's definitely very impressive.
Massive roll to Reva out of corner 1. What's he got for us here? Can you call it?
Ready?
Yeah,
There it is.
Still got it. Alrighty, I'm going to say he's going to go for the rooftop only because we saw him spray it earlier on. Toe side edge into the rooftop. There's that 270 on, 360 out. Oh, both ways. Lovely that down there. Multiple rotations on the one rail. On he goes 50-50 into the corridor. Front board, front 2-7 pretzel out at the end of that. Lovely stuff. What's he got for us to finish? So side, edge into the inside kicker up the very, very top, and he's looking, I think, probably for a promo, but he goes Scarecrow with the grab in it. Nice and absolutely puts a run down, puts a score down, one that I am sure we'll see some slight improvements on in round number 2. There we go, halfway through. Number 1's from our 14 to 15 boys. Next up on the water, here he is. Was happy yesterday that he put a run down. We have our Bly rider, Bentley Bland. Speaking before about younger kids that would absolutely smoke me, this guy would make me look totally embarrassed. This guy's absolutely insane on riding. Bentley has a lot of, he grew up, I guess, riding with Matteo and watching Matteo. I feel like there's a Matteo inspo in Bentley's riding. It's just unconventional, it's different, it's energetic, it's lazy at the same time, strangely enough. And you kind of almost just don't know what you're going to get from him. Totally, you don't know what's in that hat that he's going to pull out in his run. What you do know is he's probably going to have a good time doing it. What I can guarantee is I probably won't know the names after these things that he's going to do, so thankfully you're sitting here with me. But here we go. Let's have a look. Right foot heel edge. Over he goes. Moby Dick. Beautiful. He does those so effortlessly, doesn't he? Goes into the busty rail. It's going to go board slide 50-50, 270, 90 off. So controlled in that last little spin out there. Absolutely. Could have gone out. Probably got a 450 out of there, but he holds it together. Ollie on. Back 2-7 transfer, 2-7 out the other way. To come off the top of that rail. Very nicely done. Multiple rotations on one rail. Coming in for a toe side railing into the cable. He goes crypt into corner number 2. Stays left foot forward. The front to fakey, almost Vulcan thing out of corner 2. Espen into corner 3. And that will do him for air tricks down the end. Goodness, did he squeeze a handful in. So effortless too. Yeah, a lot going on there as well. Big 270 on, holds that the same way. Back in, out. Judges will love that. That was sick. Here he goes. Corridor onto pipe, transfer 270, pipe 90 out. Bentley is enjoying himself out there. He is feeling it today.
Ladies and gentlemen, eyes to the water. We've got a strong toe side approach into this kicker. He's looking for a backside spin. He's getting a backside 7. And he's pumped. So he should be. That was a mental run.
Locked in. That was sick, right? How does he improve on that? Very cool. He'll be happy to put a run down. That is going to put him in unbelievably good stead, I think. But we will find out. Still one rider to go. Finley Smith. Also, do not sleep on this guy.
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships, live from the Gold Coast of Australia at Gold Coast Wake Park. I am joined by Brad Smela in the booth, the legend himself. And yeah, we both checked out early from a wild party last night,
Really
and we're
good.
still tired.
I always struggle to leave parties early because I can't exactly sneak out that easily with
There were no Irish goodbyes.
being in the chair. But no, I as soon as I was done with my official duties and went and congratulated a few of the winners and caught up with a couple of people, and then I was just like saw my opportunity and I was
And you're
out
like,
of there.
I see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm back. We have had a couple long days in the booth, and not long from, I guess, a performance perspective. It's super fun, but 4 days of 6 to 8 hour broadcasts is a lot. And like, I'm a TV girl. Like, this is my only thing that I do. Like, I'm not talented. I'm not an athlete. Like, and this is a lot of TV. You guys are making a lot of TV. So we have been 4 days in. We get a little break tomorrow, and then we get right back at it for the Boat World Championships.
Yeah, another 4 days coming up. We're
Power hour. We're
almost
in
halfway through
a marathon, and I think boat will be a little bit different. We'll be out in the elements. I might prefer that more. I think you and I both kind of thrive out there.
Yeah.
We're getting a little itchy in here.
I think, being inside an office, it's nice, the air conditioning, things like that, but it is, you don't quite feel the vibes of the crowd and being amongst the atmosphere out there. So I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be down at the Marine Stadium down
By SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be good times. Come and join us if you are around. Otherwise, tune in here on the WWA Rideline app or on YouTube. There's a big KGB from our rider in blue. I believe that's Finlay
Smith.
In the 15-year-old boys park final. Yeah, nice hop up, that step up, back lip slide, 270 out. And yeah, I enjoyed a nice little sleep in this morning. Got a late start. Thanks for covering for me. And
Anytime. It was really loose this morning. I don't think we called a single trick. So everyone on the YouTubes who's angry right now, I apologize. But we had some really good conversations, did some interviews.
yeah, it's good to get a bit of insight on some of the other details of wakeboarding. Oh, nice amplitude on that S-mobe. You see really leaning into
sending it
that
big.
trick. Is that, the back mobe unfortunately slipping out onto the face. And that is not only unfortunate for his run, also it's the worst place you can possibly fall because you got to
Swim all the way back. That's
it's a decent swim, and I guess this isn't a jam format, so he's not
but
going
still
to
the
be
energy.
sprinting back to try to get back quickly.
But all that energy you could have conserved with a casual walk back to the dock is now in what I think you described yesterday as almost a triathlon, because you've got the running, the carrying of the board, a lot going on out there.
And they do get 2 runs, is that right, here in the finals?
They do. 2 runs in the finals. Everything consistent today, which makes our job significantly easier.
Awesome.
We're not having to call down to the dock and ask what's going on. So that's nice. But, yeah.
Looks like we've got a few scores on the board already here in the 15-year-old boys park final. We got Bentley Bland sitting in the top spot with a score of 90. Will Schiller in second place, 69.42. And then Zach Rizzoli with a 64.48. So we'll see where Finlay sits after that with a bit of an early fall about midway through his run. Oh, it looks like he's actually getting picked up. That's really
that's
nice.
nice.
That's really, really kind of the operator. They're going to be bringing him back to the dock,
Somebody
saving
deserves
him
a
some
case
energy.
of beer. Might have to make that delivery before the end of the day, Mr. Finley.
Although he's going to need someone else to buy it for him.
Oh, that's right, because he's 14 to 15. Mom and Dad, you heard that suggest. Finley Smith. And then we've got Will Schiller on the dock getting ready for what will be his second and final run of the very long weekend in the boys park 14 to 15 final.
Yeah, Will's got the opportunity in front of him to step up his run, get himself into that top spot. Looks like his handle is hot dogging at the moment. No, he's letting that one go.
So for Grandma and Grandpa at home, what does that mean?
So with these...
And for Kristen here.
So your traditional boat handle that you'd hang on to, it's attached on both sides. Whereas on cable, they have it so on one side it can actually, you can slip the loop off the. They've got like a little notch there, and I believe that's what they're doing. And actually, that's probably maybe part of this division is that they send.
Oh, now does that count?
I don't believe so. See how the rope's still sitting in the water there?
Right.
So that was the
That was a
rope
malfunction.
slipping out of the carrier. But what they're doing is he was holding the handle. So hot dogging is when the handle, the end pops off, and you're basically trying to hold onto a handle as opposed to it going acrossways. It's going straight, and so it's like you really got to grip onto it to try to hang on. It's really unfortunate. It can happen mid-trick. And but what they do, it looks like he sends it out there so that if he does have a fall, that handle can then come around to him, and they'll slow the cable down and pick him back up, bring him back to the dock. Just being very kind to our riders today.
We like that. Let's be nice to these guys out here. Will Schiller?
Yeah. Finlay's dropped a score of 56.08. So sitting still down there in the 4th spot, obviously with that early fall. He's left a lot of room for improvement and kind of left the door open for these other riders. So he's definitely going to be looking to step things up as he goes, but we got eyes on Will right now.
Now, are those lily pads on the back half? I was curious about that. I almost took a walk over there to see.
Yeah, it looks like it to me. You know, if that was in New Zealand, I would have zero thought about, swimming through it. I would not even question it.
But here in Australia?
Yeah, you don't know what's lurking. I mean,
is that a thing?
I guarantee, I bet there's nothing around here. Obviously, they probably keep an eye on those sorts of things, the wildlife around here. But yeah, in New Zealand, we have literally nothing that can
hurt you.
Yeah.
I love that. The other day I was walking down Surfers Paradise. They had a little market, and I figured, I'll go check it out. They had alligators you could hold and snakes, and they were kind of like handing them out to you. Welcome to Australia.
Yeah.
Just hold a bow python.
Even the spiders and things like that. Like we have nothing that can actually do. In New Zealand, you might get a little bite and.
But in Australia, you were in.
Get a bit of swelling, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
in the outback.
We're on an isolated island over there, whereas, got everything and anything over here. So Will looking solid. He started off with a KGB off the kicker, getting the air trick section going here. There's the blind judge to the inside, looping back around to the outside. We'll see if he goes for one more trick off the flat water. There's a half cab roll. And coming in heel side approach to that rooftop. There's that 270 little handle switch on the way up and over that step down just for the little extra style. The judges will like that. Front board slide 270 out. Getting a solid piece of that Stucky feature, maybe about 90% of that rail on the way down. Final hit right here on the toes on the XL kicker. There's an elephant. The elephant's basically a front roll with a little bit of a shifty in the middle of it. You can see he brings that kind of back leg over and then brings it back behind him as he comes down to the landing. So yeah, that's a good run there for Will. I didn't catch his earlier run, so unsure if that's going to be a better one to step up his score. There is a sizable gap between him and Bentley in the top spot. Yeah, a solid 20 points between them, so would have had to been significantly better, but we'll wait to see as the scores drop from the judges.
Zach Rizzoli taking to the glass now. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday he was very impressive. All of them have been impressive, but I remember something about Rizzoli's height or amplitude that we really liked.
Yeah,
he's also a taller rider, so maybe it just looks more spectacular.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Like generally in wakeboarding, being shorter, more compact, lower center of gravity, sort of like your gymnast, is a bit more of an advantage. Myself being 6'2", I always was one of the taller on tour, and had some challenges with that. But I also found some advantages as well whenever there was rough conditions. I had the power to kind of push through it a bit better. And yeah, I guess, I don't know, being a bit taller, you know, if you're bending down and really pressing into some rail hits and things like that, you know, it can look a little bit different. But, you know, each to their own out here. Toe side approach.
Zach is a local rider, as I heard from our live announcers outside the window. They know their guys.
Yeah, nice toe side, backside 3 there. Start off his run. Sitting in 3rd spot at the moment. Decent full pull across that busty done feature. Going to have a heel side approach. Looks like he's, yeah, up over the safety, back, board side transfer, backside 450 out. And into that air trick section. To the inside, there's that, was that roll to revert. Looks like he's a left foot forward rider. There's that Rayleigh to blind, the back, the blind judge hanging on.
He tried so hard to hang that one on, to hang on there.
Really slingshotting that handle. And the rules are, as far as I understand, if you're leaning back and hanging on and dragging out, that is okay if you stand back up. If you get pulled out the front and you hang on and try and drag around and stand back up, then
it's a no-go.
Yeah, disqualification. And you got to be careful as well. Hanging on for too long and really slingshotting that handle, sometimes it can send it right up into the cable, especially if you're close to the corner. And I've seen times where it's shut down the cable for you know, a solid half hour or so until you get someone up there to untangle it. So thankfully that didn't happen here. But yeah, obviously he did not want to let that one go.
He didn't want to let it go. He said, no, 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 no.
Last chance here in the finals. 14 to 15 boys park finals.
Bentley Bland.
Yeah, I would imagine Zach will not be improving his score there, 64.48, sitting in 3rd spot. So Bentley and Finlay, the only 2 ones who can change anything at the moment. Bentley's sitting on the top spot right now, so all he can do is improve his score just to make it even more difficult and put the pressure on Finlay even more. And Finlay's already sitting there with a bit of pressure. You know, he had that fall. He knows he's got plenty of room to improve, but he's got a really solid score above him. And I guess Finlay, you know, for him, it's really about trying to get onto that podium. He's not too far behind.
They've all been pretty close.
Zach's previous run. Oh, yeah. Wrapped in. It's toe side roll to blind, coming in wrapped. Letting go of the handle a bit early there. The judges will notice that he was pre-spinning a little bit up that kicker, but still landing it solid. And that was a really cool hit. I love when the riders use that kind of knuckle, that up rail to air out and really, you know, spin and then tap the rail and just get creative with it. A little one-handed air roll. 2 hands, bit of a harder dig now. There's that Rayleigh to backside 180, the blind judge. Toe side, here we go. Yeah, the toe side Rayleigh. And then an S-bend into the corner. Yeah, the Bel Air, that's the air tantrum. And that one's really, like a lot of these air tricks, it's about your edge control. It's about really leaning into it. Whereas the Bel Air is a bit different. It's all about switching your edge and, yeah, switching from that heel side edge to the toes, really scooping it. Looking for an air transfer across that stucky feature, not quite getting all the way to the outside. And final hit here off the XL kicker. It's a Moby Dick 540 and sticks it. I believe he only went for the Moby Dick last time around, although not sure how the rest of his run matches up to that one there. So you notice just letting go of that wrap a little bit early off that first hit, but yeah, enjoy the creativity and the difference on that toe side roll to blind. That was a really nice hit on that transfer to step down flat rail. And looking for that backside 3 transfer, just coming up a little short. You can see the frustration there as well.
Brad, are you having any issues with your ride line app, or is it? Oh, apparently just my crappy phone. It's fine.
No, mine's looking all right.
I'm sitting here trying to restart my phone and follow that ride line app. I do like seeing the scores come in. That's like my favorite thing.
I'm such a fan of this ride line app. It's so cool.
And the instant scores that drop. It's great.
It's something that, I feel wakeboarding's needed for a while, and I love that the WWA have really focused on getting this live stream running really smoothly, bringing us out to help, report on what's going on and talk to the folks, anyone tuning in into the action, really getting very professional with it, and just, really good for the spectators to be able to keep up with what's going on. Shout out to anyone who is tuning in right now, whether it's through YouTube or on the WWA Rideline app. I know I'd taken a week off work with my other job this week, and so I dropped it in my group chat in Slack. I said, hey, if you are taking a little break and want to see what I'm up to on my week off, then tune in. So any of the QA team, just want to say what up to you guys. Get back to work if you are tuning in. Big KGB to start off with for Finlay Smith. He goes board slide 50-50, back lip slide, and a backside 270 out. A really solid full pull. He's looks like the top seeded rider. Toe side, backside, was that a 450 transfer? Oh, toe side roll to revert, starting off his air trick section. Big hard cut off the heels. Yeah, the backside 313, so it's a Rayleigh to backside 3. And there's the S-mob. Back to the inside. Back mob, I'm pretty sure that's what took him down earlier, so things are already looking better for Finlay. And that step down, rooftop rail, he's gunning for it. He wants to take out Bentley for that top spot. And with a hit like that on the Stuckey feature, man, it's looking pretty good right now. Again, I didn't see Bentley's first run, how that went, but this is the final hit for Finlay Smith to leave an impression with the judges. Big chromobe and stomping that one as clean as he likes. I didn't see many bobbles or any sort of, I guess, black marks against that run. Everything was looking really good. That was a little bit of a sort of butt check on the way out of that air trick, that S-mob. But look at that hit on the Stuckey, full pull, getting every piece of it that he wanted, and then absolutely stomping the chromobe. So I'm excited to see. He's sitting in the bottom spot. I would imagine he's going to advance himself up onto that podium.
Is it enough to dethrone, however, Bentley Bland? I'm glad we're not judges.
Yeah, the anticipation is killing me.
I finally figured out the ride line up, guys. I'm back.
You're back.
I'm plugged back in. Apparently had to re-up my my data. My phone was like, listen, you've been using too much of me. You must pay more. We're good. Now we're back in business. Can see these scores roll in. It is such a cool app too, and and being able to see those scores come in and see why, and the justification is really cool with the play-by-play.
Yeah, it brings it more in line with sort of, your WSL app, your Supercross Live app, those sorts of ones where you can tune in, check out all the action.
Judge sports are so unique, though. Like, there is a clear-cut winner in racing, and that's what I find so, I guess, complex about wake sports is the judging element, because it's not
a race.
It's not a race. It's so objective. And there is like, well, he did this, but he might have done this better. Even in the pro class, there's, I guess there's more parity because of it, and that's great. Super exciting to follow.
Yeah, subjective scoring, it's a challenge, even as a rider, you don't know, you'll see a format, you'll get a little bit of an insight from the judges, what they're looking for, but it can change from event to event. It can change depending on who's judging, what their preferences are, what they want to see. Obviously, we've got a few different judges to kind of level the field But yeah, it's challenging.
Yeah.
You know, there's, as you said, a clear-cut winner in racing. Clear-cut that Jet Lawrence took out the Super Motocross over the weekend.
That was so much fun. I rewatched it yesterday, actually.
It was so unfortunate that that there was that early crash for Chase Sexton. Didn't get to see the three battle it out. But the Lawrence brothers, the local Aussies, big ups to them. Probably not tuning in right now, but I'm just going to give them the shout out anyway.
Big fans over here, Jet and Hunter. You know, it's funny. I actually was just texting with Jeff Emick and Ralph Shaheen. What is it called? Like when you brag about what is it? I'm doing a little braggy thing.
Yeah.
But so I'm
little name drop.
Little name drop.
Yeah.
Little name drop right now. But we're prepping for World Supercross right now, and we were talking about Danger Boy Deegan, and we're so excited about him moving up to the 450 class eventually. No, there's no rush, we're told, but when that does happen, that's going to be really interesting. And then
That
with
kid
motocross,
is ridiculous.
Absolutely cray. Love it though.
Like he does lines that you don't see guys in the 450s doing. He's hitting quad.
His brain works different.
Yeah, he's just absolutely charging.
I mean, it's wild to see what he's capable of doing on a motorcycle.
Oh, and now the Ride Line app is updated to the next heat, so I didn't get to check if Finlay managed to take it out. So I'm going to have a check here. I haven't actually gone navigating to see if we can go back. I'm sure we can.
Hole.
There'll be a
careful.
way there.
You want to stay with the light. You can get lost in the app. It's great though. 16 to 17, Boys Park out on the water right now. 12:10 is not the time. We're at 12:02, so we are a little ahead of schedule. If you've been following on the Ride Line app or you've been watching on YouTube,
We love that.
we love that. That's great for us. AJ Whitley out on the water right now for his first of 2 runs in this final division for the Boys Park, 16 to 17. And I think what's really interesting, and you brought this up yesterday, Brad, is the implications of good performances at a high competition level like this on the future of the sport. Because at this age, it's not as leisurely as, say, a 10 to 12 age group.
Yeah, although when you watch someone like Cruisy Boy, it doesn't seem very leisurely out there.
We saw him earlier in the day, and he absolutely threw down. We're kind of sad he wasn't able to land his double after. Sorry, I'm not sure if it was double, but land his XL kicker trick. But yeah, he was throwing it down. That was not leisurely at all.
Yeah, AJ looking good so far. Yeah, that 270 on, back to a board slide, 270 out. He's coming from outside in onto the inside rail, hopping to the out, not quite getting every bit of that he wanted, and back into the kicker section to finish it off. He started it off with a late roll to blind, and we'll see another right. Oh, yeah, trying to add a 180 to how he started it, going for that late KGB. Unfortunately, not able to get around and stand on top of the water to finish it off.
On that Busty Done feature. I was going for one.
I liked that one.
I stepped away. I thought it was the Busty Done feature, and then it just changed so quick, and I wasn't sure anymore. We're trying to find some confidence here. We build off of what we don't have.
And that's the thing, is like we're coming to the end of the wake park, so it's like, by day 4, you're starting to really click, you're getting it there, and then it's like, boom, onto the boat stuff.
I feel like the boat is a little bit more my wheelhouse. This was actually my first time ever even visiting a cable park before, and I'm not sure if I should admit that on TV. But I've watched them. I've seen the YouTube videos, been a big fan for a long time, but I'm a people storyteller, so.
Yeah, and you're so good at that as well, and I've loved seeing you out there and amongst the people and amongst the action.
The parents are fun to talk to. I will tell you that, and it's almost like they want to, they kind of now know what I'm doing. They want me to pop over there.
Did you come across any real serious wake dads?
I did. Yeah. I won't mention any names, but I will tell you down on the dock, there's a few corner coaches, and it was pretty fun to sort of talk. Well, how are they feeling? Good.
Yeah.
Focused in.
Oh, he's locked in.
He's locked in.
He's going to win.
We can't tell the story yet. No.
No, but yeah, I can understand the wake park stuff being a bit more complicated, especially with the rail hits. It's all over the place. So I'm looking forward to the boat stuff as well. Heel slide 900 to start off.
That's where you came from. I mean, you did both, but still.
Yeah, that was where I started, and that was the main stuff I was focused on was Bo until the sort of toward the tail end of my career. That's awesome to see Sonny go for, like, even though he slipped off the outside of that rail, he still went for the 270 out, landing blind, got it, and solid transfer there.
Sonny Murati.
That's a crypt into the corner. The Rayleigh to frontside 180. It's the opposite to the blind judge. Big roll to revert. And S-bend, so that would have been, a half cab roll before, back on the heel side to the inside. A switch back roll. And the Bel Air. That's that one where you got to really quickly switch your edge from the heels to the toes and really scoop through it to go up and over for the flip. Frontside 270 to board slide all the way along every piece of that rail. On the Stucky feature, front lip slide going same way, 270 out. And it's looking pretty good. He started off with a heel side 900. So the judges will love the risk on that one. Going massive, looking for maybe a tail glide. Didn't quite get the grab on it, but still full send for Sonny Murati. Check this out. Here's that frontside 900. Teeny bit of pre-spin on that one. Again, the judges will look for things like that, little details, especially when it comes to really close scoring.
Yeah. They look for like the little nuances and the...
What was the word you used the other day?
The minutia.
Yes,
The
I love it.
minutia. That's what they were looking for. And at this level, even at the 16 to 17 boys park level to which we are in, they are looking for that because the next step after this, I mean, you're moving into a pro division or an elite division, and there's a lot of expectation there for those guys. And out on the course now, we've got Tanner Watkins in that red bib.
So, minutia to me sounds like a body part. Like
right?
a meniscus
Wouldn't it?
or like a...
The minutia. It's the minute details,
Mm-hmm.
the little pieces. You know, I have an app on my phone that teaches you new vocabulary words, and
That's cool.
it's one of my favorite things to do. And when I'm on like long flights, I'll pull up, and it's a game, and you connect them, and it's super nerdy, but 'tis the season.
You might have to send that my way. I'm going to check that out.
It's actually really fun.
As someone who does this sort of work, also does like motivational speaking.
Oh, it's
like
great
that.
to have the expanded vocabulary.
Yeah.
I'll there is a subscription to it, but it's like $20 a year. But it's great. It's one of the coolest apps I've had. And
toe side approach to start.
Elevate.
There's a nose grab. Oh, elevate. Yes, I've seen that
Elevate.
one. Nose grab chromo for Tanner Watkins. And then on the Busty Done feature, backboard slide, backside 360, not quite getting up and across that top part of the rail. Looks like a switch approach. Frontside 270 and continuing that 270 off the end, back roll into the corner to start off the air trick section. Big low to the line.
Massive ups for him.
Yeah, blind judge.
Tanner and Taylor, brothers, sons of Daniel Watkins. Big Wake family out here.
Yeah, we saw, was it Maddie out there as
Sister out there as well.
early?
Wifey was out there, I think.
No
also.
way.
Well, yesterday, I think Wifey was out there.
Well, she was out there last night having a good time.
I was glad for all of them because Daniel, wasn't he inducted into the Hall of Fame?
He was. Daniel Watkins, Brett Eisenhower, Josh Sanders, all inducted into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. I was honored to present my good friend and brother from another, Jeff Weatherall, the Legend Award.
He seems like quite the legend.
He really is. And
Do you have any good Jeff stories?
well, one story that really reinforces how much of a legend he is was around my accident. He was off in California, I think Lake Tahoe actually, sorry, and he heard about my injury from Dean. Dean was one of the guys that pulled me out of the water, and Jeff just got on a flight, came straight out, and he just bossed it, man. He was the guy. He was organizing, like helping just pull everything together, all the fundraising, or reaching out to different people who had gone through spinal cord injuries of any sort, and he was just, you know, helping with my family when they were coming into town, giving them places to stay, like hooking them up. I think my mom stayed at Harley's place, and it was, it's just an absolute legend. There are plenty of other stories I could tell from before that.
Let's keep the nice ones, I'm sure. I could tell last night.
Well, I mean, yeah, because there's the
looser
competitive
era.
side of Jeff as well, where he and I'd be competing. He always beat me at a New Zealand Nationals. I never actually got to beat him there. And he was just such a menace on the dock. Like, he would be, just doing everything and anything to put me off before my run.
In what ways? Like, is that a thing where you try to distract your competition?
Well, yeah, I mean, he kept saying, Brad, go nuts, Brad, go nuts. But he was behind me, and I couldn't quite tell. And I turned around, and I realized why he was saying the word nuts.
Oh. That is actually
As I
disgusting.
said, anything to put me off.
I love that, though. I think that's so fun, and what an incredible brotherhood. And we kind of got a little glimpse of that as outsiders into how special your guys' relationship is at that award ceremony last night. And
You
what
probably
a great
wouldn't
way.
be able to do that at like a cable park where there's a lot of people around.
And kids.
Yeah.
You'd go to jail. Yeah. It's a different time.
Yeah, Taylor Watkins on the water now, the top-seeded rider in blue. Big transfer there to the flat bar at the top. And coming in, there's a back mob. Really nice, reaching for that handle behind his back to the inside. The roll to blind. And he is really wanting to put it to his younger brother. I remember when Taylor was born, like going way back to the days over in Orlando. A lot of the Aussies and even myself used to crash at Daniel's place out there in Clear Lake in the hood. And I remember, young Taylor. That's really showing my age now.
Isn't it weird, though, to see how time progresses, even in the sport, too? Like, at least in, supercross and freestyle motocross especially, tricks like a front flip that for the longest time people never even attempted. Now you have to do a front flip to even medal at X Games.
Oh, it was thought to be impossible. Even the backflip for so long was
For
thought
the
to be
longest
impossible.
Progression of the sport, the way time passes, and I mean, by the way, congratulations to the Aussies, Adelberg and Jacko Strong, who went 1-2 at X Games just 2 or 3 days ago. Gold and silver, both with front flip variations.
Yeah, it's getting insane. Those guys don't get paid enough. I don't care how much
don't
they
get paid. They don't get paid enough.
It doesn't matter how much
I promise
they
you,
get
they
paid.
don't get paid enough.
They don't get paid enough.
They don't get paid enough, and it is terrifying. But I will say, they have they were come from a different cloth. They have different genetics. There's something about them where I think they would be empty without doing what they do.
I would say there's more than a screw loose.
There's quite a few, and especially with the brushes with death that all of them have had throughout their freestyle career. And yet they still go for it, and they still curate these incredible tricks. They just don't know how not to.
Well, especially for me, having suffered some of the consequences of such a similar crash that what a lot of those guys could have. It just blows my mind that more people don't get seriously injured doing what they do. Obviously, they go through a lot of injuries, but yeah, no, they're.
We had this conversation actually
breed.
last night about women's motocross. I think it was me and Dave who were talking about it and why it hasn't progressed further. And you think about the injuries sustained in the sport. Like when you get hurt on a motorcycle, you get really hurt. There's like not really an in-between. If you fall off at speed, or if you case something, or you don't clear it, like you're owie for a long time. And that's why I feel like there's maybe a little bit of a gender barrier between women in motocross and men in motocross, because it is just such a traumatic sport on your body, and the heightened injuries that your body can sustain. But
Yeah, maybe a little less willing to go through.
we're
those
smarter than
injuries.
y'all.
Yeah.
Girls are smarter.
That's probably a better way to put it.
And that's actually what me and Dave kind of came to.
Yeah, big roll to blind there from. We're going back to the top of the order of AJ. We got some scores on the board as well. We'll catch up on that, but you can check them out on the WWA Ride Line app. Looked like an Indy Glide So that's the Rayleigh where you kind of do a backside shifty, grab the board. And
Shifty, dodgy. I'm learning all the cool kid terms
I
this
suppose
week.
shifty has could have a few different meanings, but in wakeboarding, it's where you sort of tweak the board one way or the other, shift that lower half of your body.
AJ Whitney on the water in the 16 to 17 boys park division. And this is a final. This is for all the marbles. Whoever wins becomes a world champion.
And AJ is currently sitting in the bottom spot, sitting in fourth. We're going to see, he went for the KGB last time. That was a stalefish grab to backside 360. So dialing it back a bit, I think he just wanted to get that stand-up run just to see if he could increase his score. Because, look, when you look at the scores there, he's on a 46 in fourth place. And then we've got Sani Marathi right above him on a 49.72. So even just a couple of little tiny improvements might be able to get him up onto the podium. And then we got Tanner Watkins with a 57.62 and older brother Taylor Watkins sitting there with a 61.45.
The two brothers leading the scoreboard right now. I'm curious. We will not see Daniel Watkins on the water again. We saw him yesterday. I was curious.
I have to send out an apology to Daniel for running over his foot last night on the dance floor. We were cutting some shapes. I started doing spins in my chair. He obviously zigged when he should have zagged and ran over his foot.
At that point, I think he might not have felt it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he was on.
He was feeling buzzy, which you know what? He's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah,
HOF,
who wouldn't
bro.
be buzzing?
Let's send it. Good for you. Yeah, I actually haven't seen him. Usually he pops in the booth while he's here. He may not even be here.
Maybe he
I have not seen him today. Oh, but the two boys, Taylor and Tanner, his sons, out there. Sunny
I'm
Marathi
sure
on
he
the
is
water
here
now.
somewhere watching his boys.
Well, he hasn't been buzzing around in the usual manner.
Unfortunate there, Sani Marathi going down on that heel side 9, opening his pass. So that is, he's not going to be able to improve his score. We're waiting on AJ's score. He's on a 46, and he's moved up with a 54.92. So that is really going to hurt Sonny. Sonny just, going for that heel 9. That is a massive trick to go for, especially opening your run up with it. A lot of risk there, and unfortunately that risk really showed itself. Sonny, unfortunately, that's his second run. He's down there in fourth spot. So AJ's got to be stoked. He's secured himself a podium spot, secured himself third spot. The only ones who can change the order now are the brothers,
Taylor and Tanner. Yeah. Let's see what they've got in store. Maybe Tanner can one-up his brother.
Yeah, pull a little Gavin Stuckey.
And Trent's, yeah. By the way, Gavin was in the booth with us this morning, and he's headed up to Northern Australia for another competition that he is in this week, and then he'll fly back down to watch
Mackay.
Yeah. Yep, and then he'll fly back down and watch his brother on Saturday in boat. So, a little side trip for him.
I love that that Trent is doing both now. That he's on the boat, and he absolutely kills it. He did a backside 1080 to qualify for Parks' double or nothing contest. Ridiculous.
Yeah, Gavin was telling us that Trent practices in a boat 3 days a week, and I didn't get a chance to ask him, but I'm curious if he'll follow suit and if he'll start gravitating more towards boat now that his brother is. It seems like he's pretty content with just doing park. But,
and he might do that tactically, going, okay, you can distract yourself with boat while I really hone in on this.
On park, yeah.
There's a 270 transfer on, 270 off, and then a half cab roll coming into the corner for Tanner Watkins. Back to the outside, their blind judge. These beautiful drone angles that we're getting.
So nice.
Greg Weatherall, shout out to you, the brother of Jeff. He is just an absolute master drone pilot. 50-50, backside 450 to back lip, backside 90 out, getting a really nice hit on that step down rooftop, going through the channel in between the corridor between the Stucky feature, hopping from rail to rail. Really wants to put the pressure on Big Brother. Toe backside, 720. I think we saw a toe back 5 from him in his last run, so he was wanting to take it up a notch.
Try something different, maybe push the limits a little bit.
Yeah, unsure if that's going to be enough to increase his score, at least enough to edge out his older brother and put any pressure on, or if we're going to see a bit of a victory lap here from Taylor.
The current scores being 61-45 for Taylor, 57-62 for Tanner, and third 54-92 for Whitley.
Yeah, it's not a huge jump
No.
for Tanner, so...
This may be a victory lap or a spray lap, or is this a victory lap? No, this is the spray lap. Which one are we going to see?
Well, and he wasn't able to wait around to hear the scoring from the judges.
Oh, that's right. So maybe he is.
I mean, he will have been watching intently. He knows his brother's riding. He would have seen his previous run, so I'm sure he knows what's going on right now, but interested to see how he plays this one.
Spraying everything down a little bit.
Now, just hearing over outside, I think it's Scotty Broom on the mic. Pretty sure this is a victory lap for Taylor Watkins.
Oh, there you go. They're going to tell him, you don't get to run the course again. You just won, buddy. Get out of here.
Yeah, go and just put it on for the crowd.
Oh, big bust.
Love the nose grab on that chromo.
Yeah.
And I mean, why wouldn't you go for it anyway? You're on your own. You got the park to yourself.
I think he always has the park to himself, though. You know what I mean?
I suppose he can have that whenever he wanted. He got the keys to the park.
Yeah. He's just making it fun.
180 in.
Oh,
Frontside 450.
oh. That, has anyone ever gone down on their victory run before? I'm sure they have. But maybe. Well done for Taylor Watkins taking the win in the boys park 16-17 division final.
Yeah, your podium's going to look like this with AJ Whitley in third place, Tanner Watkins in second, and older brother Taylor Watkins taking out the top spot. He is a world champion, folks.
Yeah. And next up, we'll be looking at the girls elite park division 17 and under. Stevie Raddick in that group, Charlotte Butler and Tilly Evans. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be hitting the water with those ladies.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique GM Marine. Experience Gold Coast and a beautiful day here at the Gold Coast Wake Park, just outside, maybe 30 minutes from Surfer's Paradise, and a beautiful day here. It feels like paradise out there. Myself, Kristen Beat, and Brad Smela here in the booth. We are just getting ready to get rolling on the girls 17 and under Elite Park Division. Tilly Evans, Charlotte Butler, and Stevie Raddick all hitting the course. Tilly on the way to her first run here. Run 1 of 2. We'll work through the order twice in this division to declare a world champion.
Tantrum to blind to open up the run. That's a great way to start. The judges are going to love that. And she knows that she's got a bit of a battle on her hands with these an all-Aussie final. Just 3 riders here in the final, so they're just battling to see where they're going to sit on the podium. They're all going to be there. Up over front board slide, getting about 80% of that top rail.
As Brad is getting fueled up with a little Red Bull, we're looking at Tilly Evans on the course in the Girls Elite Park under 17 division.
I missed out on my coffee this morning, so the next best thing.
A little Red Bull. Would you normally gravitate towards Red Bull, though? Is that your preferred? Is that your energy sponsor?
Out of the energy drinks, not sponsor. We won't go there. That's a
sore subject?
Sore subject.
Oh, salty departure.
I even wrote about it in my book.
Oh, I can't wait to read your book now. I want all the tea. I want to hear all the tea.
Yeah, you got a big long flight home. It could be.
I might as well Amazon it to myself. Yeah, I did. I was pleasantly surprised to see that Amazon does deliver here. So.
Quickly as well. I heard someone ordered it and had it within like a couple of days.
Yeah.
So awesome. And let's catch up on some replays here. There's that tantrum to blind. Nice transfer up, back lip slide, going pretzel out. And back lip slide. 270 switch 50-50. And good hit on the Stucky feature as well. Final hit was a frontside 5. So a stand-up run, pretty much clean on all of the features. So she's put the pressure on Tilly Evans. Charlotte Butler, the next one out here. We see making her way around the back part of the course, giving everything a bit of a spray down as she comes by.
The lily pads. Oh, now earlier we were talking about this. You wouldn't be so afraid if it was in New Zealand, but in Australia, what would you be afraid of?
I'd be looking for the clear path around. I'd swim around the lily pads.
Have you ever come into contact or close contact with something that?
Not in Australia. In the US, I did in Florida.
Oh, I'm sure.
I was living at Lake Roanoke. So it's a private lake in Christmas, Florida, out toward the Space Coast, and I was living in a trailer, and so no power, no running water, bathing in the lake every morning, and there were alligators in the lake and water moccasins.
At what point in your life were you doing this?
26, 27 years old.
You were one of the adventure van guys.
I loved it. It was great. I was I had one of the best private parks in my backyard. It was awesome. Nice transfer there. Drop in front side.
alligator filled.
180. So, luckily, the one time I dove into the lake and I heard a splash really close, it was just a baby alligator. Oh, no, seeing Charlotte Butler go down. But the baby alligator, I saw it swimming off. But I knew Mama was not far off.
Yeah,
So I got out of the water pretty quick.
I'm sure. That is the one fear that I even have surfing out here. Everyone who has jokingly said, let's go surf, has been like, well, you know, there's more sharks here. And there's a little piece of me that is, as I'm paddling and wiggling my toes, it's like, well, I come in peace.
That is the one thing in New Zealand that we do have. There are
Massive
sharks. I mean, if you go down to the South Island, like right, into the colder waters, we come across the bigger great whites and things like that. But, most of them are pretty harmless. Like if you're out there spearfishing, they'll probably, the tax man will come and take half the fish away as you're trying to bring it back up. But, no, that's where we're very lucky in New Zealand. Birds and lizards and sheep.
I do love sheep. Actually, you guys, a friend of mine is in New Zealand right now, and she visited a domesticated sheep farm, and you guys breed like the high-profile sheep, so very similar to like how people like to breed the Highland cows right now, and that's a very stylish, in vogue thing. You guys make fancy sheep. Like really pretty fancy sheep.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name. There's a really famous sheep that I can't think of the name of. That's, I guess, what we're known of. And all the Aussies listening right now are going to be making jokes and having little snickering laughs. But
hey, listen, there are worse things that your country could be known for.
Very true.
You're bringing in all of the cute girls who want to go cuddle the sheep. Like, I would do a vacation for sheep. For those purebred sheep. All right, out on the water. Switching gears to Stevie Raddick, who last night I think that's Stevie Raddick in the, it shows she's in green. Well, she's got a red bib here. So maybe, no, the Charlotte Butler. Is she getting pulled back? They gave her a pullback.
Yeah, pullback. That confused me for a second there. I'm like, is Stevie just going for it even on the practice, on the warm-up lap? But
yeah, they gave her a nice little pullback. Very nice to the park.
Yeah, Charlotte, you can see
she's not happy.
A little bit disappointed there, obviously falling, trying to figure out what was going on there. But she does have another run. That's just the first of 2 runs.
Last night, Stevie Raddick, one of the nominees for Best Trick, I believe it was, right? Best Trick?
Yeah, there was some really cool tricks, that highlight reel of best tricks. I mean, the men's best trick was basically a Sam Brown highlight reel.
It was.
Well, Sam Brown and Benny Heatley both had several entries into it. Sam Brown taking it out. Man, there's some crazy tricks done, though.
Yeah, Stevie Raddick, also, I think, a fan favorite, or maybe a rider's rider, if you know what I mean. She was getting a great deal of applause last night.
Yeah, had the crowd behind her. I had a good time last night. That was fun. Yeah. Really love those evenings where you just get to, just celebrate all the riders and the achievements throughout the year. And really cool. We saw a whirlybird to start off for Stevie Raddick. Toe side approach to the outside, transfer up and in, front side 450 off the top of the rail. And now a heel side approach. She's going to probably, I would imagine, transfer to back lip slide. Oh, may have wanted a little more than that. Looked like she kind of slipped out to the outside, but, still a solid hit. There you go. Nice back roll.
This is, of course, her first run of the order. She will get another run, and then that will conclude the division and declare a champion. But 3 very talented women in the finals today: Tilly Evans, Charlotte Butler, and Stevie Raddick.
Approaching that rooftop step down rail, 270 up and over, 180 to switch lip slide. And going through the corridor, ooh, clipped her toes and was able to pull it up and over onto the rail and save it. That's where, if she hadn't have been able to save it, that's where she may have ended up tacoing that rail. Frontside 540 to finish it off. Stand-up run for Stevie Raddick. And, with this 2-run format, I love that they can do that. They can go out, lay down like maybe a slightly safer run, start off with, and leave an opportunity for that second run to step things up. Now, we were talking about the awards last night, and I just thought one thing that was so cool about it was having a few of the VIPs that we had there. With Mike Whittington and Redmond. It was a...
Do you still get a little starstruck?
I do a little bit. Those guys are just, they've been absolutely, I guess, pivotal in the sport itself of wakeboarding. And, they were involved in bringing about the WWA and the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. And it was so cool for them to come all the way out from the States to celebrate Daniel, Josh, and Ike and induct them into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. So that was really cool. I was up on stage, kind of like backed myself away a little bit, so I was more of just a spectator, but from on stage, and just got to hear all the speeches and just the respect and admiration and love that everyone was feeling and showing to those 3 legends getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. So super cool.
It seems as though there is a really kind of special brotherhood amongst them. And I think the community of the sport probably endorses that a little bit. When, at least in my experience, when you travel with a sports community or any community in that sense, and you're with them so often, they become like family. So it is, I'm sure, nice for them all to get together again and kind of reunite and congratulate each other.
Totally. Tilly Evans had a tantrum to blind to start off her run, going for that backside board slide up and over the rail. Visually upset with that hit that she had there, wasn't able to lock in on top of the rail. She is sitting in the top second spot right now. Stevie Raddick has got a 63.17, Tilly Evans a 44.37, and Charlotte Butler in third spot with a 15.12 because she did go down early, so she's really going to be looking, or Charlotte will be looking to step things up. Backside lip slide into a backboard slide, up and over that step down rail, through the corridor, backboard slide 270 out, and with one more hit on the kickers, what does she have to unleash to potentially go a little bit further up? Oh, that heel slide 7.
Tilly Evans.
Riding away, but without the handle. No rope, no hope, as they say.
Is that really a saying?
It is, yeah.
No rope, no hope.
That's wakeboarding. You got to be holding on to the handle. Thank you.
Tilly Evans. That will conclude her day. That is in the girls' elite park under 17 division, a division in which we could see some of these girls maybe advance to the pros someday. Stevie Raddick, I think, with that ambition. And then we also have Charlotte Butler on the dock getting ready to head out there. And this has been a 2-day process for these women. They had semifinals yesterday, finals today. Charlotte Butler on the water.
Yeah, it's been some of the divisions. They'll be out there in the morning for their first round and then finals in the afternoon. And, I don't know if it's an advantage to have it split over 2 days. Maybe dragging it out, there might be a bit more anticipation, a bit more time to think and worry. And but, the other side of that is potentially energy-wise, coming back fresh that next day and, ready for the final. Charlotte Butler, the lady out there with the most room to move in terms of scoring, with that early fall. She really does have the opportunity to really stir up how this podium is going to sit. Frontside 540. Lovely way to start off. Yeah, had transfer from the outside to the inside, backboard slide 450 off the end. Transfer to backside board slide. And you know she's going to be really focusing in here because this is where she went down. The heel side front flip, and she sticks it this time. Another heel side trick on the inside with the Rayleigh, really hustling to get back outside. You don't want to get caught on the inside because if you're on the inside and the rope goes around the corner, you just get total slack. And
Right.
then when it comes tight, it just really pings it out of your hands. Oh, looking pretty good there. Don't know if that was a celebratory little slap of the hip or a bit of frustration, but that is a nice hit on the Stuckey feature.
I think she is hyping herself up right now. Charlotte Butler.
Yeah, there it is.
That's a hype.
That is all hype. Yeah,
Oh,
the back
massive, and she landed it triumphantly.
She is pumped up. Will that be
Charlotte
enough
Butler.
to put her in the top spot above Stevie Raddick and put pressure on Stevie to then come back in her final run? That back mob, I love it. It was that style of back mob was sort of introduced by Courtney Angus, where you really come into that handle pass really early and then flip out, whereas the traditional back mob, you would do a late handle pass. Does scare me a little bit because she goes quite early off that kicker, and that, you know, she is wearing a helmet, but the head does come quite close to the top of the kicker when she does it. It makes me a little bit nervous, as you see there.
That is aggressive.
That's why she's wearing that brain bucket.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Woo! And it is so fast. And
Yeah.
it is, so well done. Now we will see.
On there, she's with Courtney, who I was just talking
Angus.
about, who is the inventor of that trick.
There is no one more outgoing or more involved than I think Courtney Angus. I've seen her coaching more women this weekend. Stevie Raddick now on the water. We'll see if we'll keep an eye on Charlotte Butler's score as it will come into the Ride Line app.
I really hope we get that score in before
we
Stevie's.
move forward, right?
Yeah. Come on, judges.
They're deliberate. You know, they're thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking about it.
Sometimes I wonder whether they're like, yeah, we'll edge that out just above, like, just to make things really exciting and interesting. I mean, I'm sure that it's all just fair and across the board, the way that they do it. But, yeah, Stevie Raddick. Let's see. Toe side approach from the outside to the inside. Front side, backside board slide, front side 450 out. Going to come back across to transfer, going to ollie over the safety. Ooh, wanted a back lip slide. The tail of the board clipped that top of the rail. You could see her
collapse into herself, taking a breath. Now it's just about fun. She knows that that's probably not going to be the run, but.
Yeah, there's the crip, the Rayleigh to fakie. I mean, she still may just, charge it and go, add more to the tail end of her run just to make up for that one.
Mm-hmm.
That is only one feature out of all the different sections around the park, so
right.
Does have the opportunity to step things up. Yeah, I like that one.
Very nice.
You're going back the other way, rewinding it off that rail, going through the channel, front board slide. So backside 90 out. We don't have that score yet from Charlotte Butler. So final hit from Stevie is the whirly bird.
Oh, very nice.
Which is what she opened her previous run with. So changing things around a little bit. Now we got to keep an eye on this.
Let's see these scores roll
app.
in.
Now don't jump to the next heat just yet, please.
Now you know. Charlotte Butler. Let's see if they'll keep us honest on this one.
Do I just hit refresh? Is that
I've been
okay?
doing that on my phone. Come on, guys. We're waiting for Charlotte Butler's score to drop.
The judges really taking their time on this one.
They're deliberating, they're thinking. And while they're doing that, the Women's Park 30-plus division is entering the course. A little spray lap going on. They sent someone out to get the obstacles squared away.
Oh, judges, the anticipation is killing me.
Oh, they're thinking about it. Good shot of the judges, production crew.
Yeah, and while we're waiting on the judges, just want to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors, to Nautique Boats and GM Marine, our title sponsors here for the WWA Wake Park World Championships, to Roswell Marine Audio, PCM Marine Engines, Experience Gold Coast, and Gold Coast Wake Park, the hosts out here for the WWA Wake Park World Championships. And also to Nautique Central, the local dealers for Nautique boats here on this side of Australia. Man, they're really, really taking their time on this one. It must be close. Now, yeah, we are looking at the 30-plus women heat next. That's going to be a good one. Hopefully they don't send them out too soon. While the judges, obviously, the judges need to be fully focused on the heat out on the water, so they're going to wait until the judges have got the scores in. Now, have you had an attempt at tackling this last name for Christina?
I have not had an attempt yet. I have not
Zlogostiva?
had the pleasure of even approaching that last name.
Christina Zlogostiva.
In a full weddy. Charlotte Butler wins by one.
Oh, wow.
So for those wondering from the previous heat, it is Charlotte Butler who takes the win.
Oh, epic to see. 66.32 and a 64.87 for Stevie Raddick. I don't know if that's if Stevie's first run, was that her score, or if her one has notched up a little bit there, but that's your top three, Charlotte Butler, Stevie Raddick, and Tilly Evans. Congratulations, young ladies. And on the water now, we got Christina starting off the 30-plus women's park final. There's the Rayleigh around the corner, that back part of the lake where all the air tricks go down.
It must be chillier than it looks down there because she is in a full wetsuit.
I noticed there was a little bit more chill to the breeze today.
Yeah.
I certainly noticed it on my way out here when in the wearing the nice light linen shirt, you know, the heat out here. It was so hard to pack coming out from New Zealand where it's cold. It's still winter, or at least it was raining on the day that I was leaving. Here we go, Christina coming back around to the final kicker hit, heel side approach. Frontside three, ooh, stalling it out at the end there and landing it nicely. So she's come all the way around, stand-up run, and solid way to set the scene for all of our riders out here. So we got Christina Zygolestiva. Sorry, that's the one. I got it there, tongue twisting. Lauren Homer, Charlotte Showbril, and Alexandria Gardner a.k.a. Gypsy Brit.
Waiting on the dock here for the women's Park 30 plus division to continue. Next up, we will have Lauren Homer. She is dancing around, kind of getting ready to go. You can tell she's antsy to get a rope in her hand.
Got to get you out on the water there, and then that'll be you next year, right?
I thought, you know what? I thought about it. I thought about the idea of getting out in the kiddie pool at the end of today. I even brought my bathing suit, but those feels are starting to sink in. Those sleepy, nappy feels that make me want a burrito and
Yeah, a burrito followed by a power nap.
yeah.
The burritos are good too.
They're so good.
So good.
The girl who does the burritos here is crushing it.
Oh, she's awesome too. She remembers everyone's names,
Yeah.
gives everyone nicknames and things like that. I had the, what was it, the quesadilla yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious.
Super yummy.
I think I might have to go for the fish tacos today. Yeah, just so I've had like the full range of what's on the menu. I think I've done almost everything that's on there so far.
Yeah. I have been thoroughly impressed by her burritoing. It's been awesome. Just in a slight delay here, guys, so we will continue with the action shortly.
We got a 45.92 for Christina, our first rider in the 30-plus women's park final.
Lauren Homer finally hitting the water here. We're actually going to add +1 to the commentary booth as we have Aaron Gunn joining us. Aaron, welcome.
Hey guys, how you going?
We are, I'm going to unmute you.
Oh.
There we go. Welcome to the party, Aaron Gunn.
Yeah, dude, stoked to be out here.
Good to have you, mate. It's been a while since you and I have had a catch up.
Yeah, super long time actually.
So cool to get back over here to Australia, to the Gold Coast, and see so many faces that I haven't seen in a long time. Let's just try and bring that mic just a little bit closer there. Yep,
Yeah,
beautiful. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, for those of you who may be unfamiliar, Aaron Gunn, one of these riders that absolutely charged it on cable, went bigger than almost anyone I've ever seen. Between you and Daniel Grant, probably the biggest senders on cable wakeboarding.
Yeah, I think having Daniel there with me was kind of like we just fed off each other. Like he sent it, I sent it. It was always a good time.
Yeah, I remember going back probably 11 years now to 2013 out there in the Philippines, watching you go massive backside 900s off the kickers. So really cool to have you here to give your perspective, a rider's perspective on what's going on here on the water. We've got Lauren Homer right now for her finals run and run number 1.
Yeah, she's a local to Cairns Wake Park actually. She owns the wake park up there now. So
okay. Owns it like she's the best out there, like I own
no,
this spot.
she's actually like I'm pretty sure she owns the actual park now.
Epic.
Yeah, so she's
That's
out here
insane.
ripping that front to just the front off the water there. Coming through that tower. Oh, the back roll just taking it down there. Not quite enough pop.
Yeah, those air tricks are challenging. There was never really a big part of my riding repertoire. There was an occasion that I was out there in the UK. I think it was like 2007. I was out there with Matty Crowhurst, Scotty Broom, Eben Escott, bunch of crew, and my boy Ants. And we were at Thorpe Park, and I went for a roll to blind around the corner, got a solid back edge, got knocked unconscious. I was sort of a taller, bigger rider and didn't quite get the technique at that point. So I thought at that point, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to leave it to these young chargers to just, I couldn't quite fathom just how you guys go so big and just build up so much line tension for those air tricks.
Yeah, I was never a huge charger of the air tricks, but hats off to the people that can charge those really well. Like, they are super difficult, and you get them wrong, and they'll eject you out of your board, and you'll be having a sore head.
But then, the way that bindings progressed, it became less and less that you'd get ejected out.
Yeah, you don't get ejected anymore. You just break your ankles because your feet are so locked in.
I remember when they did bring out those new boards, new bindings where, you didn't quite slip out of them. It was more of like a fabric insole and lining inside them, so that really held you in. And there was a time there, if you caught a back edge, it would rip the inserts out of the board, and you just have to get a brand new wakeboard afterwards. So they did, obviously that's the growing pains of the way that the technology and the equipment would evolve, and so you end up breaking boards. They make things stronger, and they find different ways as the different board companies would develop their project. And that was kind of our job as riders, was to really test the equipment. I felt like, as someone who was a 6'2" and 95 kilograms, I was out there testing the strength of the board.
Yeah, you would have been a good tester for the board strength, that's for sure. Yeah, I actually, I don't know that I broke too many boards in my time. I mean, I was quite light back when I was wakeboarding, so.
There was a time sort of between that, like 2004 to 2008 period where 2003, 2004 was, 2005 was when I snapped a lot of boards. It was when I was riding for a company who started to create these more lighter and lighter wake boards. And there was, again, as I said, growing pains when you start to make things lighter. They can become a bit more brittle. And I think I went through must have been about 15 boards in a season. To the point where they're like, okay, we're going to make you a specially extra strong board.
Strong concrete board.
Forget light. Let's just make it strong.
All right, we've got that heel 5.
The rider in red, this is Charlotte Schoberl.
Coming into that slingshot rail now. Going to transfer up to that board slide, 50-50, 180 out. Pretty clean. A little bit early on the off the end there, but she'll clean it up here.
Yeah, and you definitely have you been out here judging or?
Yeah, I've been judging right from the start, so I've been analysing all this stuff pretty deeply from the start of the weekend, and it's been a good time.
Yeah, surface backside 360 there for the air trick section. I guess that counts. Like the judge, as a judge, you'd still put a score to that.
Yeah, of course. Like, obviously, we're in different divisions here. If you're in, pro men's, you're probably not going to score a surface 360. But in these, like, at more amateur divisions, surface 360 is a good starter for your air tricks.
Yeah.
Got that board side back to 70, cleaning it up there.
That was a really nice full pull on that step down rooftop.
Off the outside back in. That's quite a hard hit on that rail to lock right in on the end, so she might want to look at cleaning that up next time, but pretty good.
So as a judge, what are some of the things you look for? Like, say, on kickers, you see that Scarecrow to finish off her run, but like kicker hits and then also on the rails, like what are some of the things that, even if the rider lands the trick, if they, continue riding afterwards, but there could be those things that kind of dock them on points.
Yeah, I mean, myself as a judge, I'm always looking for, like, those teed-up rail hits. I want them to be, if they're going to spin, they need to make sure they're spinning in the air and not on the rail. And, then when it comes to kickers, I want a bit of variation, left foot, right foot, flipping, spinning, just showing that you have that good variety between all the things that you're going to do out there.
Yeah, the less pre-spin, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you're saying, locking in on the rails, getting those full pulls, but also teeing it up. So if you're going to go for a 50-50, your board wants to be straight. If you're going for a board slide of some sort, then you want to be 90 degrees to the rail. And presses, you got to be right on that nose, right?
You got to be on the nose.
You can't just be leaning forward. You got to be really pressing up, flexing that nose. We got Gypsy Britt on the water now. Alexandra Gardner.
She's been out on the dock all weekend helping out too, so it's good to see her out on the water.
Oh, she's got to be loving it after doing dock duty for the weekend and the last 4 days out here from the UK. I've known Gypsy for a long time, known Alex. She's an absolute legend. I think we go back to about 2007 when I first ventured over to the UK to go to Wakestock, which was just an absolute party of an event, one of the biggest events. And it was actually a festival built around a wakeboard contest.
Yeah, Wakestock was a little before my time, but I have heard all the stories from Wakestock about how it was an unreal event.
Was that a Hillside 5 we sort of start off with?
Yeah, Hillside 5 to start that run off, and then a nice full pull there on the slingshot rail. We got a full pull again, little tail grab across the rail there. That's a little interesting. I'd like to know your thoughts on the grabbing on the rails, Brad.
Do you think that was more of a, I'm leaning over to stay on top of the rail as much as I can and kind of just putting the hand down on the board to kind of
just
steady?
hold herself there.
Yeah.
Oh, little butter there. That was nice. Oh, butter back 3. All right, coming round after those little butters in the air trick section. She's going to come into that rooftop. Looking like she's going to transfer here. Yeah, nice little 180 on, 180 off transfer there. Into the Stucky rail now. Transfer up, almost a full pull. That rail is taking a few people down in the scoring department, just with no one's really locking right into the end there this heat.
Big hard cut for the tantrum.
And a nice tantrum there.
Stomping it. Yeah, as you're saying on that Stucky feature, the thing about that feature is it's got those rounded rails on it. They're reasonably narrow, obviously compared to the rounded kinked pipe that we've got out there. And in order to stay on top of that type of a feature on those rails, you really got to be dialed in. You got to be so precise, especially when it comes to transferring from rail to rail, because you got to like rock to one side of it in order to be able to push and jump across.
Yeah, you got to have really good board control on either foot that you're locking into that rail, because otherwise it'll just drop you straight off the side. All right.
Looks like we are going back to the top of the order here in the 30-plus women's park final. Just going to open up our Rideline app, have a look at where our scores are currently sitting. Going to hit refresh. All right, so we're waiting on Alex's score to finish things off, but we have Christina sitting in the top spot with a 45.92. Charlotte in second with a 41.08. And then Lauren in third with a 33.05.
So pretty close there at the top.
Yeah,
wait for Alex's score to come through and see what's happening from there.
Yeah, kind of a tight little bunch there for the top 3 in the scoring. Top 2 a little bit closer together.
All right, starting things off with that left foot heel 5, clean as ever. Come around that motor tower corner into the slingshot rail again. She's going to go right up that middle rail, get 50-50 the whole way along. That's a pretty long rail to 50-50 right from the start, so that was a good hit.
And it looked like she kept it pretty well teed up the whole way along as well.
That was a little backboard, back 270 out on the pipe. I'm not sure if she was trying to get to the end there or just come off, but that pipe, it's quite deceiving, that pipe actually. On the live feed, you might not see, but it has a significant kink in it.
Yeah, and you really got to rock to the inside. You got to have really good control of that line tension, because when you do come in and around on that kink, you're heading back in toward the cable, so that cable starts to get a little, that line tension gets a little bit more slack. Now that would almost like
it's like a 270 mobe.
Yeah, but then like she continued it on the water to 5. So I mean, obviously you wouldn't be counting it as that. You'd be counting the back mobe.
Yeah, you definitely. We saw the Rayleigh from her first, and then nice back mobe. Rotated a little bit more, but it's not going to be classed as a mobe 5. Finishing off nice rail hits on the way around, and she's going to finish off on the kicker on the right-hand side here. And she's got that heel 5 on the other side, showing that she can spin both ways, both foot forward. The judges are going to love that.
Love the big smile, the fist pump at the end. She is stoked to have put down that run.
That was a solid run from start to finish. Other than the kink pipe, I'm not sure that there was any bobbles in there.
Yeah, and the only other sort of markdown would be that surface slide on the end of the back
on the
mob.
mob.
But still,
She's
it was a back
stoked,
mob.
though. Nice claim there at the end. Always love a good claim at the end of a run. All right, looks like we have Lauren Homer back out on the water.
So the score for Alex Gardner is about to drop.
Judges deliberating a bit over that score. All right. So we're just going to wait for Lauren to come round to the kicker to start her run. She had a pretty solid first run. I'm not on the app right now, but I'm pretty sure she's sitting up there pretty high up.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Lauren is sitting in third spot right now.
So she's on a podium spot.
33.05. We're still waiting on that score for Alex Gardner. And I doubt we won't have got the second score through for Christina yet.
No. I mean, sometimes when it gets this close, after judging all weekend, it can... we've had a cable stoppage. So Lauren's probably going to get picked up and get to come back around and restart a run. Not sure what happened there, but... Yeah, as I was saying, after judging all weekend, it can take a little time to get these live scores out when it gets very close.
Yeah, and you got riders going off the dock back to back, quite close together.
Yeah.
I bet, as you're saying, after a long weekend, the math doesn't math so easily in your head. You got to really take a bit of time to think it through.
Make sure that everything's right.
Yeah, and obviously the riders appreciate that. They want to make sure that the judges are taking everything into account, not missing anything, not like every grab, every landing, every rail hit, just making sure that it's all taken into account. Which we got yourself, we got so many other incredible riders, the likes of Maddie Hasler. Oh look, we got
cable operator getting up there, getting it fixed.
Yeah, so many great judges, and our head judge John Dreiling, a lot of knowledge there, wake knowledge. He is
probably the most wake knowledge, I think, out of anyone in the current day.
I remember meeting him back at OWC when he must have been only like 14 years old, something like that. Even then, you could tell he was just so hyped on wakeboarding. He was talking about it all the time. He would be asking people about tricks. He'd be it'd be hard to keep him quiet.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with John that didn't involve wakeboarding in some shape or form.
Yeah, absolutely loves it. And I think he's got the smarts, he's got the knowledge to really absorb everything that's going on, and has such a really good depth of knowledge of the sport.
Which is so great for the sport to have someone like that, because it's really pushing the sport in the right direction. John is great at organising all these events, and
he's a rider at heart.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
Which makes the events. If you've got a rider making events for riders, then it's going to run well.
Yeah, and we've all, speaking of riders making events for riders, we've got Scotty Broom as the contest, one of the contest directors and organisers here. Another legend of Australian wakeboarding. We got Alex Gardner's score through. It's a 38.45, so she's in the third spot.
So she's bumped Lauren down to that fourth spot and moved up into the podium herself.
So Lauren on the water right now.
For her second run, so she's probably not going to know the score from Alex, but I'm assuming she's going to throw down anyway.
Although, do you think with that cable stoppage, she was in the water there?
Maybe it was strategic cable stoppage.
Yeah, you might have had someone on the, a family member on the shoreline who's tuned into the Ride Line app, saw it there, would have yelled it out. We'll see what she goes for here in her second run.
All right, coming around that tower now into the kickers for her first hit.
Take two. for Lauren Homer on her second run, starting it off with the Scarecrow.
Nice Scarecrow, saving that butt check there. She stood herself up. Coming into that slingshot rail. Right foot forward. Board slide to 50. Nice full pull there.
And a good angle approach here, olling up over the safety.
Ooh, transferring up.
And she was just able to
think she might have clipped the board on the way up there.
It looked like it was on line to clip. Not sure if she was able to kind of bend that front knee up and around.
There's a rayleigh through that first tower. Going, looks like another air trick with the front flip. Little hand drag there, but she's riding it out. It's a pretty good air trick.
Yeah, when you're going up against riders that, some of the other riders out here that don't have those air tricks as such, the surface spins around the corner. So that section is going to score well for her.
Yeah, that's where strategy really comes into play in this format because, the sections are weighted a little bit differently. So, some people might favor the rails over the air tricks. Some people might favor the air tricks over the rails.
And we saw a full pull across that Stucky feature. And
finishing off with a heel 3. Stand-up run for Lauren. We'll have to wait and see on that score, but
she's down in fourth spot right now with a 33.05, so she has only got room to go up. And being the second rider off the dock, she has the chance to mix things up and put a bit of pressure on the next two ladies coming after her with Charlotte and Alex. Alex in third spot, Charlotte in second.
I think those air tricks are gonna help her score a little bit. Stand-up pass.
That's what you like to see out there, and loving it here at the WWA Wake Park World Championships, brought to you by Nautique and GM Marine. Got to give a massive shout out to our sponsors for helping pull this event together. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. We wouldn't have the prize money without them. Really love it out here as well with the vibe. You got like vendors row. You got some tents out there with the latest products from some of the sponsors. And it's a good opportunity, especially this time of year when the new line is coming out with boards and products. So you can go out there and check out.
Yeah, I think
coming out.
They got demo boards down there for everyone to try out on the other cable that's riding right now, so you can get yourself a ride on a new demo stick and maybe buy yourself a new board for the upcoming summer.
Surely they got some deals going on down here, some special Wake Park World Champs deals. Don't quote me on that, but...
All right, heel 5 on the left foot kicker to start her run off. Clean as the first run again.
Now, as a judge, what are some of the things you look at that one and potential, like score up, score down on that first hit?
Obviously, score down for a little bit of pre-spin on that kicker. Like when you're talking about scoring, 3 or 4 different 540s, you really need to cut it down to those like little pre-spins or a little bobble hand drag.
That minutia. I stole that word. I totally stole that word.
The minutia, as I'm over here half eating my burrito, checking emails, living my best life.
Oh,
Thanks
got
for
a
that one, Kristen.
little surface 3
You're
and then an
welcome.
indie grab there. Another surface 180, ollie 180, sorry, not surface. So you see that, that's going to be, Lauren's strength is going to be those air tricks there compared to those ones just there. The air tricks in her run will help her a little bit. No, just coming off a bit early on that rooftop rail. Into the Stucky feature. Getting a full pull on that rail. Now, me and the Stucky boys were talking about this just before, actually. That's probably one of the harder hits to do on their feature.
Yeah, so Charlotte right here coming in on the toes. Finish it off, big charge and cut.
Oh, just going down on that Scarecrow there.
No rope, no hope. I learned that one from
Yeah, it looked like maybe could have been a little softer on the knees on the landing. Just bounced her out of it a little bit.
Yeah, that kicker can prove to have a little bit of a hole sometimes if you don't get the right edge and land a little bit funny.
When that style of kicker, the wave kicker, I think it's one of the best type of kickers to have out on a park because, as you can see there, it's a lower kicker on the inside. It gets nice and steep on the outside, so it means you can kind of pick where you want to hit it as to where you want to, how big you want to go.
You should always be hitting the outside edge.
Yeah, but
always.
Yeah, but for learners and beginners,
it's great for learners and beginners.
It is really good, but sometimes that if you go for it and you get your line a little bit wrong, then you might not quite get the pop that you would usually get, and that might have been what happened there for Charlotte.
I think a little bit straight-legged on the landing too, just bounced her around a little bit. We're gonna see. Looks like Alex is about to go out for her next.
Yeah, the
final run.
Final ride for the 30+ Women's Park World Championships final.
I don't know if we've got any scores coming through yet.
Yeah, I mean, as things are sitting at the moment, we got Lauren Homer on the top spot with a 57.8.
Oh, there you go. So she did bump right up after her second run there.
Yeah, we got Christina is sitting in second, 50.87. Charlotte in third with 41.08. And Alex in with a 38.45. So Alex being the last one off the dock. She is the only one that can change that order of the podium, although we may still have a score coming through for Charlotte.
So can Alex possibly knock Lauren off that top spot?
As you're saying, when you look at these, the way that they're laying out these runs, you'd say that maybe the weaker section for Alex would be that air trick section.
Yeah.
But she seems to really get quite locked in on the rails. I'd say that's where her strength is.
Yeah, she gets locked in on the rails, and she actually charges quite hard at the kickers, I think. Starting off here on the left with a toe 5. Super clean. No, I didn't see any pre-spin on that one, so pretty happy with that one.
Yeah. And with the kickers, they're a slippery plastic surface, so you really have to hold that rope at your hip in order to stop it from pre-spinning.
Yeah.
It's a real conscious effort to stop yourself from spinning early, especially when you're going for a 540 or something like that.
Alex just going down there. She got that full pull, but just unfortunately slipping out a little bit on the landing, and that'll be the end of her run. So I think unless Charlotte's score hasn't come in yet.
I'm not seeing any change in score there for Charlotte yet. We'll give it another minute, but it looks like your world champion will be Lauren Homer.
There you go.
And going off the on-site announcement, we're hearing from Scotty Broom in the background. We're going to keep the scores and keep the order sitting there. So your top spot, Lauren Homer. Second spot goes to Christina. Now let me give one more chance at this. It's a tongue twister. Zagolestiva.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try that one.
Is Charlotte Schobrel? It's an L. Scrobel. We'll go with that.
Could be German.
Yep, confidence. Just say it with confidence.
Scobel.
Yeah, that looks right.
You wouldn't doubt it if you saw it and heard it. All right, rolling into the men's park 30+ division. This was a super competitive semifinal yesterday, so I'm excited to see how this goes down here today. These men have been waiting around all weekend just to compete here in this final. One of them will leave here as a men's 30+ park world champion.
Yeah, this one was super close yesterday, so I feel like any one of these 4 guys could take the win today. I think it's going to take
Do you know any of them personally?
Yeah, Anthony Wright is actually from my home cable in Penrith, so I have seen him ride quite a bit. I think if he can put his run together, he can possibly take it out, but he's had a little bit of a rough weekend so far, not being able to quite put it together perfectly, but we'll see how he goes in the final.
Should be a fun one to follow. We have 4 men in this 30+ men's park final. Thomas Nautique, Matt Larson, Jake Fowler, and Anthony Wright. They will all be contesting for that coveted world championship. And then after that, we have 40+ men's park and 50+ men's park. And that will conclude the Wake Park World Championship week.
30+ is going to be my division next year.
Oh, yeah. Look out. Look out. It's been quite interesting the way that these worlds have run. Usually, for any contest, you would go with the more amateur divisions first and carry on through up into the pro divisions. But we did it the other way around because we're going back to back with the wake park worlds into the boat worlds. And you want really, the main attraction to be on the weekend, which we've just had an incredible weekend of action.
Insane riding.
And not just, yes, the pro men blew minds, and it was absolutely insane, but all the way down, all the way through to the under 10s, the 10 and up, the young girls, seeing some of the tricks going down is just ridiculous. We saw, 720s, Pete Rose from our Thai young lady in I think it was the under 13s division. Obviously the likes of Cruisy Boy with his double cab rolls.
Kids got no fear.
Yeah, and you got under 13 boys doing 900s and things like that. It just...
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about tricks from, when I was up at the top. Those tricks were in pro, and now they're in under 13s.
It's absolutely nuts, but it's so awesome to see just where things are progressing and how promising it is for wakeboarding in general. But in particular, Australian wakeboarding is looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, definitely. We've got so many good junior riders coming through the ranks, and it's so good to see that the sport is still progressing.
And we saw it last night in the highlight reel for Best Trick, which was mainly a Sam Brown highlight reel.
Sam Brown seems to be beloved across the writer's writer, favorite guy.
You can't not like Sam Brown. He is, as a personality, he's just such a friendly, happy-go-lucky guy. But then his riding is so unique, so stylish. He's doing tricks. He'll make the most standard trick look ridiculous.
So insane.
The way he must do yoga of some sort. The way he twists and contorts his body in order to get some of these grabs that he does is just ridiculous.
I don't know how he puts himself in some of the positions he does.
All right, so while they are in this delay, we'll go ahead and get a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back after the break.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships from Gold Coast Wake Park in beautiful Australia.
You enjoying your time down under so far?
I have been. I've been and you too. Have you been enjoying your time? Have you all been enjoying your time?
Well, for me, it's just a quick little trip across the ditch, as we call it. It's only a 3-hour flight from New Zealand to Australia, but I love being back here. It's been a few years, 5 or 6 years since I've been across this way, since before COVID times. And we're halfway through our first rider here in the men's 30-plus park division.
Thomas Nautique.
Nice hit there on that rooftop rail. Bit technical. Coming off a little bit early, but not too bad. Coming in, rail, front 270 out. That was super teed up, super clean.
Beautiful. Yeah, going from that 50-50 and then into that board slide, and yeah, just a 90-degree turn, as you like.
There's the chromo taking him down. Just, I don't think he had enough pop there and enough handle control to get that thing down and ride away, but we're going to see another run from him coming up soon.
Taking that inside
So that's
kicker.
the start of his run there with the heel 5. We've got that 180 on to 270. Nice full pull there on the slingshot rail. Couple of air tricks down the back. Little roll to revert to the inside. Nice techie hit there. Coming off a little early. And then just going down on that chrome mob there.
Of course, this is a 2-run final format. Each rider will get 2 opportunities to win a world title in this final.
Yeah, which makes it really good for these riders because, you know, you can go out in your first run and if you put down a nice safe run, then your second run you can go out there and just throw down some hammers and hope for the best.
Send it. There was actually a tasty drop too out there at the, I don't know if you tried the Send It. It's one of the beverages out there. Chris O'Shea bought me one the other day.
One of the smoothies?
We'll call it a smoothie. More an adult smoothie.
Oh, there was an adult smoothie place here?
Nah. I'm tactically trying to talk about beer without saying beer, but...
Oh.
More of an adult soda, I guess, if you will.
Oh, I like soda. All right, down there on the water, Matt Larson in this 30-plus men's park final.
Here we go.
Run 1, taken to the inside kicker.
Go on that hillside 540. Little slap grab on there. I don't think he quite locked that grab in, but he'll still get a couple of little extra points for that. Coming into the inside rail this time, taking a different line than most people. Going rail, banana, front 270 out. That was nice.
Yeah, so they call that the banana because you're going, with your board on 2 rails, so it's bending your board, right? Is that where the name comes
bending
from?
your board like a banana, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, coming in to this air trick section. Are we going to see some air tricks here? Looking like we're not going to see any in the first corner, but maybe through the second lot. Here we go inside. We've got a crypt there. And looks like that's going to do him for the air trick section. So just the 1 for now, but maybe he's got some more in his bag of tricks for the second run. Just putting a safe run down right now.
Yeah, really putting all his eggs into the features, the rails and the kickers into that basket. Still ticking the box of the air tricks with that crypt.
Coming up onto the outside of that Stucky rail. Nice 180 on, 50-50, 360 out. And into that kicker for his final hit of this run. And the heel 5, the opposite direction this time, showing that he has that variation. Again, judges like seeing you spin both ways, showing your variety. And
that is Matt Larson in the green bib out there. Just tearing it up in the 30-plus men's park division. Couple replays. Looking at those sick tricks. If I say it without just saying like sick trick, if I say sick tricks, I feel like I'm really old saying sick. But if I say it fast, you guys don't notice.
Didn't notice at all until you then explained it.
Generational gap.
yeah, you just shouldn't have explained it because we didn't pick up on it.
Right. All right, next up we've got Jake Fowler.
Jake Fowler. He's been around the cable industry for a while. He's been riding for a long time. See how he goes with his run out here. I think he's just out there for a bit of fun, but he could get himself a world championship in the 30-plus men.
See, obviously with my wakeboard background, then I don't show my age so much with wakeboarding. names, but I'll throw a dad joke out there every now and again. I think
We've caught a few of them this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Brad is not afraid to lay down a dad joke.
I feel like I've got a couple of years on you still there, Kristen. So I'll still call you a spring chicken.
Not anymore. Last night, 8 o'clock rolled around and I kept looking at my phone thinking.
Bedtime.
Bedtime. Have you been able to FaceTime your dog at all?
No, not yet. I did.
Is that something you do, or am I just a weirdo that does that? I probably should have asked first.
I usually get updates.
Did you FaceTime your dog?
I get video updates from Marie, who's the trainer that's looking after him.
Yeah.
We haven't FaceTimed yet, but honestly, I've only ever had a couple of days away from him. This is the longest I've been away from him.
It's really hard. There's a gal out here who's got a little chihuahua she's walking around, and I keep running up to it because I've got 5 dogs at home.
Is that Chansey? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little Wawa dog. It's cute.
Love it. We got Jake Fowler on the water now with a Rayleigh coming into the corner.
He's done pretty well in the first half of this run here. Starting off the air trick section really strong. He shines in the air trick section. He really relies on those as opposed to his rails and kickers, I think. Big edge there with the blind judge into the corner. So 3 air tricks for Jake. He's laying them down. Coming into his rooftop rail hit here. Coming in right foot forward. He's going to transfer up, 180 on, 180 out. Nice clean hit there. Coming into this stucky feature. So many lines on this thing. Goes rail, box, onto the rail, on his butt. I saw him do that the other day and get absolutely smoked. So at least he rode away from this one. And coming into the kicker for his final hit. What do we got? Nice method glide.
That would be Jake Fowler in his first run. Anthony Wright on the dock getting ready to get into the water. What did you guys make of that run? Would you consider it safe? How would you evaluate it?
I could see that he had a bit more going on in that air trick section than some of our previous riders. So, yeah, and that method glide fakie, I quite like that. Style points. The judges will be looking at that.
I actually just noticed what his underboard says.
What does it say? I didn't see it.
We can't say it on TV.
Say it on
Okay,
TV.
okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out on this next run.
It rhymes with duck.
Oh, okay.
It rhymes with
Chuck?
It's at the bottom of his board.
So
it's
Chuck Norris. Yeah,
Chuck
okay.
Norris.
Yeah, Chuck.
Cool.
We'll go with Chuck. So, interesting fact about Anthony Wright here. He used to compete in cheerleading.
I'm actually not surprised because the gymnastic, I think, requirements of this sport, he probably was able to transfer a lot of those same skills, right?
Yeah, a bit of crossover there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
so
on him.
I think he competed in the World Championships of cheerleading. It was quite a few years ago now, but he's obviously transferred that to wakeboarding, and now he's out here having a good time in the 30-plus men final.
Do you reckon he'd be out there tandem wakeboarding and have someone up on his shoulders, or throw a cheerleader up and hold her up in the air or something?
I'm sure that his balance and his core strength are probably next to none.
I like how you
compared
see
to
that
these
in
guys.
surfing sometimes, with
Yeah.
the tandem surfing.
Starting off with that toe side Indy
Very
roll to
nice.
revert. Nice and clean. A little bit of a safe one there for Anthony. I think he's just trying to get a rundown after his first couple of runs yesterday didn't work out for him.
Up on the
Banana to backlip banana to front 270 out. A lot going on there, but that was pretty teed up and pretty nice.
Do we just call that a banana split?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
one side
yeah,
to the other?
Yeah.
That was a banana split. I like it.
Back 270, back 270 out on the transfer. That's a pretty nice hit there. Starting out his air tricks with a nose grab on the crypt there. Toe side, roll to revert.
I could never wrap my head around toe side air tricks.
Yeah,
That was just something
they're
for me.
quite hard to do, those ones.
There are just some things I think too, like if you can't visualize them or you just can't feel them out, it's just not going to work. I've talked to some snowboarders and FMX guys about that, and there are certain things that they just can't get around. I know actually an Australian FMX rider out here who does not even want to try the front flip. There's just some things.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. That you don't want to wrap your head around.
Very technical hit there on the rooftop. So Anthony I think he's using his rail skills here to really up the ante on this run.
Here's the, I guess, top seeded rider, the last rider off the dock. And final hit, the KGB.
Massive.
He'll be stoked with that.
That
run.
was a super clean run by Anthony Wright in the men's Park 30 plus in his first run.
So this is what I was talking about before. Now he's put that run down. He'll go out in that second run and he'll go for it.
Well, as
He'll
you
just send
mentioned, that first hit off the kicker was maybe a little bit safe, but
Yeah.
that's possibly because he knew that he could increase the score with that final hit off the kickers, that KGB.
Yeah, you know, his kickers won't be the strongest point of that run, but with the rest of that run, that was pretty flawless, the rest of that run. So he just has to up the ante on those kickers, and he's looking at a good score.
Yeah.
All right.
Back on the water, Thomas Knotek. Does that sound right?
Well, Nautique earlier, you know, the soft K.
Yeah, maybe
I would have totally
silent
said
K,
it
silent
Knotek.
K.
Knotek.
I would have said Knotek, but
No, we'll go with Knotek. I feel like that's right.
yeah.
Yeah. Thomas Knotek on the water here.
He's got those wake pants on.
Do we like those?
I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. Shane Bonifay kind of brought out the wake pants back in the day. You're seeing it a lot more on cable, and I can understand it in like a colder climate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
and-
see people wearing jackets and things like that, almost full snowboard gear if it is a bit colder. Don't know. This is probably just all.
They just weigh you down, I feel like. Once they're a bit wet, they're probably not going to be too useful to your run. But style is a choice,
Yep.
and he's out there rocking it. So we're going to see him come in for his first kicker hit here on the left-hand side, left foot forward. There's the heel 5. That was massive. A little bit of a sketch out there, but shouldn't affect him too much.
Now, do you think the size of that heel 5 will kind of make up for that little bit of a sketch versus maybe if it was a smaller, cleaner one?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it comes down to how all the other riders go, but like if you do a larger trick and then sketch it out, it is going to help you a lot more.
Backside 3 on that transfer, locking in that 50-50 on the way out.
Coming in for that first air trick. There's the crypt on the outside. Little sketchy there too, so this might not be the run he was looking for. There's that roll to revert. Another little hand drag there.
You could see in the body language that, you know, he's a bit frustrated at that hand drag.
Coming into that rooftop rail. Front 270 on, 270 over, 50-50 back 180 out. Very technical hit there. Coming into this stucky rail, looks like he's going to go rail. Oh, I think he wanted the rail to rail there, and just, he knows this is not the run. He's going to have to come out in his second run and put it all together.
Well, this is his second run, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, going to have to throw down right here.
Oh, there's the roll to blind, unfortunately just going down.
He lost the rope on landing. That would be Thomas Knotek in the men's Park 30 plus division in his second run.
So that's probably his first run, I say, is going to score him better than that second run.
We'll watch as these scores are coming in.
Speaking of scores, yeah.
Yeah.
Open up the WWA Ride Line app. If you don't have it, jump on the App Store and download it. Looks like we've got a few scores in. We have Anthony Wright sitting in the top spot, 66.92. And Thomas Knotek in second spot after those first runs, although we don't have the score for Jake Fowler yet. But Thomas got a 43, and then we have Matt Larson in third spot with a 38.67.
So Anthony sitting with a bit of a buffer there in the lead.
Matt Larson now on the water for his second run. This will be his final run of the day. Make it count. And I'm curious how many of these 30-plus men or 40-plus men might also move on to compete in boat next week, or if any of them opted to.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out for those familiar names that we've been learning over the last few days. A big 540 to start off there for Matt Larson.
Coming into that slingshot rail now on his left foot forward, transferring up to front lip, front 270 out. Super clean hit there. And into this transfer box, coming left foot forward again, going backboard, back 270 out. Into this air trick section, going inside the lake with the crypt there. Coming back out to the outside, getting set up for another inside air trick here. Another crypt, so probably not going to do him too many favors doing the same air trick twice, but...
Yeah, you probably only get scored once on that one. Now, in that sort of a scenario, if the second one was better than the first, would the second one count, or is it just if you've done it, the second one will not count if it's a repeat?
No, if you butt sketch the first one and then you do a second clean one, the clean one will count.
Cool.
Nice hit there on the Stucky feature. Come around that tower for his final kicker hit. This is going to be his last kicker hit of the World Championships. And he goes for the heel 7, just missing the handle there.
Getting a bit off axis with it and not quite getting his board underneath him.
But he still looks stoked regardless.
Yeah, they're out there having fun.
Yeah, they're here in the 30-plus men park finals of the WWA Wake Park World Championships. If you're joining us just now, I'm Brad Smaler here with Kristen Beat and Aaron Gunn. Did you ever consider becoming a DJ with a last name like that?
You know what's funny? A lot of people ask me if that's my real last name, and it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was growing up, it was not a fun last name to have in high school.
I feel you there. I mean, my last name, people, they tried to call me Smelly. I didn't let that stick.
There were a few things that people would say. And yes.
Oh, people are cruel in high school, right?
But I kept it.
Yep.
Yeah, even after marriage, I'm now still Kristen Beat. So
rocking it.
we're just rocking it. No reason to change it.
So we're about to see Jake Fowler come in for his last run of his World Championship campaign.
Just going to hit refresh here on the Rideline app. Still haven't got
Scores
Jake's
in.
previous score.
The judges are slacking. We need to get Gavin and Trent on board.
Gavin and Trent are actually on there right now, I think.
So what it is that we've taken Aaron away from the judging booth, and we need to get him back down there.
This is what has happened.
But we're really enjoying having you up here with us,
Yeah.
Aaron.
Thanks for hanging out.
It's good to get your
thanks for
perspective
having me
on
on,
this.
guys. It's
Are
been
you guys
good.
watching the broadcast down there? So do you see? Or do you guys just get the camera angles?
We have the screen over right near the booth, so we get
okay.
to see it, but it's like a couple of seconds delayed, so we're not paying too much attention to it.
So they're probably just our cam shots over there.
That was a nice 180 on, 180 off.
Into
transfer.
that Rayleigh.
Jake Fowler out there, trying to make the most of things.
Oh, there's the S-bend to blind, so he's one-upping his last air trick there. Coming in again, big cut, and there's the blind judge, so he's just one-upped both of his air tricks. He's really going for it in this final run.
Looking really strong on the air tricks, and then right as I say that, the curse of the commentator.
Commentator's curse. Brad has done him dirty.
Although in my defense, when I actually said that versus when it actually happened on the water, please don't look at the screen
Nobody
if you are
look at the
under the
screen.
age of
Let's blur that
wherever.
out.
If you are under the age of 18, please don't look at the
It
screen.
was very appropriate for the moment, though. He
rhymes
goes
with
down.
duck.
He goes down, and then it's like
that is actually really funny.
really how he was feeling in that
That is
moment.
so funny.
Hey, which board company is making that board? I'm sure that's got to be Double Up.
I was going to say the same thing. And speaking of Double Up, they've got a video premiere going on tonight, which we'll be heading along to, which will be cool. I'm enjoying some of the different events that are going on outside of the contest itself. We had the Wake Awards last night, the Riders' Choice Awards for Australasia, celebrating New Zealand and Australian wakeboarding, everything that's gone on in the last 2 years. So had such a fun night. We're celebrating Jeff Weatherall getting the Legend Award, celebrating
A few Hall of Fame inductees last night.
Yeah, Josh, Ike, and Daniel into that Hall of Fame. And, of course, awarding all of our, Rider of the Year's, Trick of the Year awards. So that was really cool, and I enjoyed hosting.
You did a great job, by the way. Well done.
Thank you very much.
The consummate professional.
I really put my hand up figuratively for everything this week. They're like, well, you in? You going to do this? Yeah, sure. Why not?
It's hard to say
starting
no.
off with the toe back 7 there. So he's definitely won up that kicker from last round. I think this may be a victory lap for him. I'm not 100% certain on that, but
looking at the scores right now, yeah, he's in top spot, 66.92. Thomas is in second, 43. Jake Fowler, 41.92. That might be his first run score, but I would imagine that second one
probably not going to be any higher.
No, and then Matt Larson sitting there in fourth spot.
Yeah, so Anthony has no one after him, so this is a victory lap.
But he's not holding back.
No, he's still going for it. He's not one to hold back.
He also had front there onto the inside.
Oh,
there's a little bit of
out of it there.
Yeah. There can be a little bit of a blurred line sometimes between a front and an S-bend, depending on if they're going up and over or extending out. Yeah, toe side, backside.
Very technical hit there. 270 on into the hallway, not getting that full pull, so not quite as good as his last rail run, I think, but
you can hear the crowd out there getting behind him. They want something big to finish it off the
Here
toes.
We go. There's the Chrome Mobe just taking him down, but he's going to be the 30-plus men's world champion regardless, I think.
As the scores are looking right now, I'm pretty sure this is how it's going to end. You do have Anthony Wright as your 30-plus men's world champion. Second place, Thomas Nautique. And in third spot, Jake Fowler. That's going to be rounding up your podium there for the 30-plus men's.
All right, next up we're going to move into the 40-plus men's park, but let's go ahead and, after these replays, take a little break here, and we'll reset and get ready for the 40-plus men's park final. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Welcome back to the WWA Wake Park World Championships here at Gold Coast Wake Park. Guys, we are winding down the final two classes of the day. This one being the men's park 40 plus, a stacked division though. 5 men advancing to the finals, including Greg Falzon, the Falzon patriarch, who he's got 2 kids out there on the water today as well, and beloved kind of in the wakeboard community. This was a fun class to watch for the semifinals yesterday, so I am also looking forward to it today. We have got in the booth Brad Smela as well as my friend Mr. Gunn.
It's good to be here with you guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, we're watching the old boys now. And they throw down still, even over 40 and even over 50. So cool to see them still out there, still having a good time, still charging. And it's going to be great to see where our final two our final two finals of the day, how they play out.
Maxim Chumakov is my best guess, but he's out on the water right now, kind of opening things up in a full wetty. You know, some of the riders were telling me yesterday that they did need the full wetty, and these are pro and men's class. I didn't see the wetties for the kids. I guess the kids are just a little braver. They're ready to get in the water. They don't want to wear the wetsuits. And they're like, not today, Mom.
I think the older guys, maybe it's just, the cold might seep into the joints a little bit more.
It hurts a little more.
Achy bones. I saw Dino after his run yesterday was limping a little bit, sort of a bit stiff. But then again, Dean, he was in the 30-plus men's and still absolutely charges. You can't. I don't think you could have Dean on the water and have him go small.
I don't think he would ever do it.
It's not possible.
No.
So I talked to him yesterday, and he was in a great deal of pain. And you could tell out on the water, too, like he would kind of collapse into himself after one of those big stomp-it landings, as you'd say, Brad. And you'd see visibly his body just sort of like lean into itself. But when I asked him, I said, have you thought of toning it down? He said, I don't know how.
No, he does not know how. And that's the thing about Dean. He really does stomp his landings. He doesn't do a lot of bending in the knees. He tends to bring his upper body down to absorb the land.
Just getting bitten off there on that blind judge.
Maxime, unfortunate early fall there. So first run, not going to be the one he's looking for. He's going to have to
pick him back up there and take him back to the dock. And
it's really nice that they do that, though. Usually, a lot of the time, they'll just kind of be like, all right, swim,
yeah, when I used to ride, we were walking back. There was no nice pickups.
Yeah, this is nice of them to do that. Is he waiting for the pick? But that is on the far side.
Yeah.
That is on the far side. Man, that must be so isolating, just out there near the green.
Yeah, you're kind of just sitting there going, you're watching to see if there is a rope coming your way. You're like, okay, do I start swimming? I think if it was me, I would be looking around going, am I seeing any movement? Is there
anything in the water? We're in Australia.
Direction?
Yeah. Now, are there fish in this? Because, I mean, it's connected to the
There would
river.
yeah, surely there'd be fish in here.
Yeah.
So what you're asking is there food for the bigger creatures?
For the bigger creatures. Like, could something survive in there that was larger than a fish?
Well, I mean, there has been a few floods here, so there's probably multiple things living in these lakes now.
Yeah.
All
a
right.
few 1 in 100-year floods.
Yeah.
8 in the last 8 years, apparently.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're just going to see Maxime ride around back to the dock. He's not going to get scored for the rest of this run, but they did do him the favor of picking him up so he doesn't have to walk all the way back to the dock, and then we'll see our next rider go out.
That's going to be Jason He.
Jason He. Busy dock down there. Everyone wants to witness the men's 40-plus park division. This is a very popular division. It's kind of a fan favorite. As we see Mr. Jason He make his way around this course. Brad gearing up for another late night of partying tonight. Fueling up.
Well, we do have that double up video premiere event, and so as much as on the tail end of 4 days of commentary plus hosting Wake Awards last night, I am feeling it, I'll be honest. Looking forward to that day off, but I did get invited along from my good friend Dean from back in New Zealand, who was one of the guys from Double Up, so it would be rude not to.
It would in fact be rude not to.
I mean, I feel like at any wakeboarding event, you just can't avoid it. You're out every night because you just like, especially at an event like this where the whole crew is back together. You just want to catch up with everyone. It's always just a good time.
Tomorrow afternoon, evening, we're going to be catching up at Harley's place with a bunch of the crew, and then getting down there to the Marine Stadium for the Wakeboard World Championships to kick things off.
And there's a Hill 5 starting off his run there.
Off the inside kicker.
Switching it up, coming in left foot forward to this incline rail, going on the pipe, 50-50, front three out, coming off a little early.
The Busty Done feature.
Coming into the transfer box here. Going full pull, 50-50, front three out. Getting the butt check, but holding on to it there.
He held on. That's all that matters.
So that's kind of going to be a bit of a throwaway rail for him, but he'll get to continue his run.
Oh.
Goes down
That's
on that roller
your
reaver.
curse
I
of the
think I
commentator.
cursed
Yeah.
him there. Yeah.
So we've got a score for Maxim of 17.8. Obviously, a lot of room to grow on that one. And, you know, we're probably not going to be seeing much of a higher score from Jason. Obviously, that early fall as well.
They fell pretty much in the same spot, I think. He might have got one air trick in.
It'll be interesting to see where the chips fall for that one. And, because you never know. In these sorts of conditions, the pressure of a final, everyone could have a fall.
Yeah, you just have to be that guy that got one little bit further.
You wouldn't imagine a score of 17 would factor in by the end of it.
But it might.
You never know.
You never know. What is the craziest scoring narrative or storyline that you witnessed during your career?
I can't think of any really low-scoring winners that came through.
Mm-hmm.
The one that just jumps out at me was, and it's not even really on that, but it was when I was up against Harley Clifford in his absolute peak, and he was unbeatable. And there were 3 riders in the heat, only 2 were going through. My teammate Keenan Allen went before me. He was scored above me, and the last one to go was Harley Clifford, and I was like, all right, I'm not making it through. And then Harley had 2 falls in a row, and it was just the most out-of-character thing to ever happen, and I was just so pumped to make it through. You know, usually you only want to celebrate making it through when you're the one that's performed well and actually earned it, but when someone as dominant as Harley goes down twice, two hits
You were
in a
meant
row,
to be in it.
I'm like, I'll take it. I don't care how it came.
Because he did not fall in his prime.
Oh.
Very often. It was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Brett Burrows on the course right now.
Although there is another crazy one on the opposite end of the spectrum with Harley when they gave him 100 points before the last rider had actually even gone off the dock. So it was like...
They're like, there is no chance that you're going to beat this.
No.
Like, as that rider, if you saw the score, would that just be so disheartening?
Oh, that would have just been so demoralizing. Imagine going onto the course and saying, okay, I have to tie with a 100 to even figure this thing out further.
But I think, we're all pretty realistic, and probably the run that Harley threw down would have been fairly unbeatable. If I can imagine how it would have gone.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. So we got
Brett Burrows.
Brett Burrows halfway through his run here. Nice transfer up to board slide, 180 out.
Looking good so far. Can he make it further around the course than our first 2 riders, Maxim and Jason?
He's coming around, opting with that Ollie 180 there. So his air trick section looking a little weaker than the other guys. But at this stage, he has done more air tricks than them. So
And he's made it further around the course. He's going to give himself an opportunity to come down this back line and get a couple more rail hits.
all right, coming into this rooftop rail now. Looking like he's going to opt for the transfer here. Transferring up, front lip, 90 out. Nice basic hit there, but again, just getting those full pulls in because he's the only one with a full run right now so far. And nice full pull on that Stucky rail as well.
One last hit coming up for our man Brett Burrows. Toe side approach at the XL kicker, one-handed, up and
There's
over with
the
a scarecrow.
Oh, very nice.
Getting it done. Solid run there from Brett.
I'm just going to throw it out there. That's going to be putting them up to the top spot. We've got Maxim with a 17.8. We've got Jason with a 14.88. So Brett Burrows really going to have quite a significantly higher score
Yeah, he
for
was
a full pull.
He was pretty good on all of those rails. He might not have been as technical as he would have liked to be, but he full pulled everything and he got a full run, so he's definitely going to be up in that top spot for now.
And that's so important when you see a few falls go down earlier in your heat. You're like, okay, maybe I can just tone it back a little bit as long as I get the whole way around, get a solid score, and then we'll see how things fall as the rest of the heat goes on. And that's the benefit of going later on in the heat or in the final. You know, if you've qualified higher, you get to go later in the heat and you get to watch the rest of your competitors, so you can play a bit of chess out there. You can really figure out your run.
Liam Brown out on the course.
And all of these riders, they know who's coming up after them. They've got a legendary name in Greg Falzon, a guy that even in the 40-plus division absolutely charges those kickers. We saw a massive front to fakie from him off the XL kicker yesterday. But Liam Brown coming in to start things off. Got a heel side approach here at the XL kicker. 540 off the heels. Sketching back around.
Bit there.
Yeah, that's going to be a markdown from the judges, but still landing.
On his feet. So there's that 180 on and 50-50 all the way across. A little back lip at the end there, coming off a little early. Going full pull there, backboard, back lip, 99% of that rail there.
Yeah, and was on that tail side of the board, so, you know, you can, I guess there's like 3 main parts you want to be on. You could either be on the nose, have it real centered between the feet, or right back on the tail, and, you know, just personal preference, style, the way you want to make that trick look. And that's what a huge part of this sport as well is style. It's how you want to, you know, like it's not just the trick itself, it's about how you make it look.
Putting your own unique flavor on it.
Yeah.
And so we've just seen his air trick section quite a bit better than our last rider. And coming into this final Stucky rail now, not a bad hit there. Coming off a little early again, so his rails are probably going to be a little weaker for him, but his air tricks are definitely gonna lift him up here.
Once he got to finish it off, that final stamp.
There's the tweaked out nose grab getting up. That's pretty much a write-off there, but he's still standing on his feet. So it does count somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, there might be, you know, a small amount of score in that one. I did like that one, though, in the air, the way he did that sort of shifty tail grab.
It out nice.
It looked really cool.
And up next on the dock is, of course, Greg Falzon. His kids competing this weekend, and he himself competing. What was Greg like in his prime?
I mean, Greg's prime was before I even got into wakeboarding, really. He was one of the earlier riders to come out of Australia. You know, you could put his name aside, those 3 legends that got inducted into the Hall of Fame last night, Daniel, Josh, and Ike. Greg maybe not spending as much time going out to the US and on the pro tours and things like that. But, you know, no doubt, definitely one of the earlier influences on Australian wakeboarding. But always a rider that just went big, charged it. And I think that was a lot of the style back in the day as well with how the wakes were. They weren't quite as big. Or not even nearly as big as what we get these days. So you really did have to charge the wakes and go big out into the flats in order to do some of the tricks. You know, the kids these days are almost a bit spoiled with those Nautique G23 wakes. How big they are, you don't have to really charge them. You can just use the size of the wake to get your pop. But watch this. Speaking about size...
There he goes, the big tail front flip to start off his run. Talking about send, and he just sends it straight off the dock.
Love the smile on his face you see as he lands that one, comes on by.
That board slide, 450 out. Full pull on that rail, coming in on his toe side here. So the front lip, 450 out there. Going opposite direction to the way he spun on the other rail, so judges will like to see that too. And here's where he really shines, his air tricks. So we got the S-bend there. Oh, and a front flip. So there's the difference that Brad was talking about before with the S-bend to the front flip. More of a over-under for the front flip and a overhead rotation almost for the S-bend.
Yeah, extending out into that Superman, that Rayleigh maneuver for the S-bend. And Greg really showing it perfectly there, just the difference.
Oh, maybe
Just getting
exited
away with that there.
a little sooner than he'd wanted to.
There's that backlip, back 3 out.
Oh, I can feel it coming here. This is going to be the front to Fakey. Look, he's
Here we
hanging
go.
in. Big late charge in. Oh, no, he's going for the
he's
KGB.
done the KGB, stomping it. That is a
Greg fouls
solid
on.
run for Greg there.
Is this
I mean,
40 plus?
That could have been competitive in a few other divisions this week, and maybe even the pro division. That was
Yeah.
a pretty solid run.
Now, Kristen is someone who's, a bit more new to the sport of wakeboarding, and you've been out here all weekend. You've been watching really closely. Probably to begin with, there's a lot going on. It's hard to follow, but
Yeah.
from your perspective, what are some of your favorite things to watch the riders throw down?
I think seeing how they utilize the course differently, like for a long time, or I guess for the first 2 days of this competition, hardly anyone was using the banana rail, and then everyone kind of went with the busty done rail, and there was just different options that I think weren't being explored as much. And then we get Mary Jones, this little girls 10 and under ripper out there, and all of a sudden she's using the course so differently than we've seen. And she's, a Cruise E-Boy, another perfect example of that, just really creative things that they're doing on the course. And that's been one of my favorite things to follow, just like what obstacles they're choosing to use and what tricks they're choosing to throw on them. And it makes it so much, I think, more enjoyable to follow when they're not all sort of following suit and utilizing the same obstacles.
So it's the tactics that
It's the
you
tactics.
really,
I love that. I love the strategy. Yeah, I think that's what I'm drawing towards. But also, I think, I like the human stories. That's kind of why I'm here, is to tell those human stories when we have the amenities to do so. And I do really enjoy talking to all these athletes because they are all so different, and they all are so easy to talk to, which is great. There's no ego here. It's not like walking into an NFL locker room.
I can only imagine.
Everyone here is just so approachable, and they want to talk and tell their story, and their stories are so unique. So that's been probably one of my favorite parts, I think. Out on the water, Maxim Chumakov for his second run.
No, going down on almost that'll be the second trick of this run, so that's not going to be good for Maxime there.
No, he's not going to be increasing or improving his first run score. He had a 17.8 that has him in fourth spot. So we are fully up to date on the scoring. So from bottom to top, we got Jason He with a 14.88, Maxim Chumakov 17.8. Then we have Brett Burrows with a 32.16. He's in third spot, currently sitting on the podium. And then Liam Brown, 44.08. Greg Falzon, by and far ahead with that 65.83.
And next on the water, we have Jason He, who will be making his second attempt and hopefully a rebound after he was unable to stay on top of the water for the duration of his first run.
Yeah, and I think he, who was watching the previous rider, Maxime, he'll know that all he needs to do is just put down a run. Obviously, he's gunning for a podium spot, so he's not going to be satisfied with just edging himself up into fourth place, as much as that would be an improvement.
Which one's harder to be, fourth or third?
I mean, third. You want to be on the podium.
I would say in a four-man final,
Yeah.
fourth is the hardest because it's like, I don't know.
You were so close.
So close to that podium.
And you're the
but
one guy that doesn't leave
yeah,
with a trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had friends tell me that it's easier to take third than it is second.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Potentially, yeah, because you're like, okay, at least I'm on the podium, as opposed to like, damn it, I missed out
I
on
was
the
so
win.
close to the win, yeah.
All right, so we've got him going up onto that rail, coming down a lot cleaner this time than he did last time.
A little bit of risk there. He was falling off the rail a bit early, but still went for that front three or 270 out.
And this is where we saw him come unstuck last time, so standing that one up with a crib there.
So I would almost go as far to say
Oh,
Yep.
very nice.
There's
Right
that
now-
roll to revert. He is definitely improving on his score from last run.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little slash on the water there, enjoying his time out on the lake by himself.
And I like that we can say he is improving on his run while it's
While we're also
talking about
annotating
his
his
name.
last name.
So he's going on that inside rail. Not seen a lot of people do that today. So, like Kristen was saying, utilizing different parts of the course.
And figuring out different lines. I think the person who really kind of turned me on to that was little Mary Jones, because she is so creative and she had all these cutback lines in between the obstacles. And I'm thinking, this is so fun to watch.
Here we
Final
go.
hit.
There's that backside three.
Oh,
so
very
a
nice.
full run there is definitely going to see an improvement on that last run score.
Really good way to come back from that early fall in pass number 1. And starting it with that frontside 5. Getting a, we'll call it 80% pull on the banana rail.
Yeah, so maybe not the cleanest. That was definitely a full pull there, but the start of his run, the rails might not have been a too full pull, but definitely a massive improvement on his first run.
It'll be interesting to see if he's knocking on the door of that third place. Brett Burrows. Brett did have a really good run. Still a few openings for him to improve, but a score of 32.2 is where Jason, he is looking to get himself onto that podium spot, or
Next up,
potentially even higher.
we're going to see Brett Burrows on the water for his second run. I think Brett had a pretty good first run. So he'll be looking to improve on that anyway and trying to get himself moving up. Where is Brett sitting on the leaderboard currently?
Third spot right now, 32.12. Second place is a 44.08. So a little bit of a jump. He's got a...
He's going to have to do some work to get up there.
And quite a lot of work to get up and challenge Greg Falzon with that 65.83.
Yeah, Greg's got a nice little buffer there after that stand-up first run. So here we go. First trick coming in left foot forward to that inside kicker. There's the big laid-out tantrum. Coming around that motor tower into the slingshot. Oh, no, going inside to the banana rail. Just going on the single pipe there, not bananaing and getting a nice board slide the whole way along.
Almost like a little bit of a shifty off the end there too, just for a little bit extra
A
flavour.
bit of style points. There's a board slide transfer, 90 out. Nice and clean, riding away, coming into this air trick section. Nice roll to revert, riding away from it. Oh, Ollie 180, just getting a few little extra air tricks in there.
He's like, any little extra points that I can get, I'll take right now.
Wave to the judges.
Yeah, a
around the
little
corner maybe.
board short adjust. Does that count too?
Coming into that rooftop rail, transferring over, front lip, 90 out. Nice clean full pull there.
Yeah, that was a nice lip slide. Stucky feature.
Going lip slide all the way along that rail. Nice full pull again.
This is shaping up to be an impressive run from Brett Burrows.
Yeah, he's looking to improve on that first run. Coming in final kicker here with that big crowd pleaser Rayleigh. That's one of those tricks. Maybe not going to score you too many points with the judges, but it's going to score you points with the people on the beach watching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think with obviously seeing Jason He go out and stand up a run, Brett just knew he had to lay it down, and just in case Jason did end up scoring up above him. We haven't seen the score drop yet for Jason, which I would imagine he's going to be going at least up into fourth place. Jason He, if not going up and challenging Brett Burrows there. But then, yeah, Brett's run was looking really good that second time around.
Yeah, there wasn't too many bubbles that he had in that run, so it'll be interesting to see how it comes out.
Just a little bit of a, I guess, you'd say the air trick section was the weaker part of
Yeah,
of his
definitely.
run.
Liam Brown.
Oh, we got Jason. He did improve on his score enough to put Brett Burrows down into 4th spot.
Ooh.
So Jason with a 40.83. So it is, a solid 5 points above Brett. And we're going to have to wait for that score to come through. Is Jason going to stay on the podium, or is Brett going to knock him back down into 4th spot?
So Brett will be nervously refreshing his phone on the bank now.
Every 5 seconds.
That's all he can do.
Liam Brown on the water now. In that.
Here we go. Liam Brown coming in for his kicker hit to start things off. Right foot forward, heel side 540 clean. Now we're going to see that slingshot busty done feature going up the rail. Oh, just coming off a bit early, getting pulled back into the cable there.
Now, I don't recall if his last run hit on that one was a better one than that, but that was a nice back lip slide. Full pull right up and across there. Let's see what he's got in the air trick section. Big, hard cut.
There's that front flip. Doesn't look too happy with that. He looked like he was looking up at the sky saying, I wanted some more there. And there's the Vulcan. And going inside as well with the back. Oh, the back mob just taking him down. That was a hammer, though. If he stuck that, that was going to rattle some feathers there.
Well, I mean, Liam Brown, with that score of 44.08, that was, I think at this point, unless Brett edged him out for 2nd spot, he knew he had to throw down in order to knock Greg Falzon off the top spot. But you know what that means?
It's a victory lap.
We get a victory lap.
A victory lap for Greg Falzon.
Taking a victory lap.
He is currently on that victory lap right now.
Still waiting on score to drop for Brett Burrows.
Greg really enjoying it and soaking it up. He is a men's 40-plus world champion.
Oh, it's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that victory lap. He's riding high, the world champion. I've been watching his kids out here riding as well, competing.
And what a testament to his passion for the sport, still competing in the 40-plus division. After you've had kids, after you've done all the things.
Little high five
Nice
on the way by.
there.
Nice little courtesy. Just
So he
enjoying
might be waving to his friends and family on the bank.
Are we
there.
going to see something on the kicker?
Yeah, I think he's going to go pretty big
It's
here.
wind up.
Maybe you go front to fakie this time. I know
Look at him. You can see it in his face right
He's
now.
excited.
He's ready.
Yeah, let's
The
see it.
crowd getting behind him out there. He's just fueling, using that to fuel him, that energy,
Oh, nice.
soaking it in.
Big front flip. Didn't look like that's what he wanted, so interesting there. But still, clean, just as clean as the last one.
Nice easy land for him.
Coming in, maybe not as good as his last one there, but still getting along the rail. Coming in right foot forward now to that transfer box, going up onto the whoop. Front lip, coming off a little early, but as I said before, this is where Greg really shines in the air trick department, so we're going to see some big things out of him here. There's the S-bend.
So nicely laid out on that one. And we're going to see the front flip here, is it? Or is he just going, well,
He might just
actually.
be cruising. He says,
He
I don't
said
know
that.
if I want to wake up feeling that sore tomorrow.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I think he's just going to ride this one out. Yep, there's confirmation. He's pretty much done. Oh, he's getting on that rail, though, and still sending it.
Enjoying his time at the cable park.
From the outside, front lip slide 270 off.
And
the
are we
outside.
going to see a big one from Greg to finish off his World Championship campaign here?
Leaving that one late. big.
Oh, there's
that was
big
massive.
KGB.
What?
That
And
was
he held on for it.
huge.
That was so big. You could see how late, how
That
much.
was so slow.
Yeah, he had really pulled in under the cable, waited super late to cut at that kicker. Look at this one. Oh, there's the front
There's
flip.
that front flip. Still big.
And look at the difference as we see later on. We'll see that last hit. The difference in the edge into it to really charge and get every bit of that XL kicker. Just
Look at that.
That's
Oh my
huge.
god.
so stalled out as well.
It's like I think he almost missed the handle there, and that might have been the reason that he sketched out a little bit on the landing.
like a double swipe at
Yeah.
the handle. We had to get it the second time around. Now I'm watching this ride line app. I'm not seeing any movement here in the scoring, and that's whether we've got a second score for Brett Burrows yet.
There's that replay again. Absolutely massive. He is going to be so sore tomorrow.
Yeah. I think for now, though, the adrenaline and, just the celebration of winning a men's 40-plus park world title, he's going to be pumped on that one.
And we already have Tom Lane out on the course in the 50-plus men's park category. Now, only 3 riders in this event. Tom Lane, Marcus Blanick, and Dale Cartwright.
So all 3 men guaranteed a podium spot here today.
We are right down to the pointy end of this WWA Wake Park World Championships, folks. Our final division, final of the day, and our last 3 riders to grace the waters of the Gold Coast Wake Park.
Coming in onto that slingshot rail with a board slide, 98% of the way along that rail, getting a little squirrely out the end. Coming off that bump to the kink rail, you can see on the drone footage there how much of a kink that rail really has. Rolled a revert into the first corner. S-bend in the 50-plus division. That's what we like to see. There's a crypt, so he's really digging in for these air trick section, and you can tell this might be his strong point in this run. Inside roll to revert, so showing the judges that he can do things left foot, right foot, all sorts of variations on those air tricks.
And my ride line app is just updated to this current heat, so didn't see if there were any shuffling around of final movement of positions. We're going to have to wait for the announcement down there at the podium just to get full confirmation of where the 40-plus men's park podium will be sitting. Of course, we know we've got Greg Falzon sitting on top.
And there's that toe side 540 to finish off his run with that nice claim there. He's stoked on that run, so that is good to see, and he will definitely be posting a score that should be pretty good.
Full international final here in the 50-plus men's park. Australia looks like Germany, if my flags are correct here, and the US of A.
Guys traveling all around the world to compete at the highest level in their division for a world title.
And I mean, we would all love to be able to ride that good and in the 50s, right?
100%. I was just thinking that. I was like, I already feel... I took a couple of laps the other day for the first time in probably 2 years, I would say, since I've ridden.
Oh, really?
And I was very sore the next day.
And did I see you've been doing a little bit of photography, videography stuff, like work behind the camera lately?
Yeah, so that's my my full-time gig now is like wedding videography and commercial videography. So that's what's paying the bills for me these days. And
Awesome. Now that popped up. You were doing a bit of work with Zara Kell.
Yeah.
And it's been so cool because I know Zara took a bit of a step away from wakeboarding for a little while there and come back and just in the last couple of years in such a strong way.
Yeah, thank God for the sport that she came back because she's done wonders since she's been back.
We are grateful for your return, Zara. Marcus Blanick.
There's that mute 180.
We have a score of 47.17 in for Tom Lane.
It's a pretty good score to start this this final division of the day. There's that front lip up the pipe there, coming off a little bit early.
See another rider there with the different coloured boots.
We have been noticing that throughout the weekend. I like it. I like the...
I feel like it was Shane Bonifay, one of the first international pro riders to really embrace that. I know a good buddy of mine, Brant, who I ride with, he did that earlier on in his riding. Not sure if you're tuning in right now, but shout out to you, Brant. And also my buddy Ants, the Pretty Wild West, as we were known.
There's the back roll. Getting a little butt check
Look
on
what
that
the dog drug in. Isn't that what you say when someone's hungover?
The dog's dragging
Daniel Watkins
in today.
just walked into the room. Congratulations,
the man
Hall of Fame.
himself getting into the Hall of Fame last night.
How's your foot after I ran it over? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So on social media, I'd posted a video of you receiving your award, and the amount of people from the moto community and like the BMX guys that texted me and were like, I know that guy, or I've been to the park, because, you know, a lot of those guys that live out here frequent the park and stuff. And they were so excited to see you receive that award. So
that is cool.
Congratulations again, not just from me, but a lot of my followers recognize it too.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
So Marcus just going down at the end of his run there. He did have a few bobbles throughout the run, so I don't think that first run from Marcus is going to be enough to bump him up over our first rider, Tom, but we'll have to see.
Final rider in the 50-plus men. Now we're going to run through them both, twice. But Dale Cartwright is the top-seeded rider, the final rider to go off the dock for this first round of the 50-plus men's park final.
It's been a pretty insane weekend out here.
I feel like it's been 100
Coast.
years.
It is, yeah. We've made it though. We've done.
Yeah, we're right at the pointy end here.
Yeah. But as we're
super fun,
as we're bringing Dale around, just want to give a bit of a shout out to our sponsors who have made this event possible. Of course, our title sponsor, Nautique Boats with GM Marine. Shout out to Roswell Marine Audio. They, bring the pump and tunes out there on the water. PCM Marine Engines, of course, Experience Gold Coast, where we are here, experiencing it, loving it. The weather has absolutely put it on for us. Gold Coast Wake Park, where we are currently holding this event, and then we are going to be moving down to the Marine Stadium down there by SeaWorld.
It's called the SIP if you're local. I heard
the Spit.
The Spit. The Spit.
The Spit, not the SIP.
Yeah, the opposite of spit, right? Or sip.
The sip.
One goes in, the other goes out.
There's a half cab roll to start out his run here. A little tail grab on the end. Coming into that incline double pipe, going pipe to pipe, 180 out.
In the men's 50 plus.
Transferring up, coming down. Nice solid full pull there.
That was kind of a late line that he took into that one.
Super late. And then going in with that kind of half rayleigh there, not quite fully extending out the back. Roll to revert inside the cable there.
Just a reminder, these guys are 50 plus.
Yeah.
And still pulling these tricks out.
These are not
There's a back
spring
roll.
chickens, as you would say. These are not the spring chickens.
These are sprung chickens.
Yep. The old roosters.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, 50-50.
50 front lip, getting the whole weight. A little bit squirrely on the end there, but that's all right. Going on that incline box, back 180 on, front 180 out. Technical hit there, coming around this corner, in for his last kicker hit here. What are we going to see? Oh, the crowd is going wild. There's the tantrum to blow.
I can see
Just
why.
You could
down.
hear the pain, or everyone urging him on, and the chairs out there.
He will get another go at it, though.
He was
Yeah,
hanging on
he's
for
gonna stomp
dear
that one in
life.
his second run.
Yeah.
He will get another go at it.
Looking at the scores right now, Tom Lane is in the top spot. That 47 is sitting strong. Marcus Blanick with a 24.75. And, yeah, we'll see where Dale's score lands.
That would have been such a nice
Close.
run. All right, back on the water. Tom Lane opening things up, looking for a little redemption on his first run.
So this will be the last run for each of our riders here. They're going to be throwing down everything they can to get themselves higher up on that podium than they already are.
Tom Lane kind of.
Oh, he's just doing that for fun because his run hasn't even started yet. So he's just getting a bit of practice in, I think.
Feeling things out.
At 50 plus, just warming up with some air tricks.
That's the goal. Is he hot out there?
He's spraying himself.
Oh, maybe it was a wave. I saw some people in the background under the tent.
Oh.
You're maybe blowing some kisses in their direction.
Aw, you love that.
You know,
love to see it.
Maybe a little
Probably
bump
got,
off the
probably got his
chest.
kids out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's the heel side 360 off that outside kicker.
Good start, getting that rotation in.
Coming into that slingshot rail, board slide up, board slide across. That was much better than last time, getting a much more full pull on there.
Going to be hanging out wide to go for this kink, going off the bump into the kink pipe. Getting a piece of it, not all of it.
Here we go, roll to revert into that first corner.
Now, he doesn't know where things are lying at the moment with Dale's run. We haven't got a score yet, so he will have no idea. All he knows is that all he can do is step things up to try to improve that 47.17.
Which he currently is doing right now. His run is looking good right now. Finishing off the air trick section with a roll to revert there. We did see a S-bend and a Vulcan through those corners.
At 50 plus. I'm just going to keep saying it.
It's wild because to see these guys out there just still ripping so aggressively.
Yeah, they got the stoke for the sport still, which is so cool. And I'd be interested to know how long these guys have been riding for. You know, some
When
of them
they
might even
started.
be relatively new to the sport.
And there's the toe 5 to finish out that run, and he is pumped with that
He
one.
feels good about it. He went out there, he had some fun, did his tricks.
So now we will wait and see whether that's going to be an improvement on his first run or not.
What are you guys leaning towards, thinking it might be?
I'm going to go ahead and say that will be a slight improvement on his last run.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Aaron. Just going to hit refresh. Still no score dropping for Dale Cartwright.
Gavin and Trent are sleeping on the job.
It's been a long weekend. It's been a long 4 days.
Especially for those kids.
Yeah,
Marcus Blanick on the water now.
They really they were out there quite a lot over the weekend. Gavin especially with
In 3 events.
Yeah, wake skate. He took out 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, winning the wake skate event as a wakeboarder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Dale Cartwright, his first score did not go above Tom Lane's. He's got a 46.03. Tom's first score was a 47.17. And if we're going to see an improvement on that, then he's sitting pretty well. Obviously, Dale's got another ride. We've got Marcus ready to go. Still could be a little bit of movement in the way that this podium is going to sit.
And don't forget, after the conclusion of the men's 50 plus park. Make sure you guys tune in to the WWA Instagram. You guys can watch the awards live there. There'll be some interviews with the athletes, also some special check presentations and trophy presentations. Now, if you're wondering what that social media tag is, at the WWA, you guys can again watch it live on Instagram, all of the trophy presentations, the check presentations. So make sure you guys tune in.
So Marcus, about halfway through his final run here. So far looking pretty good. Coming into this air trick section now. There's that nice Rayleigh to the outside. Oh, he's grabbing himself in a bit of pain there. He might have hurt his groin there.
Might have stretched something out, but he's still going.
Oh.
And there's that back roll. That might have hurt his butt too. Yeah, he looks like he's in a bit of trouble.
Maybe the ribs. Now,
I could think that would either be groin or ribs.
I think my phone may have just died, so we're going to be relying on you for the scoring.
Listen,
Kristen.
I'm your score girl. I am here for this. However, I am worried Marcus Blanick might have overextended a little bit.
But hey, this is his last run in the World Championships.
Go big or go home for the world title.
He's hurting, but he's still getting it done. Look at him sucking in them big deep breaths here. Final kicker here on the left-hand side, coming in hillside. There's the back roll. I think that was going to be a half cab roll, but he got a little caught up in the air there and just going down.
You can see, he looks like he's hurting a little bit there in the water. Just going to get that board off his feet. And looks like he's doing okay, but he's going to be sore, I believe, after this one.
And he will likely not improve on his first score, which was a 24.75. Currently, we still have Mr. Tom Lane at the top of the boards, a 57.28 for him. Dale Cartwright below him with a 46.03. I don't know if his second run has dropped yet. Are we still waiting for it?
No, Dale's still got one more run to go.
Out for his
right,
second run.
but has his... Oh, sorry. Yeah, then there we are.
So Dale, the only one that will be able to take the top spot from Tom.
This is not a victory lap. This is Dale going out there in clutch time, hoping
to take that world title.
Yeah.
Now, Aaron, can I get you just give that charger a little wiggle there under my armrest to see if I can get some chargies going on again?
Some chargies. Dale Cartwright on the water. Again, he's going to need to close the gap, close 11.25 points on Tom Lane if he wants to earn the world championship.
It's a decent step up.
Yeah, he's going to have to put down a pretty flawless run to make up that amount of points. But
it looks like he's kind of leaning into himself as well if we are taking into account of how these guys are reacting out on the water, resting a little bit. But that seems like a very far lean.
Well, and as you would have seen a lot of riders do that where they bring the handle down, they wrap it around their hip a little bit on the back, and so it actually means you're not using the strength that you usually would to have to hang on, and you can kind of just lean on the rope, almost like when you're on a T-bar on the mountain and you sit on the T-bar and you let it pull you up. It's similar sort of vibe. Sometimes you'll see them put it between the legs, other time around the hip, just as a tactic to save a bit of energy.
Save a bit of energy before coming in.
Dale Cartwright.
Don't want that arm pump as well.
Here we go, right foot forward into this kicker here. There's the tail grab roll to revert. Nice angle from the drone there. Coming into that banana rail.
Do the banana split.
Going up.
We wanted to see the banana
rail.
split.
Going to line up a transfer here. That late line up and over front side. 270 off.
He really does take a late line on that transfer.
Oh, that was the half crypt. A little bit of a, I don't even, you couldn't call it a Rayleigh. The board does go up
There's
behind
the half
him.
Rayleigh again.
He's really kind of amping up his...
Look, we got to go easy on them. They're the 50-plus, man.
Yeah.
We'll call it a Rayleigh.
Call it a full Rayleigh. So there was 3 air tricks there. I think that was 1 extra than his last run, so that will be an improvement.
Toe side approach, 50-50, front board slide, backside 90 out, and coming across to this incline skate box.
And there's that back 90 on, front 180 out. Here we go. Is he
big.
going to stick this trick at
For
the
all
end?
the marbles right now.
We'll see what he's got.
Coming in. Here's the tangent of blind. He does it.
Oh!
He rides away.
So what do you guys think?
That was clutch right there. That was absolutely clutch. Not the cleanest landing that you would want. He did have to kind of tick-tock out of it.
A little bit sketchy on the landing, but I think the judges will reward the difficulty of that trick, especially we're in 50+ and he's dropping a tantrum to blind.
That is really impressive.
So now the question is, was that enough to overtake Mr. Lane? What do you guys think?
I think it's going to be close.
There's some good hits there. I mean, oh man, I'm not a judge for this exact reason. You are a judge.
I think that if he had have landed that clean, it's a no-brainer. He takes that top spot. But I think that little sketch out, that could be the difference. That could be the difference between first and second place.
Okay, well, I'm refreshing it. Right now, we've got Tom Lane with 57 and Mr. Dale Cartwright with 46. Now, while we're waiting for these scores to drop, we'll give it a couple minutes to see if we can give you guys a result. If we end up having to close the stream before you guys get the result because scores are taking a little bit longer, make sure you guys download the Rideline app, the WWA Rideline app, and you guys can check all those scores. Also, please, please, please make sure you head on over to the WWA Instagram where you can watch the awards, the check presentations, all of the athlete celebrations following this week-long event. And on Thursday, you guys will want to tune back in because we will be back live again from Marine Stadium at the Spit here in the Gold Coast for the boat division of the 2024 Wakeboard World Championships. Thank you so much to Brad Smela and Mr. Gunn for joining us in the booth here. And I'm Kristen Beat. We're going to close it out for today. I'm going to give it one more refresh and see if we've got time. And Dale Cartwright came in at 52.7. That would make Tom Lane your winner here in the men's 50+ division.
Oh,
very close. Very close.
52.77 to 57.88, and now it is cleared. And so
that is our last winner.
Tom Lane taking the overall win in the men's Park 50+ division. Brad, final thoughts?
I've just had such a good time. We've made it through the 4 days, the first 4 days of the double World Championships back-to-back that we're doing. It's been such a great time. I've enjoyed being here alongside you, Kristen. It's been a really good time. We've had a lot of other people coming up on the live stream and joining us. Big thanks to you, Aaron Gunn, for joining us for this last bit, bringing your judges and riders' knowledge to us and all of the viewers out there. And thanks to all of you for joining us.
We will see you guys on Thursday for the second half of the Wakeboard World Championships presented by Nautique.